had watched her sleep in my arms. I was only there to make sure you didn't drown in self-pity. Sure, she muttered. You said you never cuddled with a woman. Do you make a habit of cuddling with men, then? I chuckled and slid my hand into her hair. She leaned into the touch ever so slightly. I wasn't sure she noticed. I don't anymore. At the questioning lift of her eyebrow, I continued. I used to cuddle with Adamo and Savia when they were really small. Her nose wrinkled. Sorry, I can't see it. Considering how exhausting small kids can be, I'm surprised you didn't end up killing them. My fingers twitched, but I restrained my anger. They are my brothers, my flesh and blood. I'd die before I ever hurt them. I fell silent. Serafina was quiet too. I don't understand you, Remo Falcone. You aren't supposed to. I'm perceptive. Before you know it, you'll reveal more to me than you want. I feared she was right. A chess piece, a means to an end. That was all Serafina could ever be. Nothing more. My smile turned cruel. Serafina, I know losing your virginity to me makes you think we share a special bond. But 2 fucks don't make you anything special to me. I've fucked so many women. One pussy is like any other. I took something from you, and now you want to justify it with fucking emotional bullshit. She stiffened, but then gave me a cunning smile of her own. Her fingers curled over my neck, and she pressed her forehead against mine like I had done before. You took something from me, true, but you're not the only one doing the taking. Maybe you don't see it yet, but with every bit you take from me, you're giving me a bit of yourself in return, Remo, and you will never get it back. I harshly claimed her mouth and rolled on top of her, pressing her into the mattress with my weight. Don't, I snarled into her ear. Don't think you know me, Angel. You know nothing. You think you've seen my darkness, but the things you haven't seen are so pitch black, no fucking light on this earth can penetrate them. Who's not brave now? She whispered. I shook with anger. I wanted to fuck my rage out of my system, wanted to hurt, wanted to break something. I moved down her body and shoved her nightgown up, then ripped her thong down her legs. I told you I'm sore, she said softly. Fuck. Why did she have to sound so vulnerable in that moment? What the fuck was she doing to me? I pushed her legs apart. She didn't stop me despite the tension in her limbs. Taking a deep breath, I lowered myself to my stomach, resting between her thighs. Her body softened immediately when she realized I wasn't going to hurt her. I jerked her toward my mouth and she winced. I softened my lips against her folds, and soon she was writhing and moaning, her legs falling open, trusting and fuck. It was better than any rage fucking had ever been. I took my time, enjoying the way she allowed herself to surrender to pleasure. My fingertips traced the soft flesh of her inner thigh, the relaxed muscles there. No sign of tension or fear. She came with a beautiful cry, her body arching up, giving me a prime view of her gorgeous nipples. I trailed kisses up her body until I reached her lips. You're all about giving and taking. I gave you my mouth. How about you giving me yours now? You can have my hand, no more, she said firmly. I want to come down your throat, not in your hand. She held my gaze. You can have my hand or nothing. The last time a woman gave me a hand job, I was 14. After that, I came in a mouth, pussy, or ass. I'm not like them, Remo. No, she wasn't. Serafina was everything. Cunning and strong, loyal and fierce. She could have been Capo if women were allowed that place in our world. I rolled onto my back and crossed my arms behind my head. Serafina sat up. She tried to mask her inexperience, but her nerves shone through when she fumbled with my belt. I didn't help her. My cock was already painfully hard when she pulled it out of my briefs. Her touch was too soft as she stroked me, but I enjoyed watching her. Soon, She found the right pressure and tempo, and I reached down between her legs and drew small figure eights along her clit and folds. When Serafina began shaking with the force of her orgasm, and her hand tightened around my dick, my own release overwhelmed me, and I came like a fucking teenager all over my stomach. I used her thong to clean my stomach despite her frown. Then I pulled her down against me. She was stiff, but eventually she put her head down on my shoulder. "That wasn't so bad," I drawled. "But if you want to bring me to my knees, you'll have to use your mouth." She huffed. "I'll figure out another way to bring you to your knees, Ramo." If anyone could, then it would be her.
Chapter 18. Serafina. I woke with someone pressed up against my back, a warm breath fanning over my shoulder. I didn't pull away, only stared at my hand, which rested atop his on the bed. The skin on my ring finger was lighter from wearing my engagement ring for 5 years, and now it lay on my nightstand abandoned. And how could I ever wear it again? How could I ever face my fiancé again after everything I had done? Everything I still wanted to do. Deep down, I knew I didn't want to marry Danilo anymore, but it was my duty, even now. I ran my fingertips over Ramo's hand, and he woke with a current of tension radiating through his body. I assumed he wasn't a man used to sharing a bed with someone. He exhaled and relaxed, but didn't say anything. I turned his hand over until his palm was up, then traced the burn scars there, wondering how they'd come to be. My touch followed the scars up to his wrists, where crisscross scars fought for dominance with his burn marks. Ramo's breathing changed, became cautious, dangerous. "Will you ever tell me how you got those?" He bit the nape of my neck.
"Why should I?"
Yes, why should he spill his guts to me? I turned around in his hold. His expression was forbidding, but his eyes held a hint of something even darker. "You're right," I whispered, holding his gaze. "I'm only your captive, the queen in your game of chess, something meaningless, easy to forget the moment you give me back." Even as I spoke the words, I couldn't imagine Ramo really letting me go. Not with the way he looked at me, and I wasn't sure if the realization terrified or relieved me. Because how could I return to the outfit?
"Oh, Angel, forgetting you will be impossible."
And I smiled. God help me, I smiled. Ramo shook his head slowly.
"This is madness."
"It is." It was, and worse. Betrayal. Dad, Mom, Sophia, Sam. Guilt gripped me in its choking hold. I swallowed. My family. I didn't say more. Ramo's face hardened, and he untangled himself from me and stood. My eyes took him in, the harshness of his expression, those cruel eyes, the scars and muscles. Ramo was the enemy. He was trying to destroy the people I loved by using me as his weapon. I couldn't forget that. He put on his clothes and gun holster. Then he nodded grimly.
"That's the look you're supposed to give me, Angel. Hold on to your hatred if you can."
"Can you?" He didn't say anything, only smiled darkly. He turned around and left. The fallen angel tattooed to his back seemed to mock me because every day I felt a bit more like an angel falling. Chiara picked me up around lunchtime. I could tell from the way she was looking at me that she knew I'd slept with Ramo. Nino had probably told her, and Ramo had told him, and probably everyone else. I hadn't dared to ask him if the sheets had arrived yet. The mere idea that my family and fiancé saw them drove bile up my throat. We settled on the sofa. She'd ordered vegetarian sushi, which was set up on the table in front of us. I didn't see Nino anywhere, but I knew he was close and would storm in at the slightest sound of distress from Chiara. We ate in silence for a while, but eventually Cora couldn't contain her concern anymore. She touched my shoulder, her eyes flitting to the bite marks on my throat. "Are you okay?" I set down the sticks and met her gaze. "I'm a captive in these walls, and I betrayed my family. I let Reilly dishonor me. I'm ruined. So what do you think?" She pursed her lips. "You're only ruined if you allow others to make you feel that way." "You don't understand." I snapped my lips shut, shame washing over me because everyone knew the stories about her. "I'm sorry." Cora shook her head, a flicker of pain in her eyes, but she straightened her shoulders with a smile. "I felt ruined for years, until I didn't anymore, and then I was free. If my family and fiancé find out Reilly didn't force me, they won't forgive me. Do you want to return to your fiancé?" "Do you think I want to stay with Reilly?" I muttered. "He kidnapped me. He keeps me locked in a room. He is my enemy. Sex won't change that." Cora regarded me closely. "Maybe there's a chance for peace between the outfit and the Camorra. You could be that chance. Something good can be born from an act of brutality." "But there won't be. My dad, my uncle, my fiancé, my brother won't ever agree to any kind of peace. They are proud men, Cora. You know how made men are. Reilly took me from them, stole my innocence. It's either stolen or given." I looked away. They won't see it that way. He ripped something from them, took something they considered their possession. He insulted my family, my fiancé. They won't forget or forgive. They'll retaliate. They'll avenge me with brutal intent. Do you want to be avenged? Reilly kidnapped me. He took everything from me. Everything? Cora said curiously. Everything that used to matter. I took my chopsticks again and continued eating, hoping Cora got the hint that I didn't want to talk anymore. Reilly came to my bedroom again that night. I had expected him and didn't say anything as he dropped his gun holster on the ground, then lay down beside me. I only regarded him, trying to understand him, myself, us. But I saw the same confusion in his eyes that I felt every time he was close. We were both caught in an undercurrent, dragging us down into its unforgiving depth, unable to swim to the surface on our own. The only people who could save us only wanted to save one of us and see the other drown, but we were entangled. One of us would have to let go first to reach the surface. And just like the night before, Reilly's mouth forced me into submission, lips and tongue and teeth, harsh one moment, gentle the next. He didn't try to sleep with me, and for some reason it made things worse because I didn't want him to hold back. I wanted him to take without consideration, without mercy, because when he was something more than the monster I knew him to be, he took something I was even less willing to give. He pressed against my back, breathing harshly, his erection a demanding presence pushing into me. "When will you set me free?" I asked. "Soon," Reilly murmured, but didn't elaborate. For some reason I heard the echo of the word never. Never, never, never. And it didn't scare me as much as it should. I considered asking about the sheets. Dante must have contacted Reilly by now. But I was too scared. Didn't want to know their reaction. Reilly's lips brushed my shoulder blade. You always do that. Tension shot through his body as if I'd caught him committing a horrendous crime. "I think Danilo ruined your uncle's plan to keep it cool." I stiffened as well. "What?" Reilly's hold tightened, not allowing me to turn around. "Dante tried to pretend the sheets didn't have the desired effect, but this afternoon Danilo called me, and he wasn't as controlled as the cold fish wanted me to believe." I sucked in a shaky breath. "You talked to Danilo?" "He was furious, murderous. He told me he'd cut my balls and dick off and feed them to me." Reilly paused, and I tensed further. "And I told him that he could try,
but that it wouldn't change the fact that I was the first man inside you.
I wrenched myself out of his embrace, whirled around on him, kneeling on the bed. Remo smiled darkly. My eyes caught the holster on the floor. I lunged, ripped the gun from the holster, released the safety, and pointed it at Remo's head. He rolled on his back, arms stretched out in surrender. There was no fear, no apprehension in his eyes. I straightened on my knees beside him. If you think I can't go through with pulling the trigger, Remo, you're wrong. I'm not the girl from before who couldn't cut your throat. Remo held my gaze.
I don't doubt you can kill me, Angel.
Then why aren't you scared? I asked fiercely.
Because,
he murmured, gripping my hips. I tightened my hold on the gun, but I allowed him to keep his hands on my skin.
I'm not scared of death or pain.
Without lowering the gun, I straddled his stomach, and my core clenched at the feel of his muscles. Remo's eyes flashed with desire. I leaned forward, resting the barrel against his forehead. If I kill you now, I'm free.
There are still my brothers and hundreds of loyal men who will hunt you down,
Remo said, his thumbs stroking my belly in a distracting way. I had already been wet from Remo's earlier ministrations, but a new wave of arousal pulled between my legs now. But I'd still be free of you, and that's all I care about. Remo smiled darkly again. He lifted one arm, and I tightened my finger on the trigger.
You can't be free of me, because I'm in there.
He touched my temple lightly, though it was another spot he should have touched, because it was his presence in another place that scared me far more.
You will always remember that I'm the one you gifted yourself to for the very first time.
I gave him the cruel smile he used on me whenever I got too close. The memory will fade. 2 times don't matter after a while. I'll sleep with Danilo for the rest of my life, and I'll forget that there ever was a man before him. Remo jerked into a sitting position, his eyes flashing with fury. The gun dug into his forehead, but he didn't care. His grip on my hip tightened, and his other hand cupped my head.
Oh, Angel, trust me when I say you'll remember me for the rest of your existence.
I lifted up and positioned myself over Remo's erection. I touched my palm to his cheek, causing his eyes to flash with an emotion that scared him and me equally. I released the trigger, but didn't drop the gun. I lowered myself on Remo's length slowly, despite the fierce twinge. My head fell back when he was buried all the way inside me.
Devastating.
I lowered my head, locking gazes with Remo.
Devastatingly beautiful,
he murmured. I lowered the gun and pressed it to his chest.
There's nothing in there for you to shoot.
I engaged the safety, wrapped my arms around his neck, and rocked my hips, the gun dangling loosely in my hand. Pain and pleasure shot through me. Remo groaned. I moved faster, lifting and falling. Remo held me tightly, his eyes dark and possessive as he let me be in control. Remo's teeth scraped my throat, leaving marks, and my nails raked over his back, leaving my own marks in turn. It was painful, but I rode him hard and fast, relishing in the burning sensation. Remo sucked my nipple into his mouth, and his thumb rubbed my clit. Pleasure spiked fiercely, mingling with the pain in a delicious dance. Both were spiraling higher and higher, and I knew one of them would eventually shatter me, and I longed for it, needed it. Remo flicked my nub, and pleasure overpowered all else. I cried out, dropping the gun as I desperately held on to Remo's shoulders, my nails digging in. Remo held my gaze with fierceness and hunger, and I felt alive and free and weightless. I was still shuddering from the force of my orgasm when Remo flipped us around, locking my knees under his arms, parting me wide and thrusting into me in one hard push, going so much deeper than before. I arched up, lips parting in a choked sound, half moan, half whimper. Remo didn't pause. He slammed into me hard and fast, shoving me into the mattress over and over again, ripping every last shred of innocence from me. The gun lay beside us on the bed. Remo had been right. A bullet to his head wouldn't free me of him. At this point, I wasn't sure if anything could.
Remo. Sitting on the sofa in the game room, I stared down at my phone. 2 missed calls from Dante. The last from yesterday. 3 days since my entertaining call with Danilo. I couldn't bring myself to talk to Dante, knowing I had him right where I wanted him. It's time to end this. Dante called me today. He'll exchange Scuderi for Serafina. I'm capo. I decide when and how to set her free. Nino leaned forward, arms braced on his thighs. Remo, if you have feelings for her, I cut him off. I'm not like you. One woman won't turn me into an emotional mess. He narrowed his eyes, but his expression remained calm. Then send her back. Fabiano is getting impatient, and so am I. There's nothing else to gain from this. Dante won't give us more than Scuderi. You already made them believe you tortured and raped Serafina. They're on their knees, but Dante is capo. He won't give up more than his consigliere. Next time he calls, I'll take his call, I said with a shrug. Nino assessed me. I told you there would be no winners in this game. We are the winners. He shook his head but didn't say anything. I stood and went over to the boxing bag. Kicking and punching it didn't help with my fucking inner turmoil, and Nino's judgmental presence didn't help either. I kicked the bag once more, then stalked upstairs and burst into Serafina's bedroom. She was reading on the windowsill. By now, Adamo must have brought her half of our library. She put the book down and stood. In the last few days, a gradual power shift had started, and I couldn't allow it. Serafina moved closer, scanning my face cautiously. She stopped in front of me. Instead of dealing out harshness like I'd intended to, my eyes took in her soft lips, lips I couldn't get enough of, lips that drove me insane with desire. You have a very strange look on your face. I can't think about anything else than having you on your knees in front of me with those perfect lips around my cock. It was a half-truth, the only truth she'd ever get. I was on my knees once, she hissed. I shook my head. That doesn't count. You can be on your knees and still be in control. I won't kneel. That's a shame, considering there's no better way to bring a man to his knees than to kneel in front of him while you suck his cock. Didn't you want to bring me to my knees? She pushed me back, and I sank down on the edge of the bed. I pulled her between my legs so her knees pressed up against my erection. I slipped my palm between her closed thighs and rubbed her through the fabric of her panties. I wake with a fucking boner every morning, dreaming about your lips and your tongue, Angel. How it would feel to fuck your sweet mouth. She was burned into my fucking mind, not just the feel of her body. Her brows drew together, but her mouth opened as her breathing deepened. Using my thumb, I grazed her clit while my other finger slid along her slit. Her panties soon stuck to her folds with her juices. I eat your pussy almost every day. Don't you ever wonder how it would be to return the favor? To control me with your mouth? Her eyes flashed, and she moaned when I pressed my hand harder against her center. Slowly, I withdrew my hand and smiled darkly. I gripped her hips and pressed down, not enough to make her knees buckle, but to show her what I wanted. She resisted, so I loosened the pressure, and finally she lowered herself to her knees, head held high. My cock hardened further at the sight of Serafina before me. I unbuckled my belt and unzipped my pants before I took my cock out. I began stroking myself, swirling my thumb over my slick tip. Serafina watched with parted lips, but narrowed her eyes when she noticed my smirk. After another swirl of my thumb, Gathering my pre-cum, I brushed her lips and pushed into her mouth. Her tongue tasted me hesitantly, and my fucking dick twitched. Serafina noticed, of course, and smiled in triumph. I pulled my finger out and placed my hand over her neck, but I didn't push her toward my waiting cock, knowing she'd resist again if I tried to coax her into doing what I wanted. Finally, she reached out, curling those elegant fingers around the base of my cock. She squeezed experimentally, and I stifled a groan. And then Serafina leaned forward and slid my tip into her mouth. She licked the tip, then sucked. Unpracticed moves that drove me insane with desire. I began thrusting into her mouth, driving my cock deeper into her. But not all the way in. Still holding back when I never held back for a woman in my entire life. My balls clenched every time she hollowed her cheeks, and the sight would have brought me to my knees if I weren't already sitting. Kneeling before me, challenge and triumph in her blue eyes, Serafina owned me. Body and whatever black soul was left. My phone rang and I tightened my hold on her neck when I took the call. Dante, what a pleasure. I got out. Serafina tried pulling back, her eyes going wide, but my hand on her neck kept her in place as I thrust into her mouth. She glared and scraped her teeth over my dick, which made my eyes roll back and my cock twitch. I smirked. She'd have to bite down much harder for me to release her. Pain only turned me on more. I'm not calling to exchange pleasantries, Dante said coldly. I turned the loudspeaker on and loosened my hold on her neck. Serafina jerked back, but I grabbed her arm and hoisted her up. Then I pulled her onto my lap, her back against my chest, one of my arms wrapped around her chest. My feet shoved her legs apart and kept them spread eagle. Serafina scowled but couldn't say anything. I brushed 2 fingers over her folds, finding her fucking dripping with arousal. I grinned and shame flashed across her face. That's a pity, I said to Dante. I slid 2 fingers into her and began fucking her while my other hand cupped her breast. We should come to a solution, Dante said. I could hear the barely restrained fury in his voice. I'm sure we will, I said, as I slid my fingers in and out of Serafina's pussy and swirled my thumb over her clit. You know I want Scuderi. I want you to hand him to me in person. Serafina's muscles clenched around my fingers as I fucked her slowly. She twisted her head back and bit into the side of my neck. My hold loosened, and she wrenched free of my grip and stormed into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. In 2 days, in my city, I want you to bring him all the way to Vegas. You get Serafina, I get Scuderi. I want her fiancé there as well. I'd like to meet him in person. Dante was silent. We will be there. Nina will send you the details. I'm looking forward to meeting you. I hung up, but the triumph I felt lasted only a moment. My eyes found the door behind which Serafina was hiding. 2 more days. Then I'd set her free. It would be up to her if she flew straight into Danilo's cage. My chest constricted, but I pushed past the sensation. Serafina was never meant to be mine. I stood, and tearing my gaze away from the door, I left.
Chapter 19. Serafina.
Wear this,
Remo ordered, throwing my wedding dress down on the bed. I stared at the white layers of tulle, at the bloodstains and the tears. I hadn't seen it in almost 2 months. It didn't feel like something I'd ever owned, nothing I was meant to wear ever again. Why? I asked. Remo turned toward me, his dark eyes hard.
Because I told you to do it, Serafina.
Not Angel. Serafina. What was going on? I narrowed my eyes. Why? He moved closer, glaring down at me.
Do as I say.
Or what? I said harshly. What could you possibly do to me? You've taken everything from me that mattered. There's nothing left for you to take, to break. Reilly's mouth turned cruel.
If you really think that's true, then you are weaker than I thought.
I swallowed hard, but I didn't put on the dress. We both knew I was so much stronger than he'd ever imagined. Maybe that was why he kept doing this, pushing me away. Reilly reached for his knife and pulled it out with a bone-chilling clink of the blade against the sheath. Goosebumps rose on my skin, but I stood my ground because if I knew one thing, it was that Reilly wouldn't hurt me. Not anymore, not ever again. Whatever twisted bond had formed between us, it prevented him from causing me pain. Gripping the neckline of my nightgown, he sliced through the fabric with a sharp slash of the knife. The shreds pulled at my feet, leaving me in only my panties. His dark eyes roamed over my body, the knife still clutched in his hand, and my core tightened with need. He gripped my hip and wrenched me toward him, his lips crushing down on mine. I gasped as his tongue conquered my mouth, teeth clinking. He backed me up against the bed until I fell back. He slashed through my panties with his knife, and the closeness of the blade caused a shiver to pass down my spine. Reilly towered over me and freed his erection, his eyes furious and hungry and terrifying. Holding his gaze, I opened my legs for him because I was lost, had been lost from the moment Reilly had laid eyes on me. And as I looked up at him, I knew without a doubt that he too was lost. The corners of his mouth lifted as he lowered his gaze to my center. He got down on his knees, pushing my legs even further apart. Reilly buried his face in my lap. I arched up, my nails digging into the crisp sheets, my gaze finding my torn wedding dress. Reilly's mouth claimed me relentlessly, with tongue and lips, bites and licks. There was no escaping. He wouldn't let me. He made me surrender, not with force, not with violence. He dove in, swirling until I was a slave to the sensations he created. My orgasm crashed over me like an avalanche, but my eyes remained locked on the stained white fabric of my dress. A sign for my honor, my purity. Both lost, both taken. No, given. Reilly's mouth traveled up my stomach, licking and nibbling, tongue flicking my nipple. He bit down lightly, then soothed the spot with an open-mouthed kiss. His body covered mine, his palms pressed into the bed beside my head, the knife still clutched in his grasp. For a moment our eyes locked, and I hated him, hated myself, hated us both, because hate became harder to hold on to each day that I spent with him. We both needed our hate, and yet it was slipping through our fingers like sand. There was no way to contain it. Lost. His dark eyes reflected my inner turmoil, losing ourselves to each other. My gaze returned to my dress when Reilly thrust into me in one all-consuming, merciless stroke. His mouth pressed up to my ear as he slammed into me angrily.
When I saw you in that dress, I knew I needed to be the one to rip your innocence from you. I knew I needed to be the one to make you bleed. Who knew you'd make me bleed in return?
I shuddered, my throat tightening even as my body throbbed with traitorous pleasure. Finally, I tore my gaze from the dress to glare up at Reilly, my captor, my nemesis, my ruin, and yet, despite what he'd taken from me, hatred wasn't the only thing my weak, idiotic heart felt. But that was a truth I would take to my grave. I hate you, I whispered as if saying the words aloud would make them true. Reilly's eyes bore into mine, filled with emotions, his mouth twisting in a dark smile because he knew. He moved closer, tongue sliding along the seam of my lips.
Nothing tastes sweeter than your lips, even when they're spewing lies, Angel.
His next thrust hit deep, and I could not hold back. Blinding pleasure rushed through my body. My lips parted, but I swallowed my cry. I wouldn't give it to Reilly. Not today. He bit down on my throat, and the force of my orgasm doubled. The moan clawed itself out of my throat. He couldn't even allow me that small victory. His own face twisted with strain as he kept thrusting, shoulders flexing. He kissed my mouth softly, then my ear, and I knew he would deliver words meant to break, words worse than any torture could ever be. I'd known it from the moment I'd seen his cold face this morning.
You wanted to know why I need you to put on your wedding dress,
he rasped as his thrusts became less controlled. My chest tightened with dread. Reilly kissed my ear again.
You see, I arranged a meeting with Dante for tonight, and I promised to give you back. Danilo will be there as well, and I thought he'd appreciate finally seeing you in your wedding dress, even if I stole what you promised to him.
Shock and fury crashed down on me, and I slapped Reilly hard. He gripped my wrist and pressed it into the mattress over my head as he thrust into me again, eyes staking claim on me over and over again, taking more with every thrust. But he couldn't lock me out anymore, because I, too, had laid claim to a part of him. His body tightened, coiling tight with pleasure, and as always, my own traitorous body submitted to him again. I cried out. Reilly linked our fingers, pressing them deeper into the mattress as his mouth found mine for a kiss full of anger and dominance. When he finally stilled on top of me, my eyes moved up to my dress.
You are mine, Angel, body and soul,
he rasped, and God help me, he spoke the truth. When I put the dress back on, it felt like a sacrilege wearing something so pure and white. Goosebumps rippled across my skin when the heavy fabric settled around my legs. I stared down at the layers of tulle, the bloodstains and tears. Had I really chosen this dress? Had I ever felt comfortable wearing it? Reilly regarded me with a hard expression.
I still remember the first time I saw you in it.
I didn't say anything. Reilly reached for my engagement ring on the nightstand, and the little hairs on my neck rose. He stopped right in front of me and took my hand, then slid the ring on with a twisted smile.
This marks you as Danilo's, doesn't it?
I stared at him fiercely, unyielding because he knew the mark he had left went deeper than an expensive ring. Something in Reilly's eyes shifted, a flicker in his harsh mask. Yet he still held my hand. He released me abruptly and stepped back.
Danilo will be delighted to get you back.
I'm not the girl I used to be. Reilly's gaze hit me like a sledgehammer, but he didn't say anything, even though I needed him to. Up until the very end, I was convinced Reilly would keep me. I kept denying the truth until I was faced with the result of my sins. The exhausted faces of my family and fiancé. They waited in the abandoned parking lot. Dad, Dante, Danilo. Samuel wasn't there, and I knew it was because he would have lost it. Behind them on the ground lay a tied-up man, probably Fabiano's father. His back was turned to me, so I couldn't be sure. Their eyes were drawn upward toward one of the buildings, and when Reilly pulled me out of the car, I found the reason why. Nino was perched on the roof as a sniper. Fabiano got out of the car as well, his own gun drawn. Reilly led me a few steps away from the car, then he stopped.
You were very ill-advised attacking our territory, Dante,
he said pleasantly, his grip on my hip tight as he held me against his body. My eyes lingered on the ground because my guilt sat so heavily on my shoulders I couldn't find the courage to meet the gazes of the men who'd come to save me. The white fabric of my dress seemed to mock me, and I focused on the bloodstains. Bracing myself, I finally raised my head and wished I hadn't. Nothing had ever hurt worse than the look on Dad's face. He took in my bloody dress, the bruises on my throat where Remo had marked me over and over again. Remo had made his claiming of me as apparent as possible, flaunted it in front of everyone, and it had the desired effect. Uncle Dante, my fiancé Danilo, and my father regarded me as if they had been gutted. Remo's ultimate triumph. I wanted to scream at them that I hadn't suffered the way they thought I had. Wished they would hate me, but I wasn't brave enough for the truth.
Next time you consider fucking with us, look at your niece, Dante, and remember how you failed her.
Dante's face was stone, but there was a flicker of something dark in his eyes. I couldn't meet their eyes. Burning shame sliced through me at what I had let Remo do, at what I had done, what I had wanted to do, what I still wanted to do. Remo leaned closer, his lips brushing my ear.
I own you, Angel. Remember that. You gave me a part of yourself, and you'll never get it back. It's mine no matter what happens next.
Dante, Danilo, and my father looked on the verge of attacking, their bodies tense, expressions twisted with hatred and fury. They wanted to protect me when I no longer wanted saving, couldn't be saved because I was irrevocably lost. I turned my head slightly, meeting Remo's cold gaze. I'm not the only one who lost something, I whispered. You gave me a part of your cruel black heart, Remo, and one day you will realize it. Something flashed in Remo's eyes, those cruel eyes that haunted his victims' nightmares. How long will they haunt me? Especially all the times they hadn't looked upon me with cruelty or hatred, but with a far more terrifying emotion. Then he tore his gaze away from me to stare at my uncle. All I could think was that he hadn't denied my words. I had Remo's cruel black heart, and maybe that was the most painful realization of all.
"Hand over Scuderi,"
he said. Dante gripped the rope that coiled tightly around a struggling Scuderi and dragged him toward us. I'd known my uncle all my life, but I'd never seen that look on his face. Utter fury and regret. He thrust Scuderi to the ground halfway toward us.
"Release my niece, now,"
he ordered. Remo chuckled. This was a trick. This had to be a trick. Remo had said it himself. I was his. He owned me, body and soul. He wouldn't let me go. The worst was that deep down I hoped he wouldn't. And not just because I didn't want to live among the family I'd betrayed so horribly, but also because the idea that he could give me up so easily tore at me. His dark eyes locked on mine, possessive and triumphant, and he leaned down. For a heart-stopping moment, I was sure he'd kiss me right in front of everyone, but his lips lightly grazed my cheek before they stopped at my ear.
"I never thought you'd give me this look on the day I released you. As if giving you freedom is the worst betrayal of all. You shouldn't want someone to cage you in. You should long for freedom."
He exhaled, his hot breath against my skin making me shiver.
"Goodbye, Serafina."
Remo released me, then shoved me away from him. I stumbled forward, away from him, my heart thundering in my chest. Strong hands grabbed me and quickly ushered me away from Remo. I walked toward my family, my fiancé. Freedom. But it didn't feel anything like being free. Dante was beside me, and Danilo stepped toward me, reached for me, and I flinched, feeling unworthy of his touch after I'd betrayed him, betrayed the outfit with Remo. Dante and my father both tensed, and Danilo lowered his arm and stepped back from me with a look full of utter hatred toward Remo. But Remo's expression was the worst, because when I met his gaze, I knew what it said.
"I own you."
I half fell into my father's arms, and he hugged me tightly, whispering words of consolation that I didn't catch, pulling me away toward their car. My eyes weren't on him. Fabiano loaded his father into the back of the car before he got in. With another glance at me, Remo followed and drove away. Drove away. And again I shivered because part of me, the part that terrified me most, missed Remo.
I own you.
He did. Dad got into the back of the car with me, still hugging me to his chest and stroking my hair, and a new wave of guilt overcame me. Dante got behind the wheel, and Danilo sat beside him. My fiancé glanced at me through the rearview mirror, and I ducked my head, my cheeks flaming with shame.
You are safe now, Fina. Nothing will ever happen to you again. I'm sorry, Dev. I'm so sorry.
Dad whispered against my hair, and I realized he was crying. My father, a made man since his teenage days, underboss of Minneapolis, he was crying into my hair, right in front of his capo and my fiancé, and I fell apart. I clutched his jacket and cried, ugly cried, for the first time since I could remember, and my father hugged me even tighter. I'm sorry, I gasped out, broken words full of despair. Words weren't enough to convey the extent of my sins, of my betrayal.
No, he growled. No, Fina, no.
He shook, his grip painful. Remo, Dad cupped my head.
It's over. It's over now, Fina. I swear, one day I'll hunt him down. I will kill him for what he did to you. For hurting you.
I swallowed. He thought Remo had raped me. They all did, and I couldn't tell him the truth. Was too cowardly to tell him. Closing my eyes, I rested my cheek against his chest. Dad held me tightly, rocking me like a little girl, like he could restore my innocence by doing so. Would the truth set him free? Set them all free? Or would it break them worse? I wasn't sure of anything anymore.
Remo. Fabiano kept tossing glances at his father resting on the backrest of the car, looking fucking eager to tear into the man. Your plan really worked. You crushed the fucking outfit, Fabiano said, turning to me. I stared at the road, the triumph I'd been working toward, destroying the outfit from within. I held it in my hands. I'd seen it on the faces of my enemies. I knew they'd keep suffering. Fabiano shifted in his seat. Remo, you realize we won, right? We got my father. Your insane plan worked. Yeah, my plan worked. Then why? Fabiano's eyes widened. My grip on the steering wheel tightened. We can try kidnapping her again. It worked once. Who's to say it won't work again? He said almost incredulously. No, I said harshly. Serafina doesn't belong in captivity. Fabiano shook his head. They will marry her off to Danilo. Even if you spoiled the goods, she's still Cavallaro's niece, and Danilo would be foolish to refuse a marriage because she isn't a virgin anymore. I wanted to kill someone, wanted to spill blood. She won't marry him. Remo, not another word, Fabiano, or I swear you won't get a chance to rip your father to shreds, because I will, and then maybe do the same to you. He sank back into the seat with a frown. Should I call Nino? We'll see him in 5 fucking minutes, I growled. Now shut the fuck up. We met at the sugar trap. Fabiano dragged his father down into the basement, while I sat down at the bar. Jerry put a bottle of brandy and a glass down in front of me without a word. Nino joined me after a couple of minutes. Mateo and Romero's plane arrived 30 minutes ago. They'll be here soon. Good. A sign of goodwill for Luca. He still isn't happy about the kidnapping. But now that we gave Serafina back and give his brother and Captain a chance to partake in the torture, he'll probably come back around. We don't need a conflict with the Familia. The outfit will start attacking viciously soon enough. Set up a cage fight for me. 2 opponents. Death match. Tomorrow. The day after at the latest. Nino grasped my shoulder. Reilly, we can't have you play with your life now. We need you strong. I stood and gave him a twisted smile. If you want me strong, give me someone to kill. I want blood. I want to maim and kill, and I'm not risking my life. I will fucking obliterate every fucking person who enters the fucking cage as my opponent. It won't make you miss her any less. I lunged at him in a blinding rage. For the first time in my fucking life, I attacked my brother. Nino blocked my fist and took a step back, and I jerked to a halt, stopping myself after realizing what I was doing. My chest heaved as I stared into my brother's cautious gray eyes. Jerry had run off, and a moment later, Fabiano stormed inside but froze when he saw me and Nino facing each other, standing almost chest to chest. Fuck, I rasped, taking a step back. I held out my arm, tattoo on display, my palm up. A silent apology, the only one I was capable of. Fabiano turned back around, leaving us alone. Nino linked our arms, my hand on his tattoo, on his scars, and his palm on mine. You walk through fire for me, Reilly, he said quietly, imploringly. But you should know, I'd do the same for you. I wouldn't have asked you to send her back if I'd known. And I'd walk straight into outfit territory for you and get her back if that's what you want. That's not what I want. She won't return to you of her own free will. Then so be it. Now find someone I can kill and set up the fucking death match. Nino squeezed my arm, then released me. I think for the first time in my life, I envy you your lack of emotions. Chapter 20. Reilly. If they don't arrive soon, I'll start without them. I don't give a fuck if it offends Luca fucking Vitiello or not. Fabiano growled as he stood over his father, who lay on his side on the ground, mouth taped, arms and legs bound together. He stared up at his son with terror-widened eyes. They'll be here any second, I muttered. I could tell Fabiano was barely listening. He was too focused on his father. He'd waited a long time for this moment. Fuck, I got it. I'd do anything for a chance to torture my father to death. I still remembered the fucking day I found out my traitorous half-brother had killed the asshole. Something I'd dreamed of since I understood our father wasn't the invincible god he made himself out to be. That he could, in fact, be killed. Since I was a fucking kid, I dreamed of erasing our father from our lives. If there was a hell, I'd walk straight down into it to make a deal with the devil, so he'd give me the chance to kill the man just once, maybe twice. Not the scrawny boy you can torture for your own amusement anymore, am I? Fabiano murmured, as he crouched in front of the other man. I prided myself on my scary smile, but Fabiano's expression surpassed everything. He'd enjoyed today. The door creaked open, and Fabiano straightened. Nino came in, followed by Matteo and Romero. I had been surprised when Luca had told me he'd send them but could not come himself. I supposed he had less reason to tear into Scuderi than the others. He had been gifted Arya because Scuderi sold his daughters off like cattle, and anyone could admit Arya was a very nice gift. An image of another woman with blonde hair and blue eyes entered my mind, uninvited. I shoved it down. I'd set her free. Nothing better than bonding over sheer torture, Matteo said with a grin as he sauntered into the cell in the basement of the sugar trap. That asshole always looked as if he'd walked straight out of a photo shoot for a fashion magazine. One day, I'd fuck up his pretty face. Romero gave me and Fabiano a curt nod before his eyes too fell on Scuderi. I pushed off the wall and extended my hand to Matteo, who took it after a moment. I still can't stand your fucking face, Reilly, he said with a smirk. But for this, I might hesitate a millisecond before cutting your throat out once we're back to being enemies. That millisecond will be the moment I cut your head off, Matteo. I said with a twisted smile of my own. He released my hand. May the craziest fucker win. My smile widened, and I caught Nino's gaze across the room. We both knew who that would be, because when it came to crazy fuckery, I was the undisputed master. I turned to Romero, who didn't display the careless attitude of Vitiello. He obviously was wary about being in a basement in Vegas. I didn't have the slightest intention to attack either of them today. War with the Familia would have to wait until the outfit was crushed and its territory split between us. He briefly shook my hand. Your methods are dishonorable, he said tersely. You disapprove of them, and yet here you are, benefiting from them. Romero pulled his hand away, his brown eyes returning to Scuderi and his expression filling with hate. I went over to Scuderi and smiled down at him. His eyes flickered with terror. I must say you've gathered many enemies over time, and we've all come together to tear you apart. I reached down and ripped the tape from his face, then straightened and returned to my spot at the wall. Maybe his agonized screams would drown out the voice of regret in my head. Serafina walking away in that fucking white dress, and that last look she gave me. Fuck it all. Fabiano circled his father. Father, I've been waiting for this chance for a very long time, and I have every intention of making it last for as long as possible. Lucky for me, Nino is a master at prolonging torture. With a little luck, we can keep you alive for 2 or 3 days. That way, we can all get the fun we deserve. Scuderi tried to push himself into a sitting position but failed. His expression became pleading. If he thought that would warm Fabiano's heart, he didn't understand what Fabiano did on a daily basis as my enforcer. I'm your father, Fabi. You already lost your mother. Do you want to lose me as well? Fabiano lunged, smashing his fist into the man's face. Bones crunched. I watched from my spot against the wall. This wasn't my moment. Despite my need to maim and kill, I'd hold back. Matteo, Fabiano, and Romero had more reason to spill Scuderi's blood. Shut up, Fabiano snarled. Matteo had begun twisting a karambit knife in his fingers. An eager gleam in his eyes I knew all too well. I got small kids who need me, Scuderi tried in a hoarse voice. Fabiano lifted him by the collar and jerked him up against the wall, getting in his face. They'll be better off without you. My sisters and I would have, that's for sure. Nino put a chair down in the center of the room, and Matteo helped Fabiano drag Scuderi over to it. They tied him up despite his struggling. His beady eyes found me. Remo, you are capo. I could be of use to you. I know everything about the outfit and Dante. If you let me live, I'll tell you everything. Fabiano scoffed as he pulled his knife from the holster around his chest. I smiled cruelly at the disgusting bastard before me. You will reveal everything I want to know. I know you're in very capable hands that will coerce every truth out of you. Oh, we will, Matteo said, with his fucking shark grin. He stepped up to Fabiano and they exchanged a look. Then Matteo leaned over Scuderi and brought the knife down on his chest. Gianna sends her regards. I told her I'd let you suffer, and I will. Matteo left a long cut across Scuderi's chest, making the bastard scream like a fucking coward. Romero moved up to Scuderi after that. He wasn't holding a knife in his hand. He smashed his fist into Scuderi's side twice, then into his stomach. Some men preferred to dish out pain with their fists, others with a cold blade. I enjoyed either, depending on my mood and what my opponent feared more. You gave Lily to a fucking old bastard so you could get a child bride for yourself. You're a disgrace of a father. He punched the man again. Fabiano took over. I hope you will spend your last hours considering that not a fucking soul on this planet will be sorry you're gone. If you find time for sane thoughts between the agony. He inflicted a long cut on the man's arm. The sight of the red rivulets trailing enticingly over bare skin made my body hum with excitement. Fuck. I wanted to spill blood, dish out agony. I wanted to fucking destroy someone. Nino leaned beside me. It wasn't time for him to help yet, and his attention was on me, not the scene in the center of the cell. Stop the assessment, I said in a low voice. Nino narrowed his eyes slightly but complied, and finally turned toward the torture. Matteo, Romero, and Fabiano took turns beating and cutting Scuderi until his screams and begging filled the cell. After a few hours, Fabiano, covered in blood and sweat, indicated for Nino to get involved. My brother rolled up his sleeves, and after another lingering glance at me, he moved toward the medical kit that would ensure Scuderi didn't die too soon. Romero leaned against the wall. Matteo and Fabiano had taken turns torturing Scuderi over the last hour, and I had a feeling they'd be the ones to deal with him in the remaining hours of his life. My own body hummed with the need to destroy, the need to give pain and feel pain, to fill the fucking void in my chest. My body screamed for sleep, but except for a few toilet breaks, I stayed in the cell while Fabiano dealt with his bastard of a father. It wouldn't be much longer. Fabiano's shoulders heaved as he stared down at his father. The man was breathing shallowly. Fabiano turned to me, blood splatters dotting his face. His naked chest was completely coated with it. Our eyes met. "Remo, will you?" His voice was hoarse. I pushed away from the wall and walked up to him, not sure what he was asking of me. Fabiano clutched the bloody knife in a death grip, the look in his eyes reminding me of the boy I'd found in Bratva territory many years ago. A boy desperate for death because his father had taken everything from him. Nino motioned for Matteo and Romero to leave, and with a last look at me, he closed the door. Fabiano swallowed before he held out his forearm with the Camorra tattoo. "You gave me a home, a purpose. You treated me like a brother." He glanced down at his father. "Like family. I know you wanted nothing more than to kill your father and had that taken from you. I know it's not the same, but will you help me kill my father?" I linked arms with Fabiano, clutching his forearm tightly. "We aren't blood, but we are brothers, Fabiano. I'll walk through fire for you." I stared down at the fucker who'd wanted his own son dead, then back up to Fabiano. "And there's nothing I'd rather do than kill him with you. It's an honor." Fabiano nodded, then got down on his knees beside his father. I did the same. Fabiano raised the knife above his father's chest, then looked at me. I closed my fingers over his, and together we jabbed the blade down, right into Scuderi's fucking heart. Fabiano's shoulders sagged, and he released a harsh breath, as if the man's death finally set him free. I wondered if anything would ever do the same for Nino and me.
Serafina. Outside of Las Vegas, we traded in the car for the private jet belonging to the outfit. I huddled in my seat, my cheek pressed to the window, watching the city grow smaller in the distance. Dad sat across from me, looking and not looking at me, caught somewhere between utter relief and hopeless despair. I knew what a pitiful sight I was. Bloody and torn dress, bite marks all over my throat. Dante was talking quietly on the phone, but he too slanted the occasional look at me. The only one who hadn't looked at me after I flinched from his touch was Danilo. He leaned forward, forearms braced on his knees, staring blankly at the floor. Guilt and a flicker of sadness washed over me. For him, for us, for what could have been and never would. I swallowed and looked away. I met Dad's gaze. He forced a small smile and reached for me as if to touch my legs over the tulle of my dress, but then he hesitated as if he was worried about my reaction. I snatched his hand and squeezed. His eyes were still glassy and haunted. "I'm a sinner, Dad. Don't cry for me." He lifted his other hand with the phone.
"Do you want to call Samuel? I sent him a message that we got you."
I nodded fiercely, my throat clogging. Dad's eyes darted to my throat once more, and the hint of something cruel and harsh flared in them, something he had never showed at home. He gave me his phone, and I hit speed dial with shaking fingers.
"Yes?"
For a second, hearing Samuel's voice immobilized me. "Sam," I croaked. There was silence.
"Fina?"
The word was a broken exclamation that splintered me apart. Tears trailed down my cheeks, and I could feel all eyes on me. I closed my own. "I'm sorry." Samuel sucked in a sharp breath.
Don't apologize. Not ever again, Fina."
I couldn't promise that. One day I'd have to deliver the apology that would make Sam hate me. A higher voice rang out in the background.
"It's okay, Mom. It's okay, Mom,"
Samuel soothed.
"I'll give her to you."
He addressed me again.
"I'll give you Mom now. I can't wait to hold you in my arms, Fina."
I sniffled. "Me too." "Fina," Mom said softly, trying but failing at sounding composed and not like she was sobbing. So many broken hearts, so much pain and despair. Remo Falcone was indeed the cruelest man I knew, and I had to be the coldest bitch on this planet, because even still my stupid heart thudded faster when I thought of him. "I'll be home soon," I whispered. Yes, Mom agreed. We hung up eventually because it got to be too much. The silence of suppressed crying and the distance we couldn't bridge. "Where are we going?" I hadn't asked before because I just assumed we'd go back to Minneapolis. But I was as good as Danilo's wife. Would they take me to Indianapolis? Or maybe to Chicago because Dante needed to question me about every little detail of my captivity? Dad leaned forward and cupped my cheek.
"Home, Fina. Home."
I nodded. My eyes found Danilo, who was watching me. Our gazes locked briefly, but then guilt forced me to look away. I'd have to face him eventually. I wasn't sure what to tell him. The rest of the plane ride passed in utter silence. I knew they all had so many questions to ask, but held back for my sake. And I was glad because I still wasn't sure what to say to any of them. With every second that passed, my skin crawled more and more, trapped in my wedding dress. It felt so utterly wrong, like being wrapped in lies and deceit. Mom and Samuel waited in front of our house when we pulled up with the car. I didn't see Sophia anywhere, probably to protect her from the sight, and I was glad. She didn't need to see me like this. I trembled when Dad helped me out of the car, his fingers tight around my forearm, as if he worried I might faint. Dante and Danilo stayed back as he walked toward the house. Samuel staggered toward me, my twin, my confidant, my partner in crime. He froze when his eyes registered my state, the marks on my throat, and his expression became one I'd seen the first time shortly after he'd become a made man 5 years ago. Cold, cruel, out for blood. He caught himself, bridged the remaining distance between us, and hugged me to his body, lifting me off the ground in a crushing embrace. I buried my face in the crook of his neck, shivering. "I thought I'd never see you again," he rasped. I wasn't the person he knew. She was gone. If he knew what I'd become, if they all knew, they'd hate me, and rightfully so. Can you unlose yourself? I clung to Samuel for a long time, just breathing in his comforting scent, relishing in the feel of him. Eventually he set me down, and my eyes fell on Mom, who stood behind Samuel, her hand covering her mouth, tears running down her face. Dad had wrapped his arm around her, steadying her. Their anguish cut me deeply. They thought Remo had raped me. I looked like I had been raped with my ripped and bloody dress. Mom rushed forward and embraced me so tightly I could barely breathe, and she sobbed into my hair, and my heart, it just broke hearing it. And not for the first time. I wished Remo had done what everyone thought, so I could cry rightfully with my mother and with all of them. I should have told her the truth, but the words didn't pass my lips. Soon, Dad and Samuel joined us, and I sighed, because right then I allowed myself a moment of contentment, being united with them. Samuel wrapped his arm around my shoulders as he led me inside our home. "Where's Sophia?" I asked.
"She's with Valentina and the kids in a safe house close by. They'll come over soon,"
Dante explained from behind me. I nodded. "I need to shower," I said, and regretted my words when I saw the look my family exchanged. I quickly moved away and headed upstairs into my room, starting to tear at my dress. But the thing clung to me. Angry, desperate tears gathered in my eyes. "Sam," I called, and in a blink he was there. Can you help me with the dress?" He nodded and pushed my hair to the side to reach the zipper. He froze, releasing a shuddering breath. I knew what he saw. The bite mark on the nape of my neck. He leaned forward, burying his face in my hair. I allowed him a moment to gather himself, even as my own heart broke and broke and broke.
"I will kill him."
A threat, a promise. Not my salvation as he hoped it could be. He pulled down the zipper. I stumbled into the bathroom, not looking at him, and closed the door. The warm water didn't wash away my shame and guilt. How could I remain among the people I had betrayed? How could I look into their faces knowing they had suffered more than I had? I closed my eyes. They were happy to have me back. I had to focus on that. But why? Why wasn't I happy? I stepped out of the shower, dried myself, then wrapped a towel around my body. I stepped back out to grab clothes. Samuel perched on the edge of my bed, his expression tight. His eyes flitted to my throat, then to my thighs. My gaze followed his, and I saw the hand-shaped bruises on my inner thighs, where Remo had held me in place when he'd buried his face in my lap. I felt the color drain from my face, grabbed some clothes, and returned to the bathroom. Shaking, I quickly dressed in a soft dress and tights. With a deep breath, I emerged and approached Samuel hesitantly. He was staring down at his hand on the bed, tightly curled into a fist. I sat beside him, curling my legs under my body. Samuel raised his eyes, and the look in them was like a wrecking ball of guilt. His gaze darted to my throat again, to Remo's marks, and utter despair filled his face.
"Oh, Fina,"
he said in a broken murmur.
"I won't ever forgive myself. I failed you. I should have protected you. These last 2 months I almost went crazy. I can't stop thinking that I had to sit back while you went through hell, that I'm the reason you suffered worse."
He swallowed.
"When Remo sent us those sheets,"
his voice broke. I threw myself at Samuel, wrapping my arms around his neck and burying my nose against his neck. Please don't blame yourself. You did nothing wrong." "I did. I wronged you all." His arms came around me and he shuddered.
"You were supposed to be protected, to be safe from the horrors of our life. I never wanted you to find out how cruel the mafia could be. No one will ever touch you again, Fina. I won't leave your side. And one day Dad and I will get our hands on Remo, and then we'll show him that we can be as cruel and merciless as the Camorra. He will be begging for mercy."
"It's over," I whispered. "It's over, Sam. Let's not talk about it ever again, please." I knew Remo better than he did, and nothing they could do would make Remo beg for mercy. He nodded against me, and we stayed like that for a while.
"When I heard your screams in the basement, I thought I'd go insane,"
he said darkly. I pressed my face into the crook of his neck, not able to look at him when I delivered the truth. "Remo didn't torture me. He wanted you to believe he did. He wanted me to make you believe you hurt me so you'd suffer. I I only wanted to save you. Samuel cupped my head and pulled back, his eyes softer than before.
It was my job to save you, and I couldn't. Even if those screams weren't real, I can see what he did to you.
Samuel swallowed, his eyes lowering to the bite marks once more.
You were meant to be treated like a princess, cared for and cherished, not...
He shook his head and buried his face in his palms.
I can't get the image of those sheets out of my head. Can't forget Mom's sobs, or the way she fell to her knees in front of Dante and begged him to save you. Or how Danilo destroyed Dad's entire office. I can't forget Dad crying. He's never cried, Fina. Dad and I have done and seen so much, but we both fucking cried like fucking babies that day. I swear by my honor, by everything I love, that I won't rest until I've rammed my fucking knife into Remo Falcone.
I kissed the top of his head and held him because despite being the one who had been kidnapped, Remo hadn't broken me, and I realized it had never been his intention. He'd done worse. Sam, I said, gathering my courage because I needed to save him, needed to save them all with the truth, even if it ruined me. I didn't suffer like you all think. Remo didn't rape me. He didn't torture me. Samuel pulled back, and I braced myself for the inevitable, for the disgust and hatred, resigned myself to it, but his eyes held pity and sadness. He stroked my throat, then touched the faded cut on my forearm. Something dark swirled in the depth of his blue eyes when they locked on mine.
You were innocent. You'd never been alone with a man, and then you were at the mercy of a monster like Remo Falcone. You had nothing to protect yourself. You did what you had to survive. The brain is a powerful tool. It can survive the cruelest horrors by creating alternative realities.
I shook my head. He didn't understand. Sam? I tried again. I wasn't raped. Sam swallowed and kissed my forehead as if I was a small kid.
You'll realize it eventually, Fina. Once you've healed, once the brainwashing ceases, you'll see the truth. I'll be there for you when that happens. I won't ever leave your side again.
And I realized then that he'd never believe the truth because he couldn't. The sister he knew and loved wouldn't have slept with Remo. And if I wanted to return to him, to my family, I needed to become her again. I wasn't sure if she was still inside of me somewhere, or if Remo had ripped her from me, just like he did my innocence, and kept her for himself. Chapter 21. Serafina. After covering the bite marks with concealer, I left my room with Samuel at my side. Mom was in the dining room, setting plates up for dinner. Usually the maids did it, but I got the impression she needed to keep busy. She'd lost weight. She had always been tall and thin, but now she was willowy. Samuel's words flashed through my mind, and she'd fallen to her knees and begged Dante to save me. My mother was a proud woman. I don't think she'd ever begged for anything in her life, nor knelt. But kneeling for the ones we loved, that was something she and I would always do. I walked over to her. She smiled, but her eyes held questions and fears. Can I help you? Her eyes flitted down to my throat. No, Fina. Just rest. I didn't feel like resting. Where are the others? Your father and uncle are talking to Danilo in the office. Sophia will be here soon. She'll be so happy to see you again. I smiled, but my thoughts strayed to Danilo, my fiancé. My gaze fell to the engagement ring around my finger, and I shivered, remembering the look in Remo's eyes when he'd slipped it on me. I need to talk to Danilo, I said quietly. Mom put the plates down, searching my face. She didn't ask why. Maybe she knew and could see it on my face. Do that, sweetheart. I nodded and turned to head for Dad's office. Samuel followed at my heel.
You're not going to marry him, are you?
I stopped in the hallway and peered up at my twin. There was no judgment in his voice, but there was relief. I can't. He touched my shoulder.
I'm here for you.
Won't you have to go to Chicago to work with Dante? He shook his head, mouth thinning.
We decided against sending me away. Dad needs me here. We need to protect our territory.
Me. They needed to protect me and Sophia. I want to talk to Danilo alone, Sam. He frowned, protectiveness flashing in his eyes. Sam, I said firmly, I can handle it. I'd handled Ramo for months. Nothing could scare me any more. Maybe the same thought crossed Samuel's mind, because he nodded with a grimace.
I'll wait in the hallway,
he said, leaning against the wall beside the wooden door. I knocked twice, then walked in, not waiting for a reply. My breath caught in my throat at the mess. Someone had thrown 2 bookcases over, ripped books and broken glasses. Dad's beloved collection of whiskey tumblers scattered the floor. The leather sofa was slashed, filling poking out everywhere. Danilo had done this, and nobody bothered to clean up afterward. My eyes found my fiancé. He was controlled, so much like Dante that he probably couldn't stand being compared to him anymore. I couldn't imagine him doing this. His brown eyes latched onto mine, full of regret and anger.
Dove?
Dad asked. I cleared my throat, realizing he and Dante were staring at me as well. I'm sorry for disturbing you, I said, but I need to have a word with Danilo. Dad hesitated, his eyes flitting between my fiancé and me. Dante put a hand on his shoulder, and eventually they both left. Danilo faced the window, his hands pressed into the wall on both sides. The door closed with a soft click, and silence reigned in the room. Danilo's shoulders heaved. He was tall and muscular, but not quite like Ramo. I began, but then didn't know how to go on, how to explain that I was lost to him. Danilo turned around slowly, a haunted expression on his face. He smiled, but it was strained, tired, and behind it lurked something dark and broken.
Serafina,
he murmured. He took a step closer, but stopped when I tensed.
I still want to marry you, if you want me.
I regarded Danilo's handsome face. He knew to hide his violence better than Ramo. He was elegantly handsome, not brutally attractive like Ramo. Ramo. Always Ramo.
I own you.
I'm not the girl you were promised anymore, I whispered. I'm lost. He shook his head and came closer, but still not close enough to touch.
He will pay. In these last 2 months, I've spent every waking moment thinking about you, going crazy with worry and rage. Your family and I, we wanted to get you back. We failed.
It's okay, I said softly.
And I don't care that you aren't.
His face twisted with guilt and fury.
I still want to marry you, and you don't have to be scared, Serafina. I won't touch you until you've healed, until you want me to, I swear.
I moved toward Danilo. We could have been happy. He would have been kind to me, as good a husband as a made man could be. I didn't kid myself into thinking he wasn't a monster, but he was a restrained one. I touched my palms to his chest and looked into his eyes. Something in them had changed from our last encounter 2 months ago. They were harsher, darker. My captivity had left its mark on him, too. I can't. I'm sorry, I whispered. You deserve someone else. Please find someone who deserves you. He regarded me, his jaw flexing.
From the moment I saw you the first time, I only wanted you.
I lowered my eyes because from the moment Ramo had laid eyes upon me, I had been his. I'm sorry, I repeated. He nodded slowly. I dropped my hands from his chest and stepped back.
Falcone got what he wanted, didn't
he said hoarsely.
But your family and I will bring him down. We will destroy him.
I shivered. I slid my engagement ring off my finger and handed it to Danilo. Don't waste your time on revenge, Danilo. Move on. Find someone else. Be happy. He shook his head, obviously fighting for control.
Revenge is all I want, and I won't stop until I get it. Remo will curse the day he took you from me.
Remo already did, but not for the reason Danilo wanted him to. He left without another word. Swallowing hard, I leaned against the windowsill. That was it. I was no longer engaged. I was nothing. I was ruined. In our circles, I was ruined. If I'd married Danilo, things might have been different. But now... There was a soft knock, and Mom entered, looking worried. I gave her a small smile, wanting to banish the harsh line between her brows. Danilo told me you don't want to marry him. As if it was as easy as that. Wanting had little to do with it. I couldn't because deep down I knew I needed to loosen Remo's hold on my stupid heart before I could ever consider moving on. I knew the rules of our world. Even now they still bound me, bound my family. We had promised the Mancinis Dante's niece, and now they wouldn't get what they wanted, what they expected as the ruling family of Indianapolis. Maybe Danilo had accepted my decision, but his father was still alive, sick and bedridden, but alive. He pulled the strings in the background. The Mancinis wouldn't settle for just anyone as my replacement. I can't, I said quietly. I can't ever marry, Mom. Don't make me. Mom rushed toward me and embraced me. We won't. Not me, not your father, not Dante. We all failed you horribly. You don't ever have to marry, sweetheart. You can live with your father and me for as long as you wish. Thank you, Mom, I said, and even as I said it, I knew it wasn't what I wanted. She pulled back, frowning. Your uncle would like a word with you. I told him it's still too soon, but he insists it's necessary. Still, if you aren't ready, I will stand up to him. Dread filled me, but I shook my head. It's fine. I'll talk to him. She gave a terse nod. I'll get him. He needs to return to Chicago tomorrow morning. He's been gone for too long these last 2 months. She kissed my cheek before she left. Dante stepped in a moment later. Tall and controlled as always. He closed the door, then paused, his cool blue eyes flickering to my throat, where Remo's marks had been, no longer visible, covered by layers of concealer, just like my traitorous feelings for him were covered up by stacks of lies. I flushed and touched my skin in shame.
Don't,
he said firmly. I frowned. He moved toward me slowly, cautiously, as if he thought I might bolt. I lowered my hand from my throat when he came to stop in front of me.
Don't be ashamed for something forced upon you,
Dante said quietly, but his voice was off. It had a note to it I had never heard before. I searched my uncle's eyes, but it was difficult to read him. He exuded control and power, but there was a flicker of regret and sadness in his gaze.
I don't want to open up painful wounds, Serafina, but as the boss of the outfit, I need to know everything you know about the Camorra so I can bring them down and kill Remo Falcone.
I swallowed, looking away. This war would become so much bloodier and crueler soon. As if that would undo my kidnapping. As if Remo's death could change anything. But my family and Danilo needed to make amends for their guilt. Nothing I could say would change that. I don't think I know anything that will help you.
Every small detail helps. Habits, the dynamic between the brothers, Remo's weaknesses, the layout of the mansion.
Remo's weaknesses. His brothers. Remo's biggest weakness may be his only one. Remo doesn't trust anyone but his brothers and Fabiano. He would die for them, I whispered. For some reason I felt almost guilty for revealing that to my uncle, as if I owed Remo loyalty, as if I owed him anything at all. He had kidnapped me and then let me go. I wasn't sure what made me hate him more. Apart from the family, only Fabiano and Leona are allowed inside the mansion, and occasionally cleaners. Remo keeps a knife and gun close at all times. He's a light sleeper. I froze, falling silent. My skin burned at what I'd just revealed. But Dante only regarded me calmly. No judgment or anger. I still had to lower my gaze from his because his understanding made me feel even worse. He didn't know I'd come freely into Remo's bed, enjoyed not only the sex, but also the tenderness afterwards. It was a side of Remo no one knew, and that he had showed it to me meant more to me than it should. Could I reclaim what was lost? I began shaking, overwhelmed with the situation, with my feelings.
Serafina,
Dante said firmly, touching my shoulder. I raised my eyes to his and shook even worse, overcome with the need to spill everything, but not brave enough. I pressed myself against my uncle, and he touched the back of my head in comfort. What am I going to do? How will I belong again? Everyone will look at me with disgust. Dante's body coiled tighter.
If anyone does, you'll let me know, and I'll deal with them.
I nodded.
And you never stopped belonging. You are part of the outfit, part of this family. Nothing changed.
Everything did. Worst of all, I had. When we finally emerged, Samuel took his place as my shadow again. We were on our way into the dining room when the front door opened. One of our bodyguards stepped in, and then Sophia shot inside. Her wide eyes landed on me, and she stormed off in my direction. She collided with me, and I would have fallen backward if Samuel hadn't steadied me. "You're back!" Sophia hugged my middle tightly, and I rested my chin on top of her head, smiling. When I pulled back, her eyes were alight with happiness, despite the tears in them. "I missed you so much." "I missed you too, Ladybug." I wondered how much she knew, how much my parents and Samuel had divulged or had been unable to hide from her. Valentina entered with her 2 kids, Anna and Leonis. Anna was around Sophia's age, and they loved each other dearly. They were not just cousins, but best friends despite the distance between them. Leonis was almost 8, and the spitting image of Dante, except for the eyes. Anna and Leonis gave their mother a questioning look, and she nodded before they came toward me as well. I hugged them, though it proved difficult because Sophia continued to cling to my arm. Anna and Sophia sometimes were mistaken for sisters because their hair color was similar. Valentina was the last to greet me. Her embrace was gentle, as if I was breakable, but I gave her a firm smile. "We can have dinner," Mom said with a brave smile of her own. With the kids around, she wouldn't burst into tears again, nor would anyone else. Conversation flowed easily at the dining table. Too easily. I could tell everyone was trying to create normalcy for my sake and their own. Danilo wasn't there. I assumed he wanted to be alone after I'd broken off our engagement, and he wasn't part of the family, and now he'd never be. It was strange being surrounded by my family again. I sat between my siblings, both of them eager to be close to me, but my thoughts kept straying to Las Vegas, to Remo. "How was Las Vegas?" Leonis blurted when we were done with dessert, a decadent chocolate cake, my favorite.
"Leonis,"
Dante said sharply. My cousin flushed, realizing his mistake. I took a sip from my water, then shrugged. "Not worth visiting, if you ask me." Leonis giggled, and my family relaxed again. Samuel squeezed my hand under the table. Maybe I could find my way back to them. It felt strange being back in my own bed. I had trouble falling asleep. Too much had happened. This morning I'd woken in Las Vegas with Remo, and now I was here. The door opened and Samuel slipped in. I made room for him in the bed. "Awake?" he asked quietly. "Yeah." I didn't elaborate. He lay down on the covers on his back. "What about you?" Samuel was quiet for a couple of heartbeats.
"I was in a late-night meeting with Dante and Dad."
"Oh," I said. "About your plans to get revenge on the Camorra?" Samuel swallowed audibly.
"No, not that. It was about Danilo. His father isn't happy about the state of things."
Worry overcame me. What if they married me off to him despite everything? What if his family insisted on being given Dante's niece? "Sam," I whispered, and he reached for me in the dark, his hand covering mine.
Dad promised Sophia to him.
I froze. "She's a child." Samuel sighed.
"They will marry the day after her 18th birthday.
"That's still 6.5 years away." I could feel Samuel nod.
"They think Danilo is still young and busy taking control over Indianapolis and taking care of his father. He can wait."
He paused.
"And it's not like he can't keep himself busy with other women until then."
I closed my eyes. "What will Sophia say? It's my fault. I should just marry him."
"No,"
Samuel growled.
"We won't let you. That's a point we all agree on, Fina. You won't be given in marriage to anyone. You've gone through enough. You'll stay here until you feel better."
"And then?"
"I don't know,"
he admitted. I couldn't live on my own. As a woman, that wasn't an option. They'd have to marry me off, or I'd have to stay with Mom and Dad forever.
"You come live with me eventually."
I laughed. "Yeah, right. I'm sure your future wife will be ecstatic to have me under the same roof."
"She'll do as I say,"
he murmured. I fell silent. "Once you marry, it's your duty to protect her, to be good to her, Sam. I won't be your responsibility anymore."
"I'm not going to marry anytime soon. Not with the way things are developing with the Camorra."
"When will Sophia find out?"
"Dad will talk to her tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Danilo insists on it. He also insists we up the number of guards."
"He doesn't want history to repeat itself, I suppose," I said softly. Samuel stiffened. I pinched him lightly. "Stop it."
"Why did you do that?"
"Because you were feeling guilty again, and I want you to stop. I want things to go back to how they were before."
"I want that too,"
Samuel said. We both knew it wouldn't be that easy. Samuel was already gone when I woke the next morning. He'd always been a late riser, but that too seemed to have changed. I slipped out of bed and dressed before I left my room. Instead of heading downstairs, I moved down the hallway to Sophia's room and knocked. My stomach tightened painfully. "Come in," she called. Frowning at her chipper tone, I slipped in. Sophia lay on her stomach, her ankles crossed. She was drawing. When she spotted me, she flushed. I walked toward her and perched on the edge of the bed. Her arms covered her drawing, and I tilted my head. "I wanted to talk to you about Danilo." "I assume Dad already talked to you?" She gave a tentative nod, biting her lip. "Are you mad at me?" "Mad?" I echoed, confused. "Because Danilo wants to marry me now, and not you." The tightness left my chest. That was what they told Sophia. Good. I regarded her closely. "No, I'm not. I want you to be happy. Are you okay?" She bit her lip again and gave a small nod. With an embarrassed smile, she pulled her hand away from her drawing. It was her name and Danilo's over and over again. Surprise washed over me. "You like him?" Her cheeks blasted with heat. "I'm sorry. I liked him even when you were promised to him. He's cute and chivalrous." I kissed the top of her head. Was I this innocent once? This hopeful and clueless? I pulled back and gave her a stern look. "He's a grown man, Sophia. It'll be many years before you'll marry him. He won't come anywhere near you until then." She nodded. "I know. Dad told me." She sounded disappointed. So beautifully innocent. I stroked her hair. "So we're okay?" she asked. "Better than okay," I said, then stood and left my little sister to her daydreaming. I missed the days when I thought a knight in shining armor riding a white stallion would steal my first kiss. Instead, a monster had claimed me, body and soul. My stomach led me downstairs, but I paused when I spotted Danilo in the foyer. I assumed he'd gone over the details of his engagement to my sister with my parents and Dante. For some reason, I was furious. Sophia might be happy, but she didn't know the extent of her promise. Of course she would have been promised to someone eventually, but not as a consolation prize because the Mancinis wanted Dante's niece. I walked straight toward him. His face flickered with regret and self-hatred as he looked at me. Sophia is a girl. How could you agree to that bond, Danilo? His expression flashed with anger.
She is a child, too young for me. She's my sister's age, for God's sake. But you know what's expected. And we won't marry until she's of age. I never touched you, and I won't touch her.
You should have chosen someone else, not Sophia. Tension shot through his body.
I didn't choose her. I chose you. But you were taken from me. And now I have no choice but to marry your sister, even though it's you I want.
A sharp intake of breath made us both look up at Sophia, who was standing on the highest stair, watching us with wide, hurt eyes. Her chin wobbled, and she whirled around, storming off.
Damn it,
Danilo muttered. He made a move as if to follow, but I grabbed his arm. What are you doing?
I should talk to her.
I don't think that's a good idea. Danilo pulled back, his expression back to being controlled, calm, poised.
I should apologize.
I'm not sure she'll talk to you, but we can try, I said quietly. I led him upstairs, trying to ignore the way his eyes lingered on my throat. I hadn't covered the marks this morning. I pointed at Sophia's door, and Danilo knocked firmly. Go away!
Sophia, Danilo said calmly, can I talk to you?
It was silent behind the door for a long time. Danilo's brows drew together. She's probably trying to clean up her face so you don't see her tears. He gave a small nod and again glanced at my throat. I sighed and looked away.
I will protect her. I won't fail her like I failed you,
Danilo muttered. My eyes shot up, but the door opened in that moment. Sophia stood in the doorway, looking shy and embarrassed. Her eyes moved from Danilo to me, and I gave her a smile. She flushed when she raised her eyes to Danilo.
Can I talk to you for a moment?
He asked. Sophia looked at me for permission. Sure, I said. I knew custom forbade girls from being alone with men, but Sophia was 11, and Danilo had always been a perfect gentleman with me. Sophia walked back into her room and perched on her plush pink sofa. Danilo followed her inside, leaving the door open. His eyes took in her pink, girly room, and I could see how uncomfortable he was. He sank down on the sofa with as much distance between them as the piece of furniture allowed. He looked out of place in the room, like a giant beside her. The contrast couldn't have been bigger. Sophia in her pink dress with her boisterous nature, and Danilo in his black pants and black dress shirt with his cool demeanor. He had already seemed so much older to me. But in comparison to Sophia, not that she seemed to mind. She was peering up at him with so much childish adoration that even my crushed heart sang with joy. I hoped she could hold on to it for a long time. I took a few steps back and gave them a moment of privacy. 2 minutes later, Danilo stepped back out. He ran a hand through his dark hair. His eyes met mine, and again I saw the flash of longing and fury. And he gave a terse nod.
I think I managed to convince her I said those things to make it easier for you.
Good, I said. Danilo shook his head, his brows drawing together.
Nothing is good about this situation, Serafina. And I'm surprised that from all of us, you are the one who seems to be dealing with it the best.
I stiffened. I just want things to return to normal. That's all. He nodded tiredly.
They won't, but I understand. I need to go now.
He left without another word. I waited until his tall form had disappeared before I stepped into Sophia's room. Everything okay? She was still sitting on the sofa, staring down at her hands. I think so, she said thoughtfully. You will be the most beautiful bride. I just know it. Her eyes lit up. You think? I know it. My chest ached for what I'd lost, for what I could never have. especially not with the man who had my heart.
Chapter 22. Ramo. Roger's arena was packed for my fight as I strode in. Nino followed close behind as we walked toward the booth where Adamo, Savio, Chiara, Leona, and Fabiana were waiting. I was already in my fight shorts, and my body thrummed with barely contained bloodlust. Roger helped behind the bar for once and gave me a nod in greeting, which I returned. The audience was throwing glances my way, eager, curious, terrified. My fights were always particularly popular, for those who could stomach them. Griffin looked fucking ecstatic as he noted the bets down. "Who are the unlucky souls you'll fight?" Savio asked curiously. "Ask Nino." I didn't care who they were. I'd rip them to shreds either way. "Two ex-cons, both on the run. Both in desperate need of money and new identities. Out of options," Nino said matter-of-factly. "One of them kicked his pregnant wife half to death, and she lost the baby. Already served a sentence because of manslaughter. The other spent half of his life in jail for child molestation." "Sounds like they deserve their death sentence," Fabiano said with a grin. His arm wrapped around Leona, and she smiled up at him in adoration. The sight spiked my fury, and I focused on the cage. "They will wish for the death penalty when I'm done with them." The ref called out my name, and I walked through the parting crowd toward the cage and the two dead men waiting for me inside. The crowd roared and clapped, ecstatic. I swung myself into the cage and assessed my opponents. One of them was taller and broader than me. Maybe I could imagine it was Luca. It would add a nice thrill. The other was short but bull-like, and his stance suggested he was a boxer. Both looked like they knew how to pack a punch. Good. The moment the fight began, they attacked together. I gripped the short one and rammed my knee into his side, but was grabbed from behind by the giant. Short guy scrambled toward me and landed a punch in my stomach. I jerked my head forward and smashed it against his. He staggered, and I kicked out against his chest, catapulting myself and the fucker who held me from behind. We crashed into the cage, and I jumped out of big guy's hold. Whirling around, I pushed off the ground and flying kicked his fucking face, breaking nose, chin, and cheekbone. Blood splattered everywhere, and he fell backward holding his face. That would keep him busy for a while. I turned toward short guy and smiled. The audience roared. They knew that smile. The look in my opponent's eyes was familiar. Panic and horrified realization. I stalked toward him and he raised his fists. I feigned an attack, causing him to stumble back. I chuckled. This was going to be fun. I lunged at him, kicking and punching hard without mercy. The cries of the crowd and the fucking whimpers of my opponent spurred me on, but the fucking hollowness in my chest remained. I kicked him over and over again until everything was red. When he didn't even twitch anymore, I let up. The other guy had his back turned to me and was shaking the cage door, wanting out. "No one's going to open that door. If you want out of this cage, you'll have to kill me." Big guy turned, face swollen and bloody. He tried his best. Soon I had him in a chokehold, and then I smashed his face against the cage. Once, twice, and then over and over again. I couldn't fucking stop. I needed to crush something. "Ramo! Smash! Ramo! Smash!" A hand gripped my shoulder and ripped me backward. I released the bloody pulp and stared at Nino. His face was splattered with small red dots. Blood. I glanced down at myself, then at the floor. It was silent in the arena, and everyone was staring at me in open horror. "I won," I muttered. Nino shook his head. "Come." I followed him out of the cage and toward the changing room. The crowd parted even wider. The stench of vomit hung heavy in the air. Griffin was pressing a fucking tissue over his mouth. Inside the changing room, I stripped off my drenched fight shorts, leaving a red trail on the ground as I stepped inside the shower. The hot water remained red for a long while, and Nino watched me the entire time from his spot on the bench, his elbows propped up on his thighs. "Like what you see?" He didn't say anything, and it was starting to piss me off. Grabbing a towel, I stepped out of the shower and dried myself off. "Say what you've got to say." Nino regarded me with a small frown. "Is this because of Serafina? Do I have to worry?" My lips pulled wide. "I don't have a heart that can be broken, Nino. Stop the fucking hovering. She won't come back to you, Ramo. She'll try to find her way back into the outfit where she thinks she belongs. If you wait for her to come to you freely, you'll be met with disappointment." I bent low, meeting his eyes. "I don't care if she comes back or not. They're whores to fuck, outfit bastards to kill, and the fucking bratva to piss off." I got dressed in the pants Nino handed me. Then we left. Part of the crowd had already left. The others were whispering quietly. Nino led me toward the booth, but only Savio was there, and he regarded me like I had risen straight from hell. "Where is everyone?" "Well," Savio muttered, "Chiara and Adamo are probably busy throwing up, and Fabiano and Leona went outside with them to keep watch." Nino's frown deepened at the mentioning of Chiara. He headed outside and found them all in the parking lot beside our cars. Adamo sat on the hood of Nino's car, smoking. Chiara was bent over behind the trunk, heaving, and Fabiano had his arm wrapped around Leona's shoulder, who looked a little faint. Nino went over to his wife and rubbed her back. Fabiano shook his head. "What the hell, Ramo?" I rolled my eyes. "You've seen me do worse. We tortured together." And after what he'd done to his father, he really had no business being shocked by me losing control. Savio snorted. "We've all seen you torture, but you never lost control like that. Take a look at the video footage, and if your expression doesn't scare even you shitless, then I don't know what to say." He went over to Adamo and took the cigarette from him, taking a deep pull. "You don't smoke?" Adamo grumbled. "I need to get rid of the vomit taste in my mouth." "Don't tell me you threw up as well," I said. Savio cocked his eyebrow. "No, but when people around me started ejecting their food, I could practically taste it in my mouth." I felt Fabiano's eyes on me and met his gaze, daring him to say something. He didn't. Adamo couldn't meet my eyes, and I didn't have the necessary patience tonight to deal with him. Maybe tomorrow. Nino finally managed to calm Chiara, who leaned into him, pale and sweaty. She locked eyes with me. It wasn't disgust or fear I saw in her gaze, but compassion and understanding, and it sent a new wave of rage through me. "Keys," I ordered, holding out my hands to Nino. He shook his head. "You're not driving anywhere right now." "Give me the fucking keys," I growled. "No, I can drive you," Adamo quipped. I slanted a look at him. Of course he'd come with his new car, and of course he was sitting on its hood. Nino nodded, as if I needed his fucking permission to get into Adamo's car. "Then let's go, kiddo," I muttered. Adamo hopped off Nino's car, threw away his stub, and got into his Mustang. The moment I sank down into the passenger seat and closed the door, Adamo shot out of the parking lot. "Where do you want to go?" I rubbed my temple. "I want to kill and maim, but now that I have you to keep an eye on, that won't fucking happen." "I think I meant to babysit you tonight. Nino's worried," Adamo said. I shook my head. "Fucking nuisances, all of you. You scared the shit out of me tonight." "I hope that wasn't the first time, or I'm doing something wrong." "I've been scared of you before, when you sent Fabiano after me because of the cocaine. But today, I was kind of scared for you." "Trust me, Adamo. You have absolutely no reason to be scared for me." Adamo frowned. "Is it because of her?" My brother seemed intent to test the limit of my patience. "Shut up and drive." "Where?" "Home. Just take us home."
Serafina. Mom and I sat in the garden on a swing, enjoying a warm fall day. I'd been back for only 2 days, and it was the first time Mom and I were really alone. Our feet gently kicked the ground to keep the swing in motion. Mom held my hand, peering up at the sky. I knew she had questions but couldn't ask them, and I wasn't sure if I could give her answers. "Why did you give Sophia to Danilo?" I asked eventually to say something. "It's not what we wanted, not what Danilo wanted, but we need to bind our families. It's what's expected," Mom said. "And he's a decent man." "You said the same words to me on my wedding day." Mom paled but managed a small nod. "I wanted to take away your fears." "I know." Her blue eyes held mine, filling with anguish. She touched my cheek. "I wanted only the best for you. I wanted happiness. I wanted a man who would carry you on his hands, who showed you kindness like your father did to me." She looked away briefly, gathering herself. "I can't imagine the horrors you lived, Fina, but I wish I could have suffered them in your stead." "Mom," I whispered, "it's not like you all think. I didn't suffer the way you believe. Remo didn't force me. Your father didn't allow me to see the video where he cut you, but I saw the sheets. I see the marks on your throat. Don't make light of your suffering to make me feel better, love. Don't." She cradled my face, her eyes fierce, determined. She, too, would never understand the extent of my betrayal. My family needed me to be the victim in this. I wanted to belong, wanted to be part of the outfit again. But every passing day, it became more obvious that part of me had stayed in Vegas with Remo. People were talking. They did it behind closed doors mostly, but I caught the pitying glances of the bodyguards and maids. All my life, people had regarded me with admiration and respect, and now I was someone to pity. They didn't know I wasn't the victim, not in the sense they all thought. And I had been shielded from attention so far. I hadn't left the house, hadn't attended any social gatherings, but eventually I'd have to make an appearance or the speculations would rise even higher. I needed to show them that I wasn't hiding, that I had no reason to hide. More than 3 months since Remo had kidnapped me. More than 4 weeks since he'd set me free, body, not soul. Sometimes I managed to forget him for a few minutes, only to be reminded with a crushing force. But it was getting better. Maybe Sam was right. Maybe Remo's brainwashing was ceasing. Maybe I could be free one day. Today my family would return to the public, would show strength, would show that we weren't broken, that I wasn't. It was Dad's 50th birthday, and the party had been planned for almost a year. A splendid feast with family and friends, with underbosses and captains. My parents had considered calling the party off, but I had convinced them to celebrate. Life had to go on. Dante, Valentina, and the kids were staying with us as well, and I was excited to see them again. I busied myself helping Mom prepare for the party these last few weeks, needing to distract myself, trying to ignore the nagging fear at the back of my head that grew louder every day. I stared up at the ceiling in my room. It was already late, and I needed to choose a dress, get ready, and help Mom, but I couldn't move. For the last 2 hours I lay motionless, except for my shallow breathing. I'd got my period the last week of August. It was the end of October now. My fingers traced my belly, terrified, immobilized. Slowly I got out of bed and perched on its edge for a long time, letting a horrible realization fill my bones. 2 months since my last period. Closing my eyes, I swallowed. I'd never taken the pill during my time with Remo, and he had never used protection, wanting to claim me without the barrier between us. I stared up at the ceiling, praying that it wasn't true. It would be the end of all my hopes, of everything. I swallowed again. A knock sounded.
"Fina, are you awake?"
Samuel. It was already late, and what he was really asking was if I was okay. I wasn't. I should be getting ready, should play my part, be strong for appearance's sake. "Come in," I said. He opened the door and stepped in, already dressed in dark pants and a royal blue dress shirt. His eyes took in my rumpled state. He moved toward me and crouched down in front of me. "What's wrong?" I considered keeping my suspicion to myself, but it was a truth I wouldn't be able to hide from them. If it really was true. I met his gaze. "I think I'm pregnant." Samuel froze, eyes widening in shock. "You mean—" He swallowed, staring at my flat stomach. His expression twisted with anger, sadness, and worse, disgust. Disgust because this was Remo's baby. He leaned his forehead against my thigh and released a shuddering breath. "I will kill him. I swear it. One day I'm going to kill Remo Falcone in the cruelest way possible." I touched his head. Can you get Mom? I need a pregnancy test. I need to know for sure." Samuel straightened and stood. With a last glance at me, he left. I couldn't move. If I was pregnant with Remo's child... I couldn't even finish the thought. I didn't want to. Not yet. Not before I had certainty. A few minutes later, Mom stepped in, her face pale. We looked at each other before she walked toward me and touched my cheek. "Whatever happens, we'll get through this, Vina. We will get through this." "I know," I said. "Can you get a test for me?" "I will ask Valentina. Maybe she's got a spare test. She and Dante are trying for another child." Mom dropped her hand and left the room. I stood, taking a deep breath. Maybe there was another explanation, but deep down I knew the truth. Mom returned with the test. I took it from her with shaking hands. "Can you leave me alone? I'll come downstairs once I'm ready." Mom hesitated, but then she kissed my cheek. I watched the closed door for a while before I forced myself to get up from the bed and move to the bathroom. My heart beat in my throat when I unpackaged the test. 15 minutes later, I stared down at the test in my hands, at the truth that shattered the last shred of hope I'd held. Hope that I could ever find my way back into the outfit. Hope that I could forget Remo. As if there was a way I could have ever forgotten him. I stared at the 2 lines on the test. Pregnant, with Remo Falcone's child. A man of unparalleled cruelty and mercilessness. The man who'd robbed me of my innocence, of my future, of my heart, body and soul.
"I own you."
Oh, Remo, if you knew what you gave away. I set the test down and touched my stomach. It seemed unreal, impossible. Pregnant. My heart was a war-torn land. 2 conflicting emotions battling for dominance, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Unbridled happiness that a small human was growing inside of me. A small part of Remo that would always remain with me. And raw fear of the future, of our future. Our world was cruel to women who got pregnant out of wedlock. It was even crueler to children born out of wedlock. Damned to be called bastards. A child of Remo Falcone couldn't hope for a kinder name. I'd protect my child, but I wouldn't always be there to fend off the attacks. It would be strong enough to defend itself, no doubt, but the idea that my baby would have to grow strong out of necessity, because the world forced it into a corner, made me furious. I tried to calm my raging emotions. I was getting ahead of myself. I came from a good family. Maybe things would be different for my child, no matter who their father was. Taking a deep breath, I headed downstairs. My family was gathered in the dining room, and when I entered, they all fell silent. Mom, Dad, Valentina, Dante, Samuel, Dante's kids, Anna, Leonis, my sister Sophia. The room was already decorated for the event, and in the garden a white tent had been set up, which held the dance floor. The caterer would arrive in about 2 hours, the guests in 3. A day of celebration. Mom motioned at Sophia, Anna, and Leonis. Out. Go to your rooms for now. They did. No protests. In passing, Sophia gave me a small smile. I looked at Samuel. He got up slowly, hesitantly, and our eyes met. His expression fell, turning desperate. I'm pregnant. Mom covered her mouth with her hand, and Dad closed his eyes. Valentina regarded me with sympathy, and Dante gave a terse nod. No celebrations, no happiness. Samuel slowly sank back down onto his chair. From hundreds of miles away and not knowing it, Remo had landed another hit.
It's still early. We can call the doc and he will get rid of it,
Dad said, face pale and worried when he finally met my gaze. My stomach tightened, and something angry and protective reared its head in my chest. My child. Mom nodded slowly. You don't have to keep it. Samuel only looked at me. He knew me. Until recently better than anyone else, but Remo had seen parts of me nobody knew. My darkest parts.
You want to keep it,
he said quietly, uncomprehending. I touched my stomach. I will keep this child. I will take care of it and love it and protect it. It's mine. And the moment the words left my mouth, I knew it with certainty. This child would be born, and whoever tried to take it from me would see how strong I was. Silence greeted me. Then Dante nodded once.
It's your decision.
It is, I said firmly. Mom got up. It was obvious that she was fighting with herself. I walked up to her because she couldn't move and touched her shoulders. We will get through this, right? This baby is innocent. It's my baby. Mom smiled shakily. You are right, sweetheart. Dad got up and touched my cheek.
We will stand by your side.
I could see how much these words cost him. I wasn't sure if my family would get past the fact that my child was Remo's child. Would they love it because it was mine, or hate it because it was his? Chapter 23. Serafina. I sat in front of my vanity and brushed my hair, stroke after stroke, trying to find calm. I could hear the first guests downstairs, could hear laughter and music. I needed to go down. Taking a deep breath, I stood. I'd chosen a floor-length, form-fitting dark blue dress, matching the color of Samuel's shirt. I touched my stomach, still flat, but I knew in a few months I wouldn't wear dresses like this anymore. Remo's baby. I closed my eyes. I was happy and sad, terrified and hopeful. What would Remo say if he knew? Would he care at all? I had been a means to an end, a queen in his chess game, and he'd won. He had let me go as if I was nothing. I'd heard the rumors of his cage fights. He was back to fighting, back to living his life. I wondered if he'd already moved on to one of the many horrors at his disposal. Probably. I had been stupid. Sam was right. Remo had twisted my mind so he could control me, and I had let him. A familiar knock sounded, and Samuel stepped in. We hadn't talked since I'd revealed my pregnancy to my family. It had become obvious that they needed time to let it sink in. Time to put on their public masks so our guests wouldn't find out the truth. Not yet. He stopped near the door, watching me like I was breaking apart right before his eyes. I turned around myself, showing him my dress. We match. I wanted to see his smile. Anything but the soul-crushing darkness.
You are beautiful,
he said, but he didn't smile. I walked toward him, and as I did, his eyes were drawn to my stomach.
Fina, get rid of it.
I froze. Sam stepped up to me and gripped my arms.
Please get rid of it. I can't bear the idea that something belonging to him is growing inside of you.
Sam, I whispered, this is a baby. It's innocent. Whatever Remo did, this baby won't suffer for it. Samuel ripped away from me.
But you will. What do you think people will say if you give birth to his spawn?
And the thing will remind you of the asshole every fucking day. How will you ever forget if you see the result of Remo's fucking sins every day? I turned away and moved toward the window, clutching the windowsill in an iron grip, trying to hold on to my composure. If I wanted to show up at Dad's party, I couldn't lose it now. Samuel came up behind me and touched my shoulders.
I shouldn't have said that.
It's okay, I said. I put my hand over Samuel's. I need you at my side, Sam. The baby and I, we both need you. Please. Samuel put his chin down on my head and sighed.
I'll always be there for you.
We stood like that for a while until I turned and gave Samuel a firm smile. Let's go down there and show people that we are strong together. Samuel held out his hand and I took it. We moved downstairs together, and Samuel's grip on me tightened when the attention shifted to me. People were trying to be discreet about it, but failing miserably. Every underboss was there, even Danilo. He stood off to the side, next to the bar, nursing an amber-colored drink. Our eyes met briefly, but then I looked away. Samuel remained glued to my side. My shadow, my protector, but even his harsh gaze couldn't stop the pitying looks or the whispers, and people didn't even know about my pregnancy yet. I could imagine how much worse the gossip would become then. I'd been known as the Ice Princess, meant to become the Ice Queen at Danilo's side. Now I was the woman who Remo had defiled. The men could hardly look at me. Somehow I had become all of their failures. Samuel's hand on my lower back twitched, and one look at his face told me he was close to losing control. Dance with me, I pleaded. Samuel nodded with a small, tight smile and wrapped me in his embrace, then stiffened when my still flat stomach pressed up to him. His eyes darted down, and anguish flashed across his expression before he could mask it. As if he could already see my pregnancy when it was still safely hidden. I tightened my hold on him briefly, and finally he met my gaze. We began to dance. All eyes were on us. Samuel held my gaze because he was on the verge of losing control. One look at the others and he'd snap. I smiled up at him and he relaxed. I too felt the glances, could practically hear the whispers. A few women my age who'd always resented me for my status looked almost triumphant, happy to witness my fall from grace. I lifted my chin higher, angry, and then worried, because how would all these people treat my child? After 3 dances, Dad took over, and Samuel moved over to the side to watch.
You are beautiful, Dove,
he said quietly. His expression was controlled, calm, his public face. Mom, too, looked poised and elegant as she stood beside Sophia, Anna, and Valentina. Thanks, Dad, I said, then added, I'm sorry I don't have a present for you. I hadn't left the house since my return, and to be honest, I'd completely forgotten to get a present. My mind had been occupied with too many other things.
I got my present already,
he said, and for a moment I thought he meant my child, but then I realized he meant my freedom. He didn't mention my pregnancy. Dante danced with me next. I met his eyes, wondering what he thought of my pregnancy, wondering what kind of future lay ahead for my child if it was a boy. Would he be allowed in the outfit? Or would his father's identity close every door before it could ever be opened? I didn't dare ask my uncle, not in public, not on my father's birthday party. After the dance, I headed back to Samuel, who was talking to one of his oldest friends. He gave me a nod, but he too had trouble meeting my eyes. Samuel noticed and his jaw flexed. He excused himself, touched my back, and led me away. Samuel and I walked into the entrance hall. I had a feeling Samuel needed to be away from the festivities for a couple of minutes. A few younger made men I didn't know had gathered there, and when we passed them, their words managed to reach us.
I don't understand why they don't keep her hidden. It's a fucking disgrace to have her walk around as if Falcone hasn't defiled her.
My shock had barely registered when Samuel attacked. He broke the first guy's nose with a sickening crunch, then shoved the second to the ground, pressing his knife against the man's throat. Sam, I said firmly, clutching his shoulder. He leaned down, bringing his face close to the other man's.
I should cut your throat for insulting my sister. Apologize.
The man glanced at his friends. One was nursing his broken nose, the other obviously unsure if he should interfere, considering our dad was their father's boss.
Apologize,
Samuel snarled.
I'm sorry,
the guy blurted. I tightened my hold on Sam's shoulder. He jerked back, took my hand, and dragged me outside. Not into the garden, but into the driveway where we were alone. He released me, turning his back to me. He sucked in a deep breath. I pressed my palms up to his shoulder blades, then rested my forehead against his back. Don't let their words get to you. I don't care about them, and neither should you.
How can you not care about them? You are a mafia princess. I should cut their tongues out for daring to whisper his name in one sentence with yours.
His name, Remo Falcone, the father of my unborn child. And worse, the man who filled my nights not with nightmares, but with longing. The next morning, Dad, Samuel, and Dante wanted to talk to me. When I walked into Dad's office, I knew from their expressions that it wouldn't be an easy conversation, and definitely not one I'd like. Dad sat behind his desk, Sam perched on its edge, and Dante stood with his hands in his slacks beside the window. I made a beeline for the sofa and sank down. My brain felt sluggish from lack of sleep. I'd spent all night trying to come to terms with the fact that I was carrying a baby. Remo's baby. What do you want to talk about? 3 sets of eyes darted to my belly, and my hand automatically, protectively, pressed to the spot.
If you keep this child,
Dante began. I will keep the child. Dad looked away, and then at the picture frame on his desk. A photo of our family taken shortly before I'd been kidnapped.
You will have to keep it hidden,
Dad said. I blinked at them. What?
Once you start showing, we'll have to keep you out of the public eye, Serafina,
Dante said, his voice resolute.
I doubt Remo Falcone has the slightest interest in his offspring, but he might use it against us. The outfit needs to be strong. This child might cause tension within the outfit, and we can't have that at the current time. Or we could arrange a quick marriage with someone who agrees to a fake marriage and pretend it's his child,
Dad suggested gently. I stared between them. Samuel looked at the floor, his brows snapped together. I'm not going to marry anyone, and I'm not going to lie about the baby's father. People wouldn't believe it anyway. Now I was the woman pregnant with Remo's bastard child. Soon my protruding belly would carry the guilt and shame of the outfit. Eventually people will realize I have a child. Once it grows older, it'll be difficult to keep it hidden. And what if he's a boy? Won't he be part of the outfit? They exchanged a look.
You haven't even given birth yet. It's still early,
Dante said tersely. I searched their faces, and as I did, it was difficult to hold on to my indignation and anger. My kidnapping had left its marks. They were still shaken up. Maybe over time things would get better. I'd give them the time they needed to accept the situation. I owed it to them. I owed them more than I owed Remo. This baby and I belonged in the outfit. This was my family, my home. Still, part of me wondered if I was lying to myself, if it wasn't better to return to Las Vegas. But Remo had sent me away. I'd served my purpose. How much did I really know about him? And how could I be sure if everything he'd done hadn't been part of a show, his masterful manipulation? It had worked, hadn't it? And how could I even be sure what I was feeling was real? Could feelings like that be born in captivity? My pregnancy became the pink elephant in the room, an ever-growing presence that everyone tried to ignore, and I did my best to make it easy for them. I wore loose-fitting clothes, glad for the cold winter days that allowed for thick sweaters and even thicker coats. I think my family often managed to forget I was even pregnant. Only when I was alone in my room did I allow myself to admire my bump. It wasn't big yet. I had even managed to take part in Dante and Val's Christmas party because in my 17th week, if my calculations were accurate, an A-line dress still hid everything it should. If people suspected something, they kept it to themselves. It was a possible shame the outfit didn't want to voice aloud. It was early January when Samuel and Mom accompanied me to my first doctor's appointment. So far, I hadn't asked for one, but Mom had surprised me a few days ago by asking if we should check on the baby. It was her silent apology, her attempt to accept what was so very difficult for all of them to accept. The doctor had been working with the outfit for years. She treated most of the pregnant outfit women and would keep the secret I carried. Fear filled me as I stretched out on the examination couch. I wasn't even sure what exactly scared me. It wasn't as if I didn't know I was pregnant. It was unmistakable at this point. The doctor was on one side of me with the ultrasound, while Samuel and Mom stood on the other. I swallowed when I pushed up my sweater, revealing the bump for the first time in front of others. Samuel's face became still, and Mom swallowed before she managed an encouraging smile and squeezed my hand. "This will be cold for a moment," the doctor warned me. I nodded distractedly, my eyes fixed on the ultrasound. The doctor started frowning, moving the ultrasound around on my belly. The thud-thud of a heartbeat filled the room, and my own heart sped up, swelling with love and wonder. But the thud-thud was off, as if it was off-beat, 2 out-of-sync rhythms. Mom's eyes widened, but I wasn't sure why, and fear filled me. I stared at her, then the doctor, then Samuel, but he looked as confused as I felt. "Oh, God," Mom whispered. What's going on?" Mom's eyes filled with tears. "Twins." The doctor nodded, and my eyes jerked toward Samuel. "Like us," I said in wonder. He managed a small smile, but his eyes held worry. The knowledge that I carried twins changed things for Mom. It was as if she could finally see the babies as mine, not as something alien. Samuel seemed to be coming around as well. He painted the nursery and set up the furniture for me. And Sophia, she was ecstatic about the prospect of being an aunt. But Dad had a harder time. He didn't mention the pregnancy and never looked anywhere below my chin. I understood him. Couldn't possibly be angry because his eyes reflected his conflict. I often managed to feel like I belonged once more. Managed to pretend I wasn't forced to hide in our home so no one found out I was pregnant. What I didn't manage was to stop thinking about the man who was the reason for everything. Every night I lay awake in bed. Every time I stroked my bump, I saw him before my eyes. And every time I was torn between anger and longing. Sometimes I wondered if I should find a way to let him know. But then I thought of my family, of their slow healing process, of what my kidnapping had done to them, and I couldn't do it. What did you owe the man who kidnapped you, who tried to destroy the people you cared about, the man who took your heart only to push you away? Nothing. I owed Remo Falcone nothing. These were my children, and they'd grow up as part of my family, as part of the outfit. I'd hide the truth from them as long as I could. They would not find out who their father was until they had to. If I wanted them to have a chance in the outfit, they couldn't be Falcones. They couldn't be associated with Remo at all. In mid-May, I gave birth to the most beautiful creations I could imagine, and knew with absolute certainty that everything I'd wished for them would never become reality. Chapter 24. Serafina. I loved my family with all my heart, and they loved me. But the moment I held my children in my arms, I knew I could not stay with them forever. Knew it with soul-crushing certainty. Nevio and Greta were Remo. Dark eyes, thick black hair. For everyone in the outfit, they'd always be Falcones. Always the result of something horrid, born out of something shameful, something dark. But for me, they were the most beautiful creation I could imagine. They were utter perfection, twins like Samuel and me. They would lift each other up, make each other stronger like Samuel and I had done when we were younger, and still did. It would be us against the world. It couldn't be any other way. Samuel stayed with me in the hospital after the birth, while Mom went home for a few hours of sleep after 20 hours at my side during labor. Samuel's eyes were kind and loving as they looked down at me, but these tender emotions vanished as soon as he turned toward my children sleeping in their cradle. He wasn't doing it on purpose, but my children reminded him of something he and everyone else were desperate to forget. And how could he not be reminded when my twins looked like falcones? My heart ached fiercely when I looked at them, throbbing with the longing I'd tried to bury with the memories of Remo. But Remo wasn't a man that could be forgotten. Not easily, not quickly, not ever. 2 days after giving birth, Mom and Samuel carried my twins into the house because I still had trouble lifting anything heavier than a glass of water. The family had come together for the occasion, but I knew it wasn't to celebrate. Dad and Dante probably needed to discuss how to keep my children a secret. The underbosses knew. They had to for the sake of the outfit. Danilo did, but I hadn't talked to him since the day Sophia had been promised to him. Samuel held my arm while his other carried the baby carrier. Walking the stairs was more than a little uncomfortable, and I was glad when I finally arrived inside our house. Valentina came toward me and hugged me gently. She and Dante were still trying for child number 3, but so far it wasn't working. She peered down at my babies with a soft smile. "They are beautiful, Serafina." "They are," I agreed. Sam and Dad exchanged a look, and it felt like a stab in the heart because when they looked at my children, they saw the black hair and dark eyes and nothing more. They saw falcones. They saw shame and guilt. Would they ever allow my babies to be more than the greatest failure in the history of the outfit? Sophia rushed down the staircase, followed by Anna. Leonis showed less enthusiasm than the girls as he sauntered down the steps, rolling his eyes. Sophia stopped beside me and Samuel, looking down at Greta sleeping soundly in the carrier. I'd noticed that Samuel had insisted on carrying Greta, not Nevio, but I tried not to put too much meaning into it. Sophia hadn't been allowed in the hospital because we didn't want to draw too much attention to us, and her eyes were wide in surprise. "Wow," she breathed. "I've never seen hair that black." She'd never seen Remo. Anna nodded as she lightly brushed a finger over Nevio's head. His eyes peeled open, and as always when they did, my breath lodged in my throat. Dark eyes. Remo's eyes. Even at 2 days old, my boy was his father. Dad averted his eyes, brows pulling tight, and looked at Dante with an expression that tore me cleanly in half. Valentina squeezed my shoulder and leaned in. "It takes time, Serafina. Give them time. One day they will see your babies as what they are. Only yours." I nodded, but deep down I knew Greta and Nevio would never only be mine, because they were also Remo's, and nothing could change that, and I didn't want it to. The next day I was cradling Greta in my arm while Nevio rested on the sofa beside me, deep asleep when Dante came in. He strode toward us, his eyes flickering over my children. His expression didn't give anything away, and I wondered if it was because he didn't resent my twins like everyone else, or if he was too good at hiding his true feelings. He sank down in the armchair across from me, opening his jacket so it didn't wrinkle. He gave me a tense smile. "How are you?" I stroked Greta's cheek before I looked up again. "Good." He nodded. "I know things aren't easy for you, Serafina. It was never meant to be like this. I've wanted to talk to you for a while." He trailed off, his expression tightening. "But I'm not in the habit of justifying my actions, nor apologizing." I frowned. "You are capo." "I am, but that doesn't make me infallible." He paused. "I think you should know that when Remo kidnapped you, your father would have handed over his territory to save you. I didn't allow it. And Samuel attacked the mansion without my permission, because I wouldn't have allowed it. I'm not a man who answers to another's demands. I refuse to be blackmailed. I have to think of the outfit. I know, and I understand, Uncle. Then I paused. But in the end, you gave Scuderi to Remo. Something dark and furious flashed in Dante's eyes.
I did. Because I'm not only capo. I'm a father. I'm your uncle. This is my family, and I owe it protection. I owed you protection, and I failed.
He lowered his gaze to my children.
You'll have to live with the consequences of my decisions.
I shook my head. Those decisions gave me my children, and that's not something I could ever regret. Dante got up and touched my shoulder. Then he traced his index finger over Greta's head before he turned. Like Samuel and Dad, he had a harder time looking at Navio than at my daughter. I peered down at my son and took his little hand in mine. And not for the first time, I wondered what Remo would see when he saw them. A high-pitched wail sounded. Samuel and I jerked up at the same time from where we'd fallen asleep on the sofa in the nursery. We didn't bother going into our beds most of the time because Navio and Greta woke every 2 hours. He and Mom took turns helping me, and during the day Sophia changed diapers and helped feed them as well. I couldn't remember the last time I'd slept more than 2 hours in the last 6 months. Samuel rubbed his face. I knew he didn't sleep much on the nights he wasn't helping either. The outfit was planning something. He had only hinted to it, but it could only be an attack on the Camorra. It scared me, terrified me, because I wasn't only scared for Samuel and Dad, but also for the man I couldn't forget. I stood, and so did Samuel. He reached for Greta like usual, and I took Navio. This was our routine, one I didn't question anymore. I was glad for Samuel's support, even if he couldn't bear being near my son. 30 minutes later, Samuel and I sat shoulder to shoulder, Greta sound asleep in his arm, and Navio wide awake in mine. He snatched at my hair and yanked. I loosened his hold, wincing, and pushed the strand out of reach. Navio let out a happy yowl, eyes zooming in on Samuel. I followed his gaze. My brother sighed and put his head back.
Don't give me that look, Fina.
What look?
Like I'm breaking your heart.
Why do you have such a hard time looking at Navio, but have no trouble holding Greta?
Because with her I can overlook the similarities. But with Navio...
Samuel shook his head, lowering his gaze to my boy, who was happily chewing on his own fingers.
With him all I can see is Remo fucking Falcone.
Shh! I shushed him. I stroked Navio's head, but he was oblivious to what was being said. One day he would understand, though. One day he would realize what the looks he got meant.
You'll never be free of him because of them, Fina. Maybe without those kids, people would have eventually forgotten what happened and moved on. But they are living, breathing reminders. Once people find out they are Falcone's kids, and trust me, everyone will know they are his, things will get really ugly.
I rocked Navio and his eyes began drooping. If anyone tries to hurt my children by making them feel less than, they'll have to go through me. Samuel smiled sadly.
I'll be at your side. I'll always protect you.
Me, not my kids.
Never them.
Falcone. Falcone. One look. Falcone. The same cruel eyes. Pitch black. Falcone's through and through. Shame, sin, dishonor. Bastards. Why did she ruin herself by having his children? Why didn't she get rid of them? Falcones. So far, the words were only whispered in the outfit, but soon they would be screamed, because every day my children looked more like Remo, like Falcones. In a week, my twins would be 7 months old, and I hadn't even left the house with them yet. The only fresh air they got was when I was in the garden with them. The midwife and doctors had made home visits. Despite these precautions, word about them was spreading among our circles. Maybe the maids let something slip. Maybe it was one of the bodyguards, or maybe one of the underbosses trusted his gossipy wife too much. I'd attended 2 events with Samuel, and the whispers had followed me everywhere. The pity and curiosity. The incomprehension and even anger that I had chosen these children and not disposed of them. As if that would erase the kidnapping. When we arrived home after one of these social gatherings, the birthday party of Dad's second-in-command, I lost it right in the middle of the lobby. "I can't stand it," I said harshly. "Can't stand how everyone whispers their names as if they are something sinful. I don't want them to grow up ashamed of who they are." Mom, who'd stayed with the kids because she didn't feel well enough to attend an event, appeared on the landing, looking concerned at my outburst. Dad sighed, his expression reflecting pain. "Everyone knows what happened. Everyone knows what they are, and that won't ever change." "What they are?" I stared at my father. Samuel touched my shoulder, but I shook him off. "They are mine. They are your blood, too. They are part of the outfit. When will you accept that? Will it take Navio taking the oath for you to come to terms with it?" Dad and Samuel exchanged a look, and I took a step back. "He'll become part of the outfit, right? He'll become underboss of a city one day. It's his birthright." "His birthright is to become capo of the Camorra." Dad gave me a sad smile. "Dove," he murmured. "No," I whispered. "Don't tell me you won't let Navio amount to anything because of who his father is." Samuel gave me a look as if I was being unreasonable. "Fina, he looks like a fucking falcone. They are all fucking insane. Remo's twisted blood runs through his veins, and just look at him. He's already got an impossible temper at only 7 months. Our soldiers will never accept him, not after what his father did. We've still barely recovered from the attack. Every wedding is heavily guarded, every woman protected by twice the number of guards. That shame lingers, and your children are a constant reminder of it," Dad said quietly. I turned around and left them standing there, rushing past Mom without a word. I stormed into the nursery and closed the door, breathing harshly. Navio and Greta were asleep in the crib they shared, both sprawled out on their backs. Greta's hand rested on Navio's chest. They always ended up touching when they slept. My children weren't something shameful. I wouldn't allow anyone to make them feel that way, not even the family I loved.
Ramo. Chiara was in full-blown Christmas mode. She decorated every area of the house she was allowed into. I knew she would have loved to wield her magic in my wing as well, but she wasn't that daring yet. Good for her, because I was in a fucking foul mood, had been for days, and today was the worst of all. The scent of freshly baked cookies wafted through the house as I read the email from Rick, the organizer of our races. Everything had been set up for the biggest race we'd ever held. Nina wasn't happy I decided to end it in Kansas City after the last incident, but I wanted to make a fucking point. The outfit had been surprisingly careful in their attacks. An ambush here and there, a few dismembered soldiers, but nothing major. Until 3 days ago when they killed my fucking underboss in Kansas City. A warning not to get so close to their territory. Maybe the beginning of more. Ending the race anywhere else would have sent the wrong message. Chiara came in carrying a plate with what looked like small half-moons dusted in sugar. She held it out to me. "Kipferl? I'm not in the mood for something sweet. I was in the mood to blast something to smithereens, for blood and death, and more than that, Dante's fucking demise." She frowned. "They're delicious." Her eyes moved to the screen. "Kansas?" I nodded, then grabbed one of the cookies and took a bite. Sweet and soft. I put half of it back down on the plate. Chiara took it and ate the rest. I didn't like the way she regarded me as if she knew. "I've been thinking about your offer." I had no clue what she was talking about. "About training with you." "I made that offer more than a year ago," I said. She bit her lip. "I wasn't ready then." I knew another reason why I hadn't been part of her defense training in the last few months. Nino was wary of my emotional state, but he was out visiting a few of our drug labs. He was interested in the chemical processes, but I only in the end result. The only times I'd visited our labs were when they needed reminding to work more efficiently. And you think today's a good time to fight me? I asked in a low voice. Not fight. Train, she corrected. I pushed off the sofa, towering over her. She didn't flinch. Now? She put the plate down and indicated the boxing ring. I shook my head. In real life, you won't be in a boxing ring when you're being attacked. It'll be in a dark alley, when you're on your way home. Your attacker will have been following and watching you for a while. He'll be behind you. We both knew that it would never come to that. Kiara was never alone anymore, and the stupid bastard daring to look at her the wrong way would lose his eyes. Run. She blinked. What? I leaned down, invading her personal space, trying to get her pulse up. Run. Understanding filled her eyes. She took a step back, and then she turned and began running. I took another cookie and bit half of it off before putting it back down on the plate. Then I chased her. Running after Kiara brought back memories I didn't fucking need today or ever. Anger surged through me. I took the steps 2 at a time and caught up with her in the connecting hallway to their wing. I gripped her hand and jerked her back. Kiara gasped but acted immediately, whirling on me before I could press her to the ground. She knew she couldn't allow me to press her onto her stomach. Once my weight rested on her back, she wouldn't have a chance to defend herself anymore. She was good, but I was angry, and not in the mood to take it easy on her. The second I straddled her hips with her arms pressed above her head, the flickers of panic filled her eyes. Snap out of it, I ordered. I saw the struggle in her eyes, the memories threatening to burst forth even after all this time. Snap the fuck out of it, I snarled. I wouldn't release her if she didn't. Indignation flashed in her eyes, and she bucked her hips, but I was too heavy. She was small and lithe, and managed to jerk her leg up in a way that her knees smashed right into my balls. Every fiber in my body, every muscle, every fucking blood cell acted on instinct, wanting to lash out. I shoved off her and sank back against the wall, chest heaving, trying to calm the rage in my veins. Sorry, Kiara said, sitting up and watching me worriedly. I smiled darkly. No need. You did what Nino taught you. But you didn't pull back because I hurt you, only to stop yourself from hurting me in response. I raised my eyebrows. She was perceptive. I wasn't sure if I liked it. It doesn't matter. The average man isn't as familiar with pain as I am. A kick to the balls would distract them. She nodded, then she surprised me by sitting beside me against the wall. Today's Serafina's birthday, right? Kiara, I said in warning. She tilted her head. She didn't marry, did she? I don't have spies on the outfit, so I wouldn't know. It would have been in the news. I had stopped searching for news on Serafina a few days after I'd released her. She was a thing of the past. I thought she was falling for you. I stood, glaring down at her. You women always need to turn everything into a fairy tale, even a kidnapping. Serafina was my captive. The only falling she did was her fall from grace. She pushed off the ground as well. You can pretend all you want, but I saw the way you looked at her. I backed her into the wall. You didn't see anything, because there wasn't anything. I fucked Serafina and enjoyed every moment of it. I wanted to possess her, wanted to rip her innocence from her, and I did. That's it. If that were all, you would have bathed in your triumph afterward. But you hardly even mentioned her since you let her go, as if you can't bear saying her name. Kiara, I growled, don't push me too far. Not right now. She pushed against my shoulder, and I stepped back. Without another word, she left, but her eyes had said more than enough. When I came back down into the game room to kick the punching bag, Savio and Adamo were on the sofa, playing some fucking shooting game, as if we didn't have enough bloodshed in real life. The plate with the cookies was empty. Are there more cookies in the kitchen? Savio asked without looking up. How would I know? Ask Kiara. Savio slanted a curious glance my way. What crawled up your ass? I sank down across from them. Right this moment? You. In general? Kansas. That race is going to be spectacular, Adamo said. Don't sound so fucking excited. You don't really believe Ramo will allow you to race again after last time, do you? Savio muttered, throwing his feet up on the table. That wasn't my fault, Adamo snapped. Sure, when you crash a car, it's never your fault. I won't crash this time. I'm much better. I'll win. Savio didn't look convinced. It's the longest race, 8 hours minimum. That gives you plenty of time to fuck up. I won't fuck up. And the long distance is the best part. It's a cool layout, Adamo said. You won't drive, I said finally. The race ends in Kansas City. I don't want you that close to outfit territory. Nobody has to know that I'm there. I'm in a car. I can use another name. No, and that's final. Adamo frowned and sank deeper into the sofa. You promised me I could race more often, if I didn't skip school and did my Camorra duties. And that promise stands, Adamo, but not this race. But Luke will be there again with a new car. He rammed me last time. I want to kick his ass and make him crash his car. I leaned forward. You won't go anywhere near that race, Adamo. Fine, he mumbled. But next race I'm allowed? I nodded. I'd thought Adamo's fascination with races would wane with time, but it hadn't. He still lived for the occasional race, and I had started rewarding him with them for tasks well done. He was still a reluctant made man, but he'd improved. Not just his fighting skills, but also his guilt over what we did. Sometimes I wondered if I should just let him become the organizer for our races, and have him race cars instead of trying to force him into another role. But we needed him. Open war with the outfit required every made man we had.
Chapter 25. Serafina. Dad was antsy. He kept checking his phone, which rested beside his plate. He usually didn't have his phone on display when we had dinner. It was our family time. Mom brought a spoon with pureed sweet potato in an arch to Greta's waiting mouth. She smacked her lips happily around the food. I, on the other hand, tried to stop Navio from throwing his food around. He didn't like being fed and preferred to shove food into his mouth by himself, but he was still too small for that and made too much of a mess. I held his small hands so he couldn't grab the spoon and brought it to his mouth. It took 3 attempts before he accepted the food. They are cute, but watching them eat is a bit disgusting, Sophia said, her nose wrinkled. And since they started eating normal food as well, their diapers stink. Dad frowned, obviously unhappy about the topic. He could eat dinner while someone was tortured right in front of him, but a stinky diaper bothered him. Men. Navio let out an indignant howl when I tried for another spoonful of puree. He jerked in his seat. Dad's eyes held disapproval. 7 months, and he still couldn't bear Navio's sight. At least he'd held Greta a few times, but I didn't think he could ever look past their DNA. The front door banged open, and Samuel rushed into the dining room, looking ecstatic and a bit unhinged. Dad rose slowly, and Samuel smiled. I shivered because there was something dark and awfully eager in my twin's expression. "We got him," he said. "We got the bastard." "Where is he?" Dad asked, knowing exactly whom Samuel was referring to. I set down the spoon. Mom and I exchanged a look. "Danilo and I took him to our safety house as discussed." "Danilo?" A horrid suspicion overcame me. Mom began cleaning Greta. Dad's eyes moved to me, and finally Samuel turned to me as well. I approached them. "Who did you catch?" Samuel touched my shoulders lightly, his eyes bright, but in their depths something was lurking that scared me. "We got our hands on Adamo Falcone.
He was taking part in a street race close to our borders and we caught him. My insides turned to stone.
Why did you catch him? I had a feeling I knew exactly why. To torture the little pisser and send Remo a video of it, like he sent us a video of you. And maybe we will send him each part of his brother that will cut off, wrapped in a white ribbon. Sam, Adamo is only 15. He is a boy. It's not right. Samuel's face hardened.
He is a member of the Camorra, the fucking tattoo and all. And Remo Falcone didn't give a fuck about right and wrong when he kidnapped an innocent woman on her wedding day and tortured and raped her.
The color drained from my face. It wasn't like that, I whispered. I glanced over my shoulder at my children, but Mom was already picking up Greta. I took Navio out of the seat and handed him to her as well. She left quickly. I turned back to Samuel, shaking because he'd said a name I hadn't heard in a while. I still felt incredibly guilty because my family didn't understand that Remo hadn't forced me, didn't understand that he had only taken what I had given. Dad stepped up beside Samuel. He still had a hard time meeting my gaze when this topic was addressed. Too ashamed for not having been able to protect me.
Your brother is right. The Falcones get what they deserve. We will destroy their crazy family like they destroyed ours.
I swallowed. That's what he thought? That our family was destroyed? I saw it every time he looked at my children, and his expression flashed with guilt and disgust. Remo won't stand back and let you torture his brother. He won't care about the danger. He will walk into our city and tear everything down that's in his way. Samuel dropped his hand, face twisting with self-hatred.
Like we should have marched into Vegas and saved you.
Dad ran a hand through his hair.
You know we couldn't. Remo would have killed Fina the second we got close. We were lucky he didn't do it when you were there on your own. We couldn't risk it after that.
Remo would have never killed me, but they didn't know that. Couldn't possibly understand, and how could I ever explain to them when I didn't understand it myself?
Instead, we sat back and waited for him to make demands while he was busy forcing himself on her and getting her pregnant.
I'm here. Stop talking about me like I'm not here.
Sorry, Dev,
Dad said with a sigh. My heart fluttered. He seldom called me Dove anymore, not because he loved me less, but because he felt responsible for my broken wings. I'm not blaming either of you, I said firmly, looking first at my father, then at Samuel. But I know Remo, and he will do anything to save his brother. Anything.
We will see. We're going to do a live recording for the fucker today. He can watch his brother getting tortured live on the dark net.
Samuel grinned. I took a step back. You're joking.
No,
Samuel said.
I only came to pick up Dad. Danilo is already preparing everything, and Dante is supposed to arrive any moment as well.
You planned this?
Not Adamo, no,
Samuel said.
We wanted to attack the race. It was pure luck that the little bastard enjoys racing cars.
Dad nodded.
We should leave now. Let's go.
I gripped Samuel's arm. Let me go with you. He exchanged a look with Dad, who said,
No, Dove. That's nothing you should see.
Why not? I've been a captive of the Camorra for months. Do you really think torture or blood still bother me? Do you think anything can bring me to my knees anymore? I'm not the innocent girl of the past. I have a right to be there. I was the one they kidnapped. You owe it to me to let me go with you. They both stared at me like I'd punched them, and I felt a flicker of guilt. But playing the guilt card was my only chance to convince them, and I needed to see Adamo. Dad closed his eyes briefly, then gave a small nod.
Come on.
He went ahead. Samuel wrapped his arm around my shoulder and squeezed.
We will make them pay for what they did to you. Remo will regret the day he laid a finger on you.
I averted my eyes and followed Samuel out of our house, a place that felt less like home every day. Every day that Navio looked more like his father. The house they took me to was a shabby 3-story building close to the tracks, located in the industrial part of Minneapolis. When we stepped inside, my eyes registered Danilo first. He had his arms crossed and was staring at a screen on a table against one wall. Beside him stood my Uncle Dante, as usual dressed in a suit, but his jacket was already slung over a chair that sat in front of the screen, and he had rolled up his sleeves. My stomach turned. I'd never seen him with rolled-up sleeves, and I knew why. I had never been around when he'd tortured someone. There was another man, one of Dad's soldiers, who was working at a laptop, probably establishing the darknet connection. They turned when we entered, and all eyes zeroed in on me. I wasn't supposed to be here. Dante frowned and came toward us. Danilo stayed where he was, but he too watched me. I wasn't his fiancée anymore. I was nothing to him. My sister was promised to him, and now she was as precious as I had been. And yet he would be part in the outfit's revenge, because Remo had insulted Danilo in the worst way possible. He had taken me from him. Dante stopped before us, his cool eyes resting on me.
Serafina, this is outfit business. You shouldn't be here.
It is my business, Uncle. The Falcones held me captive. I met his gaze head-on. After months in Remo's company, I didn't feel the urge to lower my gaze despite my uncle's own scary vibe, especially today. There was something predator-like about him, about them all. Eager to tear into their victim, to hear its screams and taste its blood. He inclined his head.
It will be brutal and bloody. You are free to watch on the screen.
He turned and walked back to Danilo, followed by Dad. Samuel squeezed my shoulder.
If it's too much, go sit there.
He pointed at his sofa behind the table with the screen.
You shouldn't leave the building. I don't want you outside without me or Dad.
I nodded. Samuel released me and joined the other men. Slowly I moved closer, and when I reached the table, I caught sight of the screen. My breath caught in my throat. It showed Adamo in an empty room, bound to a chair, his head hanging down.
Ready?
Dante asked. Danilo, Dad, and Samuel nodded. Dante turned to the man at the screen.
Are we live?
All set. The camera in the torture room is sending.
Good,
Dante said coldly. With a last glance at me, the men disappeared through a door. A few minutes later, they appeared on the screen, entering the room. I sank down on the chair beside my father's soldier, who gave me a quick, curious glance. I could imagine what he thought, what they all thought. Since I had been kidnapped, I was only known as the woman Remo Falcone sullied, the broken one. Samuel held something under Adamo's nose, so he jerked upright, eyes flying up in shock. He had changed since I'd last seen him. His face had become harder, older, and he had grown and become more muscular. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and a few scars littered his chest, but not nearly as many as Remo had. The distant resemblance to Remo sent a stab through my heart. Adamo's gaze wandered over my dad, Samuel, Danilo, and Dante, and for a second fear flashed across his face. Then he controlled his features. Dante stepped forward, and the look on his face sent a chill down my spine.
Adamo Falcone, welcome to outfit territory.
Adamo smiled bitterly.
I would have won the race if you hadn't shot out my tires.
My eyes grew wide. Provoking my family in a situation like that was madness. Dante's expression became harder. Samuel had already taken his knife out, and Danilo looked ready to plunge his dagger into Adamo as well. Only Dad remained back. He was a restrained man, but his stance was off.
You share the same arrogant disposition as your brother Remo, I see,
Dante said pleasantly.
It's only fair that he gets to watch you pay for his sins.
Adamo shook his head.
No matter what you do, Remo won't care. Remo is crueler than all of you combined.
Dante tilted his head.
We will see.
He took a knife from a table to the side and moved back toward Adamo, who tensed and leaned back. Dante reached down and cut Adamo's right arm loose. Confusion drew my brows together. Dante grabbed Adamo's arm and turned it over, displaying the Camorra tattoo.
How long have you been a made man?
1 year and 4 months, Adamo muttered, glaring up at my uncle.
You will be judged as a made man, not a boy. Adamo Falcone.
Adamo grimaced.
I don't give a shit about all this. Do what you have to do. It won't change a thing.
Dante stepped back and gestured at the other men.
Who wants to go first? You are the ones who are closer to Serafina.
Adamo winced and looked at Samuel, who took a step forward.
I want to go first.
Tears stung in my eyes. Please don't, Sam. Samuel moved toward Adamo and punched him hard. Adamo's head fell back, blood spraying out of his nose as it broke. I rose slowly from my chair, ignoring the stare from the man beside me. Samuel brought his knife down on Adamo's stomach and left a long cut. Adamo cried and lashed out with his free hand, but Samuel grabbed it and twisted the hand back, breaking it. I took a step back, my hand covering my mouth. I had never seen Samuel like this. I knew what he was, what they all were. This wasn't right. I had to stop them somehow.
See, Remo, your brother will bleed in your stead. We'll tear him apart, piece by piece, for what you did to my sister. He will suffer for you.
Samuel snarled. In that moment, little of my twin was left. A made man, a monster. Just because I never saw his monstrous side didn't mean Samuel was less of a monster than any other of the men in our world. Dad pushed away from the wall, gripped Adamo's free arm, and jerked it back with a sickening crunch. He had a look on his face I had never seen. Adamo's screams blared through the speakers, and I began running. Adamo didn't deserve this. And with their actions, they would make everything worse, because Remo would seek retribution. He would attack viciously, would maim and kill, would leave nothing in his wake, and whatever the outcome, I would lose someone I cared about, either my family members or the father of my children. I followed the screams to the last door and burst through it, then froze as the smell of burning flesh filled my nose. Adamo was screaming as Danilo was holding a lighter to his forearm, burning away the Camorra tattoo. "Enough!" I cried. I stormed forward and pushed him aside before either of them could grab me. Danilo's eyes flashed with fury, and all the men stared at me. "Enough!" I screamed. "Enough!" Adamo groaned, and I turned to him, kneeling before him. Only a small part of his tattoo had been burned away, and the skin was blistered and red. I touched his shoulder, and he flinched. "Adamo," I whispered. He raised his head a few inches, teary eyes meeting mine. A weak smile pulled at his lips. "Serafina." How he could still sound friendly after what had been done to him was a mystery to me. A shadow fell over me, and I looked up. Samuel.
"Fina, you should leave. He gets what he deserves."
"He is a boy," I said, "and he always treated me with kindness."
"He is a Falcone,"
Danilo said, stepping forward with the lighter still in his hand. His eyes were hard and merciless.
"You were punished for something outfit soldiers did. Adamo will pay for something his brother did."
"I suffered for your sins," I spat at them. "And he suffers for Remo's. I'm sick of it. This ends here. Adamo won't suffer any more pain under your hands."
"That isn't your call to make," Dante said firmly.
I looked back at Adamo, who looked resigned and had begun shaking. A phone rang and Dante picked it up.
"Remo."
I jerked, my eyes widening.
Ramo. Chiara was asleep with her head in Nino's lap. It was early afternoon, so I didn't understand how she could be tired. Maybe Nino kept her awake all night. I frowned, then drew my gaze back to the screen where the race was playing out. The number of participants was staggering. They had to start from different spots, all the same distance from Kansas City, to divert the attention of the police. A few of them would be arrested like usual, but that was part of the game. Eventually, the different routes would merge to one for the last 100 miles before the end. Car racing brought in good money, but I didn't really care for it. I preferred cage fighting. Savio ate another bite of the cake Chiara had baked. "Do you think Adamo has a crush on that whore?" "CJ," Nino said. "Whatever. He's been in the sugar trap an awful lot. They're definitely fucking. And come on, he spent the night with her again. What is he doing with her? Cuddling? He can't fuck her for hours. I'm surprised he gets one up at all. If he had to pay for her, he'd be broke by now." I shrugged. I didn't care if Adamo fucked a whore or not. I'd never seen him talk to any of the other whores, though. It worried me. Not to mention that it wasn't the first night he'd spent with the whore at the sugar trap. Fucking her was okay, but spending so much time with her could definitely prove to be a problem. Trust Adamo to fall in love with a whore and be monogamous when she's got about a dozen dicks up her pussy every day, Savio said. Nino made an impatient sound, obviously keen on watching the race in peace. One of the participants was currently being chased by 3 police cars. Bets if the fucker managed to escape or not were probably burying us already. "You don't know what's going on. Maybe he only enjoys her skills." Savio scoffed. "She's not bad, but there are better whores out there." "It's not like he has many to compare her to," I said, growing tired of the discussion. "One of these days he's going to bring her over here and keep her," Savio said. The perspective switched to another drone camera, and my brows drew together. It briefly showed a few burning cars, some of them black limousines. The others were race cars. Then it changed back to the police chase. What the fuck was that? The front door swung open with a bang. Steps thundered toward us. Nino put an arm over Chiara and pulled his gun. I rose with my own gun raised. Fabiano stormed into the living room, panting. "The outfit attacked our territory." I froze. Savio jerked to his feet. "What?" I growled. If Dante had set a single foot on Vegas ground, I'd walk into Chicago tomorrow. Then another thought struck me. The race. Fabiano nodded. "The organizer from the Kansas race called a few minutes ago. There was an attack on the race. I think he called me because he thought it would stop you from killing him." Tough luck. I'd deal with him once I was done with the outfit. "How long ago did they attack?" "About an hour ago. There's chaos over there, but the race is going on with the remaining cars." "Why didn't they alert us sooner?" "They didn't know what was going on at first. When they realized it was the outfit, they tried to divert the other race cars first so they could keep the race going." Chiara stirred. "What's wrong?" I pulled my knife, shaking, furious that Dante had attacked again. Nino stood, pulling Chiara to her feet. "Go to our bedroom." Nino looked at me, eyes widening, then nodded quickly and hurried away. My phone rang. I picked it up and brought it to my ear. "Ramo," said a man. The voice was distantly familiar, but I couldn't place it. The background noise suggested he was in a helicopter or small airplane. "This is Danilo Mancini. I'm calling to tell you we have your brother, and we're going to enjoy his screams like you enjoyed Serafina's. Tell Nino to set up a dark net connection for later, so you can watch as we tear him apart. I will enjoy slicing him into tiny pieces." He hung up. It took my brain a few moments to process the information. "Call the sugar trap and ask if Adamo's there," I ordered. Fabiano frowned but did as he was told. "Is Adamo there?" he asked without a greeting. "Then ask her." "Ramo, what's going on?" Nino asked carefully. My phone beeped with an incoming message, with detailed instructions for the connection. I held it out to Nino, who took it from me, frowning. His mouth tightened when he read what the message said. He's not there. Apparently he left last night. CJ said he asked her to pretend she was with him because he wanted to join the race. I nodded, trying to ignore the way my chest kept constricting. Savio didn't say anything, only stared at me. Fabiano had fixed himself a drink and downed it in one gulp. Eventually Nino looked up from the phone. We won't be quick enough to save him. There won't be anything left of him to save when they're done with him. I got out, fury and weaker emotion burning through my veins. Why couldn't the kid have listened for once? Fuck it. Call Gregory. Tell him he can have Kansas if he attacks the outfit. Nino nodded and pressed the phone back to his ear as he walked back and forth in the room. Savio ran a hand through his hair. Fuck! We have to do something. From the words I caught, Gregory had no intention of getting involved. I flung my knife at the heavy bag. Fuck! I snarled before Nino had uttered a single word. He says this isn't his fight. Bastard, Fabiano muttered. I will soon make it his fucking fight. For this, I will declare war on him and the fucking Bratva in outfit territory. Do you want me to set up the connection? Nino asked quietly. Of course, I growled. If Adamo has to suffer, we will watch. We will suffer with him. Fuck it all. Nino didn't move for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. We need to figure out where they are taking him, I told Fabiano. He knew the outfit better than any of us. I assume honor dictates that they take him to Minneapolis, because that's where her family lives. She wasn't married to Danilo yet, or they would have taken Adamo to his city to dish out punishment there, he said. It would take us at least 3 hours to reach Minneapolis, and probably several more hours to figure out where they kept Adamo. The darknet connection would begin in 50 minutes. I took my phone again and dialed Dante's number. He rejected the call. Fuck him, I rasped. Call our pilot. The plane better be ready in 20 minutes or I'll kill him. Nino made the call, and we set out toward the airport. Fabiano stayed with Chiara, whom he was taking to a safe house with Leona. I'd alerted every fucking soldier in Las Vegas to be vigilant. The plane was ready on time, and we started almost immediately. I tried to call Dante again, but he didn't pick up. It's his game this time, Nino murmured after a while. Savio had his face buried in his hands. It is, I agreed. And he'll win. Nino raised his eyebrows. I'll allow him to put me checkmate. Remo, he began, but I smiled grimly and indicated the laptop. It's time to turn this on. I pressed the blade against my palm when Adamo appeared on the screen. He was slumped forward on a chair. When they started cutting him, Adamo's scream filled the airplane, blaring from the speakers mercilessly, and fuck. They were the first screams in forever that got under my skin. The first since her screams. I cut into my palm deep, drawing blood. Savio gripped the armrest of the seat, his arms shaking. Nino was behind me, one hand digging into my shoulder. Danilo was next and took out a lighter. I jumped to my feet, shaking with rage, so much rage it threatened to rip me apart. Adamo's eyes widened. Fuck. He was a kid. He wasn't like us. This was supposed to be me. I was supposed to burn for them. Danilo touched the flame to Adamo's skin, and his screams got louder. I reached for my phone again, knowing that Dante would reject my call like before, and hating this fucking sense of helplessness. I was supposed to burn for them, for him, and I would. Enough! A female voice rang out, and my eyes snapped back to the screen as Serafina threw herself in front of my brother, protecting him. I froze, unable to trust my eyes, to believe that the woman who haunted my nights was really in front of me. Nino and Savio stared at me. as if they waited for me to lose my shit completely. "Fuck," Savio murmured, shaking his head. She hadn't returned to me like I'd thought she would. She hated me more than I expected, and yet she protected Adamo. Because he wasn't the one she wanted to see suffer. She wanted to see me bleed. She would get her wish. "Remo?" Nino said in a cautious voice. I raised the phone to my ear, waiting for the inevitable, but this time it didn't come. He finally answered my call. "Dante, I'll give you what you really want. Tomorrow morning, I'll be in Minneapolis and exchange myself for Adamo." He didn't need to know we were already on our way, but maybe he did. "Remo," he said coolly. His eyes focused on the camera for a moment, before the screen turned black and Serafina and my brother disappeared from view. "It's me you want to see burn, not my brother, and you will get your chance. Tomorrow morning at 8. If you're late, your brother won't be recognizable as your brother anymore. Understood?" "Understood. I'll have someone send you the details, Remo. I'm looking forward to meeting you again," he said coldly. I hung up. "They will kill you, Remo," Savio said. "They will cut me, skin me, burn me, cut off my dick, and then maybe they'll kill me," I said quietly, and all I could wonder was if Serafina would watch them do it.
Chapter 26. Serafina. They allowed me to stay with Adamo, and I crouched at his feet, feeling sick to my stomach from what I'd witnessed, and even worse, thinking about what was to come. "Remo will exchange himself for you," I whispered. "Tomorrow you will be back in Vegas, and Nino will treat your wounds." Adamo tilted his head, dark eyes bleak. "Remo is capo. He won't die because I've been stupid enough to get myself captured. I've been a disappointment to him since I was born. He will use this chance and kill Dante instead of handing himself over." I lifted soaked fabric from his burn, and he groaned deeply. His wrist and nose were broken and his shoulder dislocated. He must have been in horrible pain, and there was nothing I could do to help him. Playing the guilt card forced my family give me this small freedom. It didn't convince them to call a doctor, though. They would have probably kept torturing Adamo if I hadn't refused to move away from his side. "You're wrong, Adamo. Remo will protect you. He doesn't fear death or pain. He will take your place because you are his brother and he cares for you. He'd do anything for you." Adamo let out a choked laugh. "Why do you speak about him as if you don't hate him? He kidnapped you. He ruined your life." I looked away. I wouldn't tell him about Navio and Greta, and certainly not about my twisted feelings for his brother either. Adamo leaned forward, wincing, and brought our faces closer together. A risk because we were undoubtedly being watched, and my family was still eager to spill Falcone blood. His oremos. It didn't matter, as long as it was a Falcone. I met Adamo's gaze, and realization settled on his face. "Fuck," he whispered hoarsely. He leaned even closer, despite the rope binding his unharmed arm to the chair. "You're giving me the same look Remo has whenever someone mentions you." My chest constricted. "I need to go now." I stood and took a step back. Adamo Falcone. Falcone, the name my children were supposed to carry. "Goodbye," I whispered, but deep down I wondered if this was really the last time I would see him. I turned quickly and left the room. Samuel waited right in front of the door. He regarded me, incomprehension in his features. "Why do you take care of a fucking Falcone bastard?" "He never hurt me. He's a boy." Samuel shook his head. "He is a made man, Fina. You should let us handle him and Remo. We are capable of doing what needs to be done." We walked into the main hall where Dad, Danilo, and Dante were talking in hushed tones. They turned to us the moment we entered. I faced Samuel. "And what is that?"
Bring Remo to his knees. Make him beg for mercy, beg for death. I will cut his dick off myself. Danilo will take care of his balls. And then we will keep them in a nice bag with ice so he can see them while we tear him apart. Then we'll shove them down his throat. Danilo smiled grimly, and even Dad looked like he could imagine nothing better than committing the most brutal murder he could think of. I swallowed. He is the father of my children. Samuel grabbed my shoulders hard, desperately. He broke you, Fina, he said softly. None of them had ever asked if I considered myself broken. They had declared me as such, and all four of them made me feel like I was. He is a monster, Samuel added. He is not the only one, I whispered, my eyes wandering over the gathered men. Samuel dropped his hands, face twisting as if I'd stabbed him. I'm doing this for you, to avenge you. Did any of you ever ask what I wanted? If I wanted more blood spilled? If I wanted to be avenged? I shouted. Dante came forward, expression tight. Don't you want to see Remo Falcone on his knees? Don't you want to see him broken? I did, but not in the same way they wanted. I want nothing more, I said quietly, because they could never, would never understand. Samuel wrapped an arm around me and kissed my temple. Fina, let's go home. Yes, let's go home, I said quietly. I peered up at Samuel, realizing that for the first time in my life, we didn't mean the same place.
Remo. Nino, Savio, and I linked arms, pressing over the tattoo of the other. You will be a better capo than me, Nino. You won't kill people who might be useful to us. Your logic will make the Camorra even stronger. Nino didn't say anything, only stared at me. Savio shook his head. Remo, let's attack them. I'd rather die fighting than have you in their fucking hands. I smiled darkly. You will have to die another day. I will pay for my sins. Nino made a low sound. She didn't return, Remo. She stayed in Minneapolis. They won't let you anywhere near her. You will die for nothing. No, I will die so she gets what she wants. Nino pulled away. Damn it. Be reasonable for once. I made my decision, and you will accept it. Cars pulled up, and I moved away from my brothers who took shelter inside the car. Nino and Savio raised their guns through the open windows. I wasn't armed as I walked toward the parked cars, my arms raised over my head. I didn't think Dante would attack Nino or Savio. Once he dismembered me in the cruelest way possible, he'd send my brothers the recording, and probably to Luca as well. He'd try to break my family like I had broken his. Killing us all just wouldn't do. Not yet. Dante got out, followed by Samuel, Pietro, and Danilo, and more men I didn't know and didn't give a fuck about. Samuel walked around to the back of the car and pulled Adamo out. Adamo could hardly stand as Samuel dragged him behind himself toward me. Rage boiled under my skin. Samuel shoved Adamo to the ground in front of my feet, and Adamo looked up at me with his blood-covered face, cradling his broken and burned arm against his chest. Don't, he whispered. Don't do this. Don't let them kill you because of me. I'm a fucking failure. I moved toward him and touched his head briefly. You are the one from all of us who deserves death the least, Adamo. I removed my hand from his head, but before I could move on, he grasped my forearm, his fingers curling over my Camorra tattoo. It's us against the world, he croaked. Us against the world, I said. Samuel gripped my arm, and I shoved down the instinct to smash his face. I saw his fist coming toward my face and smiled. The first punch only blurred my vision. His kick to my balls brought me to my knees, and his gun to the back of my head finally pulled me into blackness.
Serafina. Samuel and Danilo dragged Remo into the safe house, his arms and legs bound, his nose busted and dripping blood, his hair sticking to the back of his head with more blood. I slowly rose from the sofa where I had been waiting for almost 1 hour with 2 bodyguards. Dad moved toward me, trying to shield Reilly from my view, or me from his. I wasn't sure and didn't care.
Dove, you shouldn't be here.
His eyes narrowed on my bodyguards, harshly, cruelly. I touched his arm. I will stay, I said firmly, my voice resolute. Dante was the last to enter. The men exchanged a look. Their word was law, not mine. But their guilt gave me power over them, more power than they'd ever held over me. I hated using it against them, but they would never allow me to possess power for any other reason. I walked past my father, toward Danilo and Samuel, holding Reilly between them. His head hung down, body was slack. I tried to hide the tremor that had taken hold of me the moment I'd spotted him. Reilly Falcone. Danilo's expression twisted like it always did when he saw me, with guilt and a flicker of humiliation because something had been taken from him, because Reilly had taken it from him. He was a strong, powerful man, and having lost me haunted him like it haunted every man in the room. I was their failure, their pride a tattered, sullied rag. Every time they had to peer into my eyes, and worse, the eyes of my children, they were reminded. They never let me be anything but the dove with broken wings. They couldn't, but I wanted to fly.
Have you come to watch the bastard die, Fina?
Samuel asked, his face cruel, eager, brutal as his blue eyes settled on Reilly, who still hadn't moved, but I noticed the almost imperceptible shift in his shoulders, his muscles twitching. He was waking up. My heart beat faster, my palms becoming sweaty.
I know you deserve your revenge, Dove, but this is going to be more than you can stomach. Trust me.
Dad said, coming up behind me and putting a hand on my shoulder. His voice was soft, compelling, but his face held terrifying eagerness and cruelty as he regarded the father of my children. What are your plans for him? I asked my uncle, because he was the man who would have the last word on the matter. His cool blue eyes weren't as controlled as usual. He, too, wanted to tear into Reilly. They had waited a long time for this moment.
We will prolong his torture as long as possible, without risking an attack from the Camorra.
He won't die today?
Oh, he won't die today, Samuel muttered, but he might wish for it.
I gave a nod. It was what I had expected. Reilly wouldn't experience any mercy at the hands of the outfit, not that he'd ever ask for it.
He'll beg for death,
Dad said harshly.
I don't beg for anything, Pietro.
I shivered at the familiar timbre, at the underlying threat, the undercurrent of power. How did he do it? Reilly lifted his head, and my brother and Danilo tightened their hold, but they blended into the background when Reilly's eyes finally met mine. 14 months. The force of his gaze hit me like a tidal wave. In the time since he'd released me, I'd often wondered if I could ever forget him, if I could move on and live a new life. But now as I looked at him, I realized I had been foolish to consider that an option. The corners of his mouth lifted in a twisted smile.
Angel.
My brother punched Reilly's face, but he only laughed darkly as blood spattered on the ground.
This is your chance to ask for forgiveness,
Dad said. Reilly looked from each of them until his eyes finally settled on me.
Do you want me to beg for forgiveness?
His eyes dragged me down fiercely, mercilessly, irrevocably as they'd always done, as they always would. I won't give you my forgiveness, I said quietly. Something flickered in Reilly's eyes, but Samuel and Danilo wrenched him away from my view, down the corridor into their torture chamber. Dad kissed my temple.
We will avenge you. Make him pay for what he did.
He walked away, leaving me with Dante, who regarded me with calm scrutiny. He touched my shoulder lightly, and I met his gaze.
"He will ask for forgiveness in the end,"
he promised. I briefly touched his hand. I don't want him to, because it would be false. Remo did everything with unbridled passion, with ferocious rage, without an ounce of regret. He consumed, obliterated, ruined. He took everything and left nothing in his wake. He was an unrepentant sinner. He was a destroyer, a murderer, a torturer, a monster, the father of my children, the man who held my heart in his cruel, brutal hand. You will castrate him? It was an unnecessary question. I knew they would, and it was only one of the many atrocities they'd planned. All I needed to know was when. Dante gave a terse nod.
"Tomorrow, not today. It would speed up his death too much. Danilo and Samuel will do it. I'm not sure you should watch any of this, but maybe you need to. Today will be easier to stomach than tomorrow, so stay if it's what you want."
"Thanks," I whispered. Slowly I made my way toward the screen on the table and turned it on. My brother and Danilo were kicking Remo in the stomach, in the side, and Remo made no move to defend himself. When they finally let up, because Dante had entered, Remo rolled onto his back and looked directly into the camera, knowing I was watching. He didn't look away when my father took out his knife and cut his chest. Not when it was Samuel's turn. Not when it was Danilo's turn. Not when it was Dante's turn. I'd spent so many hours, day and night, wondering how it would feel to see Remo broken, to see him on his knees. This wasn't how I imagined things to be. My heart clenching in my chest so tightly I could hardly breathe. The tears pressing against my eyelids so fiercely I had to bite the inside of my cheek to hold them back. And even through the torture, Remo didn't look broken, because he couldn't be broken. Not with violence and pain. Maybe not at all. I turned away from the screen and walked away. My bodyguards followed close behind, their steps slow and measured. Shadows meant to protect and save me, but I was beyond saving. My family tried to mend me, but I didn't need it because I wasn't broken. Slipping behind the steering wheel of the Mercedes limousine, I revved the engine the second my bodyguards were inside. My foot pressed down on the gas. They slanted looks my way, but didn't comment. They were meant to protect, not judge. I was allowed this freedom because my family's guilt had paid for it. They couldn't bear keeping the dove with broken wings in a gilded cage. The second I had the car parked in front of my family's home, I killed the engine and got out, not waiting for them. I stepped inside and hurried upstairs, didn't stop until I entered the nursery. Both Nevio and Greta were asleep in their shared crib, looking peaceful and painstakingly beautiful. I stroked their heads, the thick black hair like their father's. When my fingers brushed Nevio's temple, his eyes peeled open with those dark brown, almost black eyes. I leaned down and pressed a kiss to his forehead, then to Greta's, breathed in their scent, then sank down in a chair and watched them sleep. I wasn't sure how long I stayed like that when the door opened. Familiar steps sounded behind me, steps that had accompanied me almost all my life. A warm hand came down on my shoulder, and I covered it with mine. Samuel pressed a kiss to the crown of my head, then rested his forehead against it for a couple of moments. So gentle and caring, so very different from the man I'd seen torturing Remo. He straightened, and I tilted my head back, peering up at him. His gaze rested on Greta and Nevio. But for him there was nothing beautiful about them. As always, his eyes shone with guilt and aversion when he regarded them, before he noticed my scrutiny and lowered his gaze to me. Warmth filled his expression. I wished he could spare some of it for the children I loved more than life itself. Samuel was my blood. He would always be. He was part of me as I was part of him, and I didn't resent him for his feelings toward my children. I knew he hated their father, not them. But more than that, he hated himself. I stood, grabbed his neck, and pulled him down until his forehead rested against mine. Please, Sam, stop blaming yourself. Please, I beg you. I'm not broken. You have no reason to feel guilty. He returned my gaze, but I realized his guilt ran too deep. Maybe tomorrow he'd finally be free. Maybe he could let go of his guilt when he had to let go of me. I love you, I said, knowing it was the last time. Samuel wrapped his arms around me.
And I love you, Fina.
Chapter 27. Serafina. Dad and Dante didn't come home that evening. They would spend the night in the safe house. Safe house. What a name for a house to torture enemies. After Samuel had made sure I was okay, he drove back there as well. Maybe they were worried Remo might manage to escape, or maybe they wanted to keep torturing him throughout the night. Probably the latter. I grabbed a bag and packed a few things for Greta and Navio. Then I walked down into the basement where we kept our weapons, as well as other necessities in case of an attack. I perused the display of guns and knives. I strapped a gun holster to my chest over my t-shirt. It allowed me to strap a gun and a knife to my sides, as well as another gun to my back. Just to be on the safe side, I added a knife holster to my calf. I had chosen loose linen pants for the occasion, just for that purpose. After that, I rummaged through the medical supplies. Samuel had explained everything to me, so I was prepared if something happened. Not so I could use it against them. I grabbed a syringe with adrenaline and one with a sedative. After I'd put on my thick cardigan, I stuffed the syringes into its pockets and returned upstairs. It was quiet in the house. Sophia was probably reading in her room before bed, and Mom was most likely doing the same. The bodyguards were in their quarters in the back of the house, and 2 were guarding the fence surrounding the garden. I put on comfortable sneakers, then headed for the nursery. I considered going to my mother, saying goodbye, apologizing for what I was about to do. But words would never be enough to explain my betrayal. Words were too insignificant. They would never understand. I'd try to call her later, once we were safe. Lifting the bag over one shoulder, I grabbed Navio and Greta before I made my way out of the nursery, moving quietly. I froze when I spotted Sophia standing in her doorway in her pink nightgown, brown hair disheveled. Her eyes took in everything, and a small frown drew her brows together. "Where are you going?" I considered what to tell her. How to explain to a 12-year-old what I had done and was about to do. "I'm leaving. I have to." Sophia's eyes widened, and she padded toward me with bare feet. "Because of Greta and Navio?" I nodded. She was young, but she wasn't as oblivious as we all wanted to believe. She stopped right in front of me. "You're leaving us." I swallowed hard. "I have to, Ladybug, for my babies. I want them to be safe and happy. I need to protect them from the whispers." Sophia regarded my twins. She leaned forward and kissed each of them on the cheek, her eyes filling with tears as she peered up at me. My heart clenched tightly. "I know what people say about them, and I hate it, but I don't want you to go." Her voice broke. "I know." I tried to hold back my emotions. "Give me a hug." She wrapped her arms around me and the twins, and we remained like that for a moment. "Don't tell anyone, please." She pulled back with a knowing look. "You're going to return to their father?" I nodded, a half-truth, but Sophia didn't need to know that our family and her future husband were currently torturing the man she was referring to. "Do you love him?" "I don't know," I admitted. Sophia looked confused for a moment, but then she nodded, biting her lip, more tears gathering in her eyes. "Dad won't allow me to see you anymore, will he?" I swallowed. I hope one day he'll understand. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. I'll try to contact you. Remember, I love you. She nodded, tears trailing down her cheeks. I quickly turned before I lost it. I could feel Sophia's eyes on me as I walked downstairs. The light from upstairs illuminated my path as I headed into the garage. I put Navio and Greta into their car seats, then slipped behind the steering wheel. The guns were digging uncomfortably into my back and side. The garage door slid up, and I pulled out and steered the car down the long driveway. I pressed the button for the gate, and it opened. A guard stepped in front of the gate, and I had to pull to a stop or run him over. The windows were tinted, so he couldn't see the kids on the back seat. I let down the window a gap. "Miss Bione, nobody informed us you'd be leaving." "I'm informing you now," I said firmly. He frowned. "I'll have to ask the boss." I scowled. "Get out of my way. I'm driving over to the safe house to kill the man who raped and tortured me." His eyes grew wide, and he lowered his gaze, the shame of all outfit soldiers reflecting clearly on his face. "I'll have to make a quick call." He lifted his phone to his ear, and I considered hitting the gas. He lowered the phone, touched the screen again, then lifted it once more. "Samuel, I can't reach your father. Your sister is at the gate, trying to leave." He held the phone out to me. I took it with a glare. "Vina, what's going on?" "Tell him to let me leave." "Vina." "I'm coming over. I need to see what you're doing. You owe it to me, Sam." Guilt sliced through me, but I shoved it back. "You should take a bodyguard with you." "Sam," I whispered harshly, "let me leave. Do you want me to beg? I've done enough of that. Trust me." A lie, one I'd never wanted to use on Samuel. He sighed. "Okay, but right now we're not doing anything. Dad, Danilo, and Dante are catching some shut-eye. It's been a long day." "I'll be there in 15 minutes. Let them sleep for now. They don't need to know I'm coming over yet. You know how Dad can be." I handed the phone back to the guard, and after an order from my brother, he finally let me through. Samuel was waiting for me outside the safe house when I pulled up. I programmed the heating so it would keep the car warm for my babies before I exited. Samuel regarded me with a deep frown. He was wearing a different shirt than last time I saw him, and as I got closer, I noticed the red under his fingernails. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders, and for a moment I tensed because I worried he could feel the holster. But his arm was too high up and my cardigan too thick. He led me inside. My eyes searched the main area. "They're in the sleep area upstairs. Do you want me to wake them?" "No," I said quickly. My eyes were drawn to the screen. It showed Remo lying on the floor, not moving. I tried to gauge the angle. Samuel followed my gaze. "We'll continue in about an hour." I raised my eyes to his. Dark shadows spread under his eyes. "You look like you should get some sleep." "Someone's got to keep watch." "He doesn't look like he can do anything." Samuel's lips curled. "He's a tough fucker." His expression softened. "But we'll get him to beg. At some point, even he will break." I doubted it, but we'd never find out. "Do you have something to drink for me?" Samuel nodded and walked over to the table in the corner. I took out the syringe before I followed him. "Water okay?" he asked as I stopped close beside him. I touched his chest. "I'm sorry, Sam." His brows snapped together in confusion, and I shoved the needle into his thigh. Sam jerked. "Vina, what?" But he was already staggering, his eyelids drooping. I clung to him, trying to stop him from falling and injuring himself, but he was too heavy. He sank to the ground. His eyes began to lose focus. I bent over him and kissed his forehead. "I hope you'll forgive me one day." I stepped into the torture room, my eyes landing on Remo. He was sprawled out on the floor, lying in his own blood, naked except for black briefs. his arms and legs tied to hooks in the ground with rope. Bruises and cuts littered almost every inch of him. On the table to the right, I could see torture tools. The knives covered in blood, but some of the others were still pristine and untouched, waiting for their purpose. Reilly's eyes peeled open in his blood-covered face, and they knocked the breath out of me again. A dark smile twisted his mouth, but there was an emotion in his eyes that tightened my stomach.
Angel, have you come to watch your family cut off my dick? I hear that's scheduled for today.
I crept closer to him, my sneakers trudging through his blood covering the rough floor. My steps didn't falter. Blood did nothing to me, not anymore. Reilly regarded me quietly. His eyes slid down my arm to the tip of the knife, peeking out from my long cardigan sleeve.
Or have you come to do it yourself?
I stopped right above Reilly. Even though he was on his back, cut and bruised, covered in his own blood, he appeared powerful. Reilly couldn't be broken, because he didn't fear pain or death. Was this love or madness? I sank down to my knees beside him, kneeling on the sticky floor, my white linen pants soaking up the blood greedily. My pants soon stuck to my skin with Reilly's blood. No, I whispered, finally answering him. Reilly's eyes traced my face. He looked almost at peace.
To kill me?
I tilted my head, regarding him. Reilly was Navío. Navío was Reilly. As if they had been carved from the same template. My children were the spitting image of their father. Even if I didn't have feelings for the man before me, I could never kill him, because the faces of Greta and Navío would remind me of him every day of my life.
I always thought it was meant to be that way. Your hand ending my life.
I shook my head. I won't kill you. I leaned over Reilly, my fingers spreading through his blood on the ground. My hair dipping in it. So much blood.
You didn't marry Danilo,
Reilly murmured. How could I? I whispered, bending low until Reilly and I were almost touching. How could I marry him when I was pregnant with your children? Reilly stiffened. I'd wondered how he would react if I ever told him about Greta and Navío, but nothing came close to the look on his face. Complete and utter shock, and more than that, wonder. When you gave me up, I carried your babies in me, Reilly. You gave us up.
I thought he'd return to me,
he rasped. You pushed me away.
I set you free.
I wasn't free, I hissed. How could I ever be free when his name was etched into my heart?
You were pregnant,
he said quietly. I was pregnant, a living, breathing reminder of the greatest failure of the outfit, a living, breathing reminder of something dark and shameful, a reminder that you took something from the outfit, took something from me. That's what everyone thought. My family and everyone else in the outfit. I knew giving birth to a child of yours would ruin any chance I had to find my way back into the outfit, back into my family. I knew I'd seal my fate if I had your child. I'd be damned to live a life of pity stares and disgusted expressions. Something flickered in Reilly's eyes. Dread, maybe even fear.
You got rid of the babies.
And his voice wavered ever so slightly. A cruel, unbreakable man. My nemesis, my captor. The man who took everything from me, and without knowing it, gave me the greatest gift of all. I'd always wondered what it would take to break Reilly, and I realized I held the power to do it, to crush the cruelest, strongest man I knew in my hand, held it on the tip of my tongue. One word would shatter him. The knowledge filled me with unparalleled joy, not because I could break the man before me. No, because our children, even without knowing them, meant so much to him that their death would destroy him.
Oh, Angel, have they sent you to deliver the ultimate blow? Tell Dante he wins.
I shook my head. No, I said quietly, then fiercer. No, I didn't get rid of the babies, even though everyone wanted me to do it. Remo held my gaze. How could I get rid of the most beautiful creation I can imagine? Greta and Navio are pure perfection, Remo. He exhaled, and the look in his eyes. God, that look. This cruel man had stolen my heart, and I had let him. They look like you. Navio is you. Everyone who sees him knows he's yours. Remo smiled the darkest, saddest smile I have ever seen.
Have you come to tell me before my death that I'll never see them? Angel, I must say you are crueler than I could ever be.
I linked my fingers with his bloody ones, the blade cupped between our palms. Our children are perfection, but here in the outfit, they represent shame and dishonor. People whisper behind their backs, call them falcones, as if it is something sinful, something dirty. Our children are beautiful. My voice became fiercer with every word. They are meant to hold their heads high, not be ashamed for who they are. They aren't meant to bow, aren't meant to live in the shadows. They are meant to rule. They are falcones. They belong in Las Vegas, where their names carry power and respect. They are meant to rule at the side of the cruelest, bravest man I know. Their father. Remo didn't say anything, but his expression set me aflame with emotion. How badly injured are you? I whispered in his ear.
Badly,
he admitted. I nodded, my throat tightening. I reached for the syringe in my pocket and pulled it out. Adrenaline. Remo's mouth pulled wider. I injected him with the liquid and he shuddered. His pupils were dilated when he met my gaze again. My lips brushed his lightly. How strong are you, Remo Falcone?
Strong enough to take you and our children home, where you all belong, Angel.
I smiled. I wedged the blade under the rope. Swear not to kill my family. Not my brother, not my father, not my uncle. Swear it on our children, Remo.
I swear it,
he murmured. I cut through the rope when I heard the creak of the door. I dropped the knife in Remo's now free hand.
Serafina, get the fuck away from the asshole.
Danilo growled, gripping me by the shoulders and pulling me to my feet. I whirled around on him, getting in his face. Don't tell me what to do. I have a right to be here. Danilo was breathing harshly, his chest heaving. I took a step back, closer to Remo again. Dante and my father stepped in. I shielded Remo mostly from their view, but that wouldn't last long.
You shouldn't be here, Dove. This isn't something for a woman,
Dad said gently. He still believed in my innocence, but Dante and Danilo regarded me more cautiously.
Where's Samuel?
Dante asked. I wrapped my arms around my body and slid my hands beneath my cardigan, my fingers curling around the gun strapped to the holster there. I'm sorry, I whispered and pulled the gun on them. Dante put his hand on his gun at his waist but didn't pull it. My father and Danilo were completely frozen. Samuel's going to be okay. He's knocked out behind the sofa.
Fina,
Dad said in a soothing voice.
You've been through a lot. Put down the gun.
I took another step back, releasing the safety catch. I'm sorry, I said again, biting back tears, thinking of Samuel, of what he would think once he woke up. In my peripheral vision, Remo cut through the last rope around his ankle. Dante pulled his gun, and so did Danilo, but I barred their view of Remo. They wouldn't shoot me, not even now that I was holding them at gunpoint. I was a woman, someone to protect. I was their responsibility and their failure. Remo staggered to his feet behind me, and Danilo aimed. I shot at him, nicking the outside of his upper arm. He gasped, his eyes flashing at me. Not a single move, I warned. Remo pressed up behind me, as usual not heeding any safety measures, towering ahead over me. We only want to leave. No one has to get hurt, I whispered. Remo reached for my gun, but I shook my head. My back, I told him. His hand slid under my cardigan and pulled the gun from there.
Dove, Dad croaked. You don't owe this man anything. He raped you. I know emotions can get confused in a situation like this, but we have people who can help you.
I smiled sadly at him, and then Samuel stumbled inside, holding on to the doorframe. I hadn't dared use a higher dose on him than was absolutely necessary. Obviously, it wasn't enough. He stared at me uncomprehendingly, his arm with his gun hanging limply at his side. My twin, my confidant. For most of my life, I had been sure my love for Samuel, for my twin, could never be challenged. And I still loved him so much, the look of betrayal on his face splintered me in half. But now there were my children and the man behind me. Remo's gaze moved from me to him, and he touched my hip. I swallowed the rising emotion. Please let us leave, Uncle. I addressed Dante. This war is because of me, and I can tell you I don't want it. I don't want to be avenged. Don't rob my children of their father. I'll go to Las Vegas with Remo, where I belong, where my kids belong. Please. If you feel guilty for what happened to me, if you want to save me, then do this. Let me return to Vegas with Remo. This doesn't have to be an endless spiral of bloodshed. It can end today. For your children, for mine, let us leave. Dante's cold eyes were on Remo, not me.
Is she speaking in the name of the Camorra?
Remo's grip on my hip tightened.
She does. You breached my territory, and I breached yours. We're even.
We're not, Samuel roared, stepping forward, swaying. Remo lifted his gun a couple of inches.
You kidnapped my sister and broke her. You twisted her into your fucking marionette. We won't be done until I'm standing over your disemboweled corpse so my sister is finally free of you.
Sam, I choked. Don't do this. I know you don't understand, but I need to return to Vegas with Remo, for myself, but more importantly, for my children.
I knew you should have gotten rid of them.
Samuel rasped, his eyes glassy. Remo's hand on my hip jerked, and I knew without the promise he'd given me, he would have killed my brother for his words. Dad came up behind Samuel and put his hand on his shoulder.
Send them with him to Las Vegas. They are Falcones, but you aren't, Fina. Be free of them and him. You can start a new life.
Where my children go, I will go, I said. Don't you think I've suffered enough for all of your sins? Don't turn me into another pawn in your chess game. Set me free. Realization settled in Sam's eyes, and it broke my heart. I ached for my family who would never understand. I could only hope they'd come to hate me one day, so they didn't miss me anymore. Remo's grip on my hip loosened. Even the adrenaline wouldn't keep him on his feet for an endless amount of time. He was too injured for that. Let us leave. You failed me once, and now I'm lost to you. But please allow me to bring my children to a family that will love them. Allow me to bring my children home. You owe it to me. Danilo made a disbelieving sound, his hand around his gun tightening. I hated myself for playing the guilt card, but I knew it was our only chance. For Remo to get out of here alive, I had to hurt the family I loved. Dante's cold eyes met mine.
If I allow you to leave today, you are a traitor. You won't be part of the outfit. You will be the enemy. You won't see your family again. There won't be peace with the Camorra. This war has only begun.
Samuel heaved a deep breath, his eyes begging me to reconsider. Could I live without him? When will this war end, Uncle? I asked quietly. He looked at Remo, and I knew what he would say. Never. I whispered the answer. Dante inclined his head. Dad looked at me as if this was the final goodbye. a daughter lost for good.
Leave,
Dante said coldly. Danilo shook his head incredulously.
You can't be serious, Dante. You can't let them go.
Dante glanced at my ex-fiancé, looking tired. Set me free, I said softly.
Leave.
Relief and wistfulness slammed into me hearing that word. Thank you. Dante shook his head.
Don't thank me. Not for that.
Remo nudged me lightly, and I walked closer to the door, keeping my body between him and the others. I walked backward to keep an eye on my family. They didn't attack. They didn't stop us. Dad and Samuel looked broken. I had landed the ultimate hit, had broken them. I wondered how Mom would react when she found out. She'd be crushed. My heart was heavy as I led Remo to the parked car. He sank down on the passenger seat, passing out immediately. I closed the door and got behind the steering wheel. Greta and Navio were still fast asleep in their seats. I hit the gas and sent the car flying down the long gravel road. I quickly connected to Bluetooth and called the Sugar Trap. It was the only number I'd found on the internet. It took a while before the guy I talked to agreed to call Nino and to give him my number. I was starting to go crazy. Remo wouldn't survive if I had to drive all the way to Vegas with him, and I couldn't take him to a hospital in outfit territory. What if my family got over their initial shock and decided to get rid of us after all? I needed to reach Camorra territory. My pulse spiked when my phone finally rang. I picked up after the second ring.
Is he dead?
Nino asked at once. I glanced at Remo, who was slumped against the passenger door, breathing shallowly. Not yet, I got out. Nino was quiet for a moment.
Did you call to gloat? To let me hear my brother's last screams?
That's what he thought. I'm in a car with him. We got out. We're on our way.
You got him out?
Nino asked sharply.
Where are you? We're taking a helicopter and meeting you halfway. We're in Kansas City. I'll calculate the best spot now.
I told him where I was heading, and we agreed on a meeting place 80 miles from where I was. He's badly injured, I said quietly.
Remo is too strong to die,
Nino said. Tears stung in my eyes. I'm driving as quickly as I can.
Serafina,
Nino began.
He thought you'd come back. He wanted you to come back on your own free will.
I swallowed. This wasn't about Remo and me. This was about my children. And yet my chest ached with emotions as I regarded the man beside me, his dark hair sticking to his bloody forehead. I need to drive, I said, and hung up. About 1 hour later, I steered the car toward a deserted parking lot where a helicopter was already waiting. Nino and Savio stood beside it. I'd hoped Fabiano would be there. I trusted him more than these two. I came to a stop. They had their guns out, not trusting me. And I didn't trust them either. But Remo was barely breathing. I gripped my gun and pushed out of the car. Nino approached. As usual, a blank expression on his face. I had my gun pointed at him like he had his pointed at me. Of course, with his skills, I'd be dead before my finger as much as twitched on the trigger. I lowered my gun and walked toward the passenger door, opening it. Nino still regarded me cautiously. Savio came up behind him, his gun at his side, not pointed at me.
Will you help me, or do you want Remo to die?
Nino moved forward, and the second he saw his brother, he shoved the gun into his holster and rushed to my side. He quickly checked Remo, then gripped him under the arms. Remo groaned. Savio took his legs, and they were about to lift him out when Greta woke and let out an ear-splitting cry upon seeing two men she didn't know. Nino and Savio both jerked their heads back, then froze. Navio had also awoken, and his dark eyes stared back at them. My small Remo.
Holy fuck,
Savio gasped. His brown eyes flew up to me.
They are Remo's.
It wasn't a question, because one look at Navio, and they knew he was their brother's. They are, and he passed out before he could see them. My throat constricted. Nino held my gaze for a moment, and I knew then that I wouldn't regret my decision, because already now I could see that my kids would be Falcones. "Quick," Nino muttered, and he and Savio carried Remo over to the helicopter. My heart thundering in my chest, I walked to the back door and opened it to unbuckle Navio and Greta. "Shh," I soothed my daughter. Navio looked merely curious and a little sleepy. "Do you need help?" Savio asked close behind me, surprising me. I looked over my shoulder, hesitating, my protectiveness rearing its head. "Don't give me that look. Your kids are safe. They will always be safe. And not just because Remo would kill me if something happened to them." I nodded. "Can you take Navio? Greta doesn't like to be held by anyone but me." Savio moved to the other door, opened it, and bent over Navio, who regarded him with big dark eyes. "I've never held a baby," Savio said reluctantly. "Speak to him soothingly and lift him against your chest. He can support his head by himself." "Hey, Navio," Savio said, as he slid his hands under Navio's armpits and carefully lifted him. It looked as if he was holding a bomb about to detonate, but I was glad he was being careful. I hadn't thought Savio could be like that. I turned to Greta and quickly lifted her as well, then straightened to keep an eye on Savio. He held Navio against his chest, and my son seemed content to be held by the unknown man. Savio's eyes were curious and fascinated as he looked down at my boy. No resentment, no associated shame. Together we walked toward the helicopter. Greta pressed herself against me from the noise of the rotor blades. Nino was bent over Remo inside the helicopter. Remo was already getting a blood transfusion and another IV with a clear liquid while Nino felt his body. A man I didn't know was in the cockpit. Nino turned to us when Savio held Navio out to him. He grabbed my boy immediately, a strange look on his face as he regarded him. Savio climbed in and held out his hand for me. I awkwardly got in with Greta still clinging to me for dear life. I sank down on the bench, and Savio helped me buckle up. Nino handed Navio back to him, and Savio sat beside me. Nino's eyes kept darting between Navio and Greta, as if he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. The moment the helicopter lifted off, Nino returned to Remo's side. Navio stared down at his father, then at me, and I swallowed the emotion. What if Remo died before he could see his kids? What if my children never met their father? I never expected Remo to want his children. But now that I knew he did, guilt washed over me. I thought I protected them by keeping them from him, by staying in the outfit. But I had been wrong. Las Vegas was their home, because it was Remo's home. Chapter 28. Serafina. After we landed in Las Vegas, Nino immediately rushed Remo off to a hospital the Camorra worked with, and Savio stayed with me. I was exhausted and emotionally drained. "What happens with us now?" I asked tiredly. Savio gave me a surprised look. "I will take you to the mansion. Remo will want to have you and his kids around when he returns." "You think he will survive?" Savio nodded. "Remo won't die." I followed Savio to a car and sank down on the back seat with my children. When I jerked awake, we had arrived and Fabiano was staring through the window as if he was seeing a ghost. He opened the door. "What the fuck?" "Remo's got kids," Savio explained. "I see that," Fabiano said. Savio took Navio again, and I got out with Greta, who had her face buried in my neck. Fabiano couldn't stop staring at Navio. Then finally he met my gaze. "You saved Remo?" I nodded. Fabiano searched my eyes, and I wasn't sure what he was looking for. "It's too cold for Navio and Greta to stay outside. Can you get my bag from the trunk?" Fabiano nodded and walked to the back of the car. I followed Savio inside the house. a strange sense of familiarity washing over me. This place didn't feel like home. I'd only experienced it as a captive, and I wondered how things would be now that I had come here freely. Could this become a home for me and my children? Savio had said Remo would want me to live here with them, but I wasn't sure. It felt surreal being here, but there was no going back now. The realization sank in slowly, and for a moment I felt immobilized by the weight of it. Holding Greta seemed to ground me. "You can give Nevio to me," I managed, offering my free arm. Savio's brows drew together, but he gave me my son without hesitation, and I hugged him to me. Savio and Fabiano watched me for a moment, as if they weren't sure what to do with me. "How is he?" Chiara asked, hurrying into the entrance hall. She jerked to a stop when she spotted me with the kids. Her eyes widened. "Nino took him to hospital," Savio said. Chiara only stared at me. Her eyes darted down to Nevio and Greta, and she shook her head in disbelief. A girl with freckles and brown hair followed Chiara and also stopped in her tracks. Chiara was the first to move. She came toward me, her eyes alight with warmth. "How did Remo react?" Tears sprang into my eyes and her smile fell. "He passed out before he saw them," I whispered. "Nothing kills Remo," Fabiano said firmly. I nodded. Greta began crying, and Nevio, too, was becoming increasingly cranky. I need to feed them and change their diapers. Then they need a place to sleep. Savio glanced at Fabiano, who shrugged. Chiara rolled her eyes. "Would it be okay if I took you to the bedroom you were in last time? I don't want to open the other rooms in Remo's wing. Or would you prefer to stay in mine and Nino's wing?" I choked out a laugh. "I'll stay in Remo's wing." The other girl smiled hesitantly. "I'm Serafina, and this is Nevio and Greta." "Leona," she said. "Nice to meet you." Fabiano stepped up to her and put his hand on her waist in a possessive gesture. So she was his girl. Chiara took my bag from Fabiano and led me upstairs into Remo's wing. I knew the way by heart, but her company felt good. When we stepped into my old room, my breath caught in my throat at the rush of memories that overwhelmed me. But another loud wail from Greta snapped me out of it. I moved over to the bed and carefully lowered them down on it. Chiara kept throwing glances at my twins, longing in her gaze. "How can I help you?" I opened the bag and held out the baby formula. In the evening, they always needed the bottle to calm down. "Could you prepare 2 bottles?" Chiara returned 15 minutes later with the bottles and settled beside me on the bed. "Why don't you feed Nevio while I take care of Greta?" I suggested. Her eyes lit up. "Thank you." I laughed. "You're helping me. I should thank you." She grinned as she took Nevio and settled him on her lap. "I should warn you, he is a bit of a wrestler." Chiara brought the bottle to Nevio's mouth, and as expected, his little hands reached for the bottle, trying to snatch it out of her hand. She laughed. I blinked back tears as I focused on Greta, who was happily drinking, her big dark eyes peering up at me sleepily. Emotions painfully tightened in my chest. Remo had to survive. I couldn't believe fate would be so cruel to rip him from me before he could see his children. Maybe Remo deserved death, but I didn't care. He needed to live for Greta and Nevio. "He'll love and protect them," Chiara murmured. Remo would protect them. Was he capable of love? I wasn't sure. After Chiara left, I lay down beside my babies, who were already asleep after their feeding. I didn't have beds for them or anything else except for the few things I'd stuffed into the backpack. I closed my eyes. The image of Remo and his blood flashed into my mind, and I shuddered. I must have fallen asleep because Greta's wail woke me shortly after. It was the first night without the help of Samuel or my mother, and a heavy weight settled in the pit of my stomach thinking about my family. I wasn't sure how my future nights would be. Would I handle everything on my own? I was up early the next morning and blinked against the soft light streaming in through the window. I had barely slept, and not just because of my twins' erratic schedule. Worry for Remo had haunted my sleep. I got myself and my babies ready before I headed downstairs, carrying them on my hips. Following the scent of coffee and bacon, I made my way into the kitchen, but stopped in the doorway. Adamo, Savio, and Nino were sitting around the kitchen table, while Chiara was stirring something in a big pot. All eyes turned to me, and I swayed on my feet. I'd always been the enemy, the captive, and now I was what? A guest? An intruder? "Good morning," I said, then turned to Nino, fear clogging my throat. "How is he?"
"Stable. A few broken bones, bruises, rupture of the spleen. He's upstairs, knocked out with pain meds." "He won't like that one bit," Savio said, grinning. "You know he prefers pain to being helpless."
I still hadn't moved from the doorway. "I'm preparing a pumpkin puree for the babies. I hope that's okay," Chiara chimed in. I nodded. Nino grabbed a chair and pulled it back for me. With a smile, I approached the table and sank down. Navio knocked Nino's glass over, spilling water over him. "Sorry," I said, leaning back so Navio's sneaky arms wouldn't get into more trouble. He still made grabby motions. Nino regarded him intently as he dried himself with a dish towel that Chiara had handed him. Adamo shook his head. His arm was bandaged and his face was swollen. "I can't believe Remo's got kids." "I bet the outfit hated seeing them. I mean, there's no way they couldn't be Falcones," Savio said with a grin. I stiffened, pain slicing through me. I looked away, swallowing. "Is that why you're here?" Nino asked mildly. "To give them a chance." "I want them to be proud of who they are," I said. I didn't want to explain everything. "They will be. They are Falcones," Nino said. I looked into his emotionless gray eyes. "Just like that? My family tortured Adamo and nearly killed Remo, and I'm technically the enemy." "Just like that. You are Remo's, and they are his too. You are family." I frowned. "I'm not Remo's." Nino gave me a twisted smile. "You are." Chiara put a plate piled with eggs and bacon and toast in front of me. "Do you have a blanket?" She hurried off and returned with one a few minutes later, spreading it on the ground. I put Greta and Navio down on their backs so I could eat. I smiled when Navio rolled onto his stomach and raised his head curiously. "This is too weird," Adamo said. I gave him a smile. Savio shook his head. "I'm not going to change diapers. I don't give a fuck if Remo gives the order or not. I'm not going anywhere near someone else's shit, baby or not." I huffed. "I'm pretty sure you come into contact with more disgusting things on a daily basis." Adamo laughed. "He's full of shit anyway." Savio punched Adamo's unharmed arm. Some of the weight I'd felt since yesterday lifted from my shoulders.
Remo. I felt like shit. Cotton mouth and a full body ache. Peeling my eyes open, I found Nino staring at me. "You asshole. You gave me pain meds and some kind of fucking sedative. Your body needed it." I tried to sit up, but my body was very averse to the idea. I struggled and shot Nino a death glare when he tried to help me. Eventually, I managed to sit against the headboard, every fucking inch of my body throbbing fiercely. Most of my upper body and arms were covered with bandages. Nino sat on the edge of my bed. "You look like shit when Serafina brought you to us." Serafina had saved my life. The woman I kidnapped, she'd saved my fucking life. For a second I thought I'd dreamed up the whole shit. But the way my body screams with agony tells me it's true. I got out. They almost killed you. And they would have if Serafina hadn't gotten you out. Where is she? I asked, ignoring the way my chest hollowed at the thought that she wasn't in Las Vegas after all. Downstairs, Nino said slowly, his eyes searching mine. With your children. My children, I repeated, trying to make sense of the words, trying to fucking understand that I was a father. Greta and Navio. Fuck, I breathed. It's like looking at a baby version of you, Nino said with a disbelieving look. Make sure they have everything they need. No matter what Serafina says she needs, you get it for her. Nino nodded. She's here to protect her children, because the outfit didn't accept them. Not because of you. I narrowed my eyes at him. I don't care why she's here. All that matters is that she is. I told you before, I don't have a fucking heart that can be broken. Or have you forgotten? Nino touched my shoulder lightly. I know you better than anyone else, Ramo. Or have you forgotten? That's why you're so good at pissing me off. Do you want me to get her? I nodded. I didn't think I'd ever wanted anything more. I would have gone through days of torture, through weeks of it, to see Serafina. That she saved me? Fuck. I'd never considered it an option. After she told me she wouldn't give me her forgiveness, I'd resigned myself to the fact that she wanted me dead, that she wanted to see me suffer. I deserved it. There was no fucking question about it. I knew what I was. There wasn't anything white about me. Very little gray and a ton of black. And yet she was here. She was here with our children. I tried to imagine them, but I couldn't. I'd never wanted kids, because I was certain I'd never find a woman who wouldn't prove to be the same fucking failure my mother had been. I'd been certain that I'd break any woman, but Serafina was strong. She'd proven me wrong, had twisted my game until I felt like the loser, like the one who'd been checkmated.
Serafina. Nino walked into the living room where Chiara and I were sitting on a blanket with Navio and Greta. Chiara was a natural with kids, and it was obvious how much she loved them. She held Navio in her lap as she showed him a picture book. Greta sat in my lap, her tiny hand wrapped around my thumb and looking down at the book in my free hand. I looked up at Nino, but his eyes were on Chiara, who was smiling down at my son, practically glowing with happiness. Slowly he dragged his gaze up. Ramo just woke up. Without thinking, I got up with Greta clinging to me. I didn't want my kids there when I first talked to Ramo after he'd woken. I felt like we needed a moment before I could allow that. I untangled Greta gently and laid her down on the blanket, then hesitated. Chiara looked up with a smile. Nino and I can watch them while you talk to Ramo. Nino moved closer, but I stayed where I was. I couldn't help it. This would be the first time I let them out of sight since our arrival.
Each of us would lay our life down for these kids, Nino said. You brought them here. They are Falcones. They are Ramo's kids. He burned for us. We will burn for them.
I gave a small nod and took a step back. Greta's eyes followed me. Chiara, can you take Greta? She's very shy around people she doesn't know, especially men. Nino lowered himself beside Chiara and took Navio from her. I tensed when Chiara reached for my daughter, expecting a crying fit, but Greta's face scrunched up only briefly, then smoothed when Chiara sang softly. I took another step back. Chiara beamed at Nino as he put Navio down on his lap and pointed at the picture book. Nino oozed calmness, which was perfect for my kids. Navio ignored the picture book that Nino held up and stared at the colorful tattoos on Nino's arm, touching them with his small hands as if he thought they'd come alive under his fingertips. My heart swelled once more, and I turned quickly before I got too emotional. I took a deep breath before I slipped into Remo's bedroom. He was sitting back against the headboard, elevated by pillows. His upper body was naked, except for the many bandages covering his skin, the cuts my family had inflicted to avenge me. He looked up from his iPad, and I took a hesitant step closer as I let the door shut. His face pulled into a strange smile.
I'd never have thought that you would be the one to save me.
I moved closer, half terrified, half excited, and stopped beside him. Remo's dark eyes burned with emotions that set my heart aflame, but I shoved the sensations back. I saved the father of my children so they would be safe.
My brothers would have protected them, even if your family had killed me.
I put a hand down beside him on the headboard, hovering over him. Nobody will protect them like you will. You'll go through fire for them. I didn't ask. I knew it. He raised his hand stiffly, most of his arm bandaged, and cupped the back of my head. I let him pull me down.
For them. For you.
He murmured, fiercely, harshly, angrily. His lips brushed mine, and my entire being melted. I fell as I had the first time we kissed. Shuddering, I drew back and straightened. This was too soon. I needed to figure things out between us. He watched me with a bitter smile. For some reason, the sight tore at me. I leaned down and briefly brushed his lips with mine to show him that my withdrawal didn't mean never, only later. I quickly stepped back and turned.
Will you show them to me?
He asked quietly. I looked over my shoulder. Of course. I held Greta and Navio tightly against my body as I nudged the door open. Then I stepped in. I was inexplicably nervous. My family had never looked at my children the way I regarded them, like they were something precious, a gift I wanted to cherish every single day. Remo's eyes zeroed in on our babies as I moved closer, and he didn't look away again, appearing almost stunned. I sat down beside him and carefully put Navio down on his back next to Remo. Greta still clung to me tightly. Remo's expression held wonder, and when he raised his eyes to mine, they were softer than I'd ever seen them. He stretched out his bandaged arm and stroked his fingertip over Navio's chest reverently. Navio, being Navio, snatched up Remo's finger and brought it to his mouth to chew on it with a toothless grin. Remo's lips twitched. Then he raised his gaze to Greta, who turned her head to watch him curiously. She's shy around most people, I said. She'd always been like that, even when she was a tiny newborn. I took his hand so she saw me doing it, then brought it toward her. When she didn't protest, I released Remo's hand, and he caressed her back with his fingertips. He was so gentle and careful with her, I could feel a mix of happiness and wistfulness rise up in my throat. Greta watched him silently. Did she know he was her dad? Tears ran down my cheeks. Remo, stroking Greta's back and having his finger chewed off by Navio, was the most beautiful sight I could imagine. I don't think I've ever been this happy, I admitted, not caring that I was being emotional in front of Remo. This was no longer a battle of wills, a twisted game of chess. These stakes were too high. Remo locked his gaze with mine.
I know I've never been happier.
Chapter 29. Serafina. As far as patience went, Remo was a nightmare. He was a nightmare in many other regards as well, but giving his body time to heal wasn't on his agenda. Nino wasn't happy about it.
You need to rest, Remo. It's been only 3 days and you're already running around. I've had worse. Now stop the fucking fussing. I'm not a child. Maybe not.
but I'm obviously the only one of the two of us capable of sane decisions. Neither of you is sane. Now help me with this fucking crib, Savio muttered. I leaned in the doorway of the future nursery. Nino and Chiara had gone shopping this morning, and now the 4 Falcone brothers were trying to put together the furniture. Though Nino and Savio were doing all the work, because Adamo's arm was in a cast, and most of Remo's body was bandaged, not to mention the many broken bones in his body. Adamo sat on a plush baby blue armchair, which sat close to the window. Sometimes when he thought no one was looking, his eyes twisted with something dark, something haunted. Some wounds would take a long time to heal. Remo leaned against the windowsill, wearing only low-cut sweatpants, barking orders. A smile tugged at my lips. "The instructions are quite clear, Remo," Nino drawled. "I don't need your orders on top of that." Savio scoffed, as if that'll stop him. It was still difficult to grasp what had happened these last 3 days. I'd left my family, Samuel, to live in Las Vegas with the man who kidnapped me and his family who helped him do it. But with every passing hour, I realized it had been the right decision for my children and maybe even for me. The moment Remo saw his babies, a knot in my chest loosened. A knot that had strangled me since he released me, only to be pulled tighter when Greta and Navio were born. They belonged here. I had tried to keep my distance from Remo so far, only visited him twice so our twins could get used to his presence, and I knew he wasn't happy with it. Remo spotted me in the doorway, his eyes becoming more eager and intent. My pulse picked up, and I turned around to return to Navio and Greta, who were waiting downstairs with Chiara. Remo cornered me in the hallway. For someone with his injuries, he was annoyingly fast.
"Are you running from me, Angel?"
He backed me into the wall, his palms on either side of me. "I've learned that doesn't work. You always catch me," I said, leaning back because with him so close, I was having trouble focusing.
"I often imagined how it would be to see you again,"
he said in a low voice.
"But this wasn't one of the scenarios I came up with."
I regarded him. "When you sent me off like a thing easy to dispose of, it didn't seem like you wanted to see me again." He shook his head, anger flashing on his face.
"I gave you a choice, one you didn't have before, and you chose to stay with the outfit."
I huffed. "That's ridiculous. You traded me like a piece of cattle. Why would I return to you? I'm not in the habit of thrusting myself upon someone who obviously couldn't wait to get rid of me." Remo leaned even closer.
"Did you really believe that I didn't want you? Or did you tell yourself that because you didn't want to leave your family?"
I frowned. "You could have—"
"What?"
he growled.
"I could have what? Kidnapped you again? Asked Dante to send you back?"
He had a point, and it annoyed me.
"When were you planning on telling me about our babies? Would you have told me at all if Adamo hadn't gotten himself captured?"
"You sent me away, back to my fiancé. I didn't think you'd care what happened with me, much less wanted kids," I muttered, but something in his eyes made me continue. "I wanted to tell you. The moment I saw them, I knew I needed to tell you. But I didn't know how. I was a coward." His hand came up, cupping my cheek, his dark eyes impossibly possessive.
"I was sure you'd return to me."
His lips brushed mine.
"You aren't a coward. You saved me. You went against your family to protect our children. You gave up everything for them. And for me."
I deepened the kiss. Couldn't keep the distance I so desperately wanted to keep. Remo's lips, his tongue, the feel of his rough palm against my cheek awakened a deep longing, a desperate need I'd kept buried since he'd set me free. My core tightened as his familiar manly scent flooded my nose, and memories of how Remo's hands, his mouth, his cock had felt came to the surface. I drew back, coming to my senses, and slipped out from under Remo's arm. He gave me a knowing smile before I hurried away, but I had seen the proof of his body's reaction to me in the bulge of his sweatpants. Only 1 week until Christmas. The mansion was decorated beautifully with red baubles, golden tinsel, and sprigs of mistletoe. Luckily, Greta and Navio weren't mobile yet, or the greenery would have had to go. I'd sent Samuel a few messages, telling him I was safe and asking if he was okay. He hadn't replied yet, but I knew he'd read the messages. Maybe his hurt was still too fresh. 5 days weren't enough to come to terms with the fact that your sister betrayed you for a man you hated more than anything in the world. My messages to Mom and Sophia hadn't even been received. I suspected Dad had gotten new phones for them so I couldn't contact them. I approached Chiara as she stirred a new batch of baby food, a sweet potato puree. "Do you get Christmas presents for each other?" Nino had given me a credit card from one of the Falcone bank accounts yesterday, and while I'd wanted to decline at first, I took the card. Remo seemed determined to make sure I had everything I needed. Still, it felt a bit odd to use their own money to buy them presents, but it wasn't as if I could access my family's accounts anymore. "Well, last year was still a bit of a Christmas trial. Nino and his brothers still need to get used to a female touch in their life. But I got them gifts, and a few days after Christmas, I got gifts from them as well." She laughed. "I think this year they might have gifts on time. I don't know what to get any of them. I don't know them well enough, and I don't really feel like part of this family yet." She touched my shoulder. "But you are, Serafina. It's a strange situation for all of us, but it's the best thing that could have happened, especially for Remo." "You think?" I whispered. "I know it," she said firmly. "How are things between you?" "I'm trying to keep my distance. I'm scared of allowing too much closeness too fast." "But you want to be with him?" I laughed. "I don't think I have a choice." "He won't force you." "That's not what I mean," I said quietly. "I don't think my heart or my body will leave me a choice." She nodded, understanding filling her face. "I'm so happy for the both of you, the 4 of you." "Do you think Remo's capable of love?" Chiara looked thoughtful. "He and Nino went through horrible things as children. It formed them into the men they are today. It still affects them. I'm not sure what it did to Remo. If parts of him were irrevocably destroyed..." I didn't ask what kind of horrors lay in Remo's past. Chiara would have told me if she thought it was her place to share. If I wanted to find out, I'd have to ask him. "If you want to go Christmas shopping, we can go together tomorrow. Fabiano could guard us." "That would be nice," I said. Despite Nino's words of protest, Remo came down for dinner that evening, and we all settled around the dining room table. Greta and Navio were in their new high chairs between Chiara and me. I had taken over the job of trying to wrangle food into Navio's mouth, since Greta seemed to do well around Chiara. I could feel Remo's eyes on us the entire time, with an expression I could only describe as longing. My food was getting cold anyway, so I decided to give him a chance to be a real dad. "Why don't you give this a try?" I asked Remo. I wasn't sure if he was interested in feeding, or if he was like some fathers whose interest in their children ended when it required them to do something. Everyone paused what they were doing for a moment. Remo put down his fork and stood. His movements were still stiff, not just because of the bandages. It would take some time for his broken bones and bruises to heal. I gave him my chair, took my plate, and settled into the place he'd vacated. Navio was making grabby motions, but the spoon and bowl were out of his reach. I could tell that he was getting frustrated with the situation, and a hissy fit was fast approaching. Remo took the spoon and lifted it toward Navio's face, but he didn't restrain his arms. Before I could warn him, Navio snatched at the spoon and catapulted sweet potato puree through the room. Most of it landed square on Remo's shirt, the rest in Nino's face. I bit the inside of my cheek to stop laughter. Chiara didn't show the same restraint. She burst out laughing. Nino wiped his face with a napkin, his eyes on his laughing wife, and softer than I'd ever seen them. Navio rocked excitedly in his chair, a toothless grin on his face. Remo glanced down at himself, then at his son, and his lips twitched. This time he took Navio's hands in his big one before he brought the spoon toward his mouth. Navio pressed his lips together, obviously unhappy about the situation.
"This reminds me of you, Adamo,"
Remo said. Adamo grimaced. Nino nodded.
"You always made a mess during feeding as well." "If we start exchanging baby stories, I'm out,"
Savio muttered. Remo turned back to Navio and nudged his lips with the spoon.
"Come on, Navio."
I stood and got on my haunches beside Navio's high chair. "Come on, Navio. Show your dad how well you can eat." Remo looked down at me, his expression stilling when I called him Dad. After a moment of hesitation, Navio finally allowed Remo to put the spoon in his mouth. I smiled, straightened to my feet, and pressed a kiss on Navio's head. Then I leaned over Greta and did the same. She smiled at me with the spoon in her mouth, and my heart just exploded with gratefulness. I caught Remo's eyes, but quickly glanced away, because the look in his threatened to crush my resolve to keep my distance. After bringing the twins to bed, I grabbed my phone and headed for Remo's bedroom. Nino had practically dragged him there so he could lie down and rest. I knocked.
"Come in, Angel."
Frowning, I entered. "How did you know?" He regarded me with an expression that sent a little shiver down my spine.
"Because my brothers don't knock, they barge in, and Chiara usually stays away from my bedroom."
I nodded, my hand still on the door, debating if I should leave it open just to be safe. Remo smiled knowingly.
"I'm practically bedridden. No reason to be worried. I won't attack you."
Bedridden, as if. That man couldn't be broken easily. I closed the door. I wasn't worried about Remo making a move. I was worried I'd throw caution in the wind and do what I'd been dreaming of forever. As if that would stop you. Remo didn't say anything. I held up my phone. "I thought you'd like to see photos of Navio and Greta."
"I'd like that,"
Remo said, moving to the side so there was room beside him on the bed. I eyed the spot, then Remo leaning against the headrest with his naked upper body. Even the bandages didn't make Remo any less attractive. Trying to hide my thoughts, I strolled over to him casually and sank down beside him, legs stretched out before me. Remo's eyes lingered on them. I was wearing a dress and no tights because it was surprisingly warm in the house. Goosebumps rippled across my skin. I cleared my throat and clicked on the first photo, which Mom had taken shortly after I'd given birth to the twins. I held them in my arms and looked down at them with an exhausted yet adoring expression. Remo leaned in and his arm brushed mine. Despite the material of my dress between us, a tingle shot through me at the brief contact.
"You look pale in the photo,"
he said quietly. After 22 hours of labor, everyone does. Remo's dark eyes flickered with a hint of wistfulness. "I wish you could have been there. If I'd known what I know today, I would have come to Vegas sooner. I'm sorry I took that away from you." Remo cupped my chin, and I tensed because he looked like he was going to kiss me.
"Regret over the past is wasted energy. We can't change the past, no matter how much we want to do it."
"What would you want to change?" I asked, trying to ignore the feel of Remo's touch. He shook his head with a dark smile.
"Not your kidnapping. I don't feel an ounce of regret about stealing you."
"You don't?" I frowned, pulling back slightly, but Remo leaned in, fingers still on my chin.
"Not one fucking bit. I'd kidnap you again to be the one you gift yourself to. You could have never been mine if I hadn't stolen you.
I didn't argue, neither about me being his, nor about the fact that without the kidnapping, we would have never found each other.
What about you?
Reilly murmured.
Do you regret becoming mine?
No, I admitted, and finally drew back from his touch. Not that. I just wish it wouldn't have cost my family so much. Reilly nodded and settled back against the headrest.
Hardly anything worth having can be gained without loss and pain and sacrifice.
My eyes trailed over his wounds and bruises. He'd sacrificed himself for his brother, but I had a feeling it wasn't the only reason why he'd allowed my family to capture and torture him. He'd accepted pain, maybe even losing his life, for a chance to see me again. I cleared my throat and clicked on the next photo. The first photo of Navio and Greta lying in a crib beside each other. I showed him photo after photo, neither of us saying anything. It was difficult to focus on anything but Reilly's warmth, his scent, the strength and power he oozed. When I finally shut off my phone, my body was humming with need. I met his gaze, which rested unabashedly on me. Reilly regarded me with an expression I knew too well. Hunger and dominance. He touched my bare knee. I exhaled. His hand slipped slowly up between my legs. Reilly, I warned, but he held my gaze, his lips pulling wider.
Have you let anyone touch what's mine?
I glared, but my body screamed for more. For Reilly's touch, for his lips. He knew the answer, could see it on my face.
No,
he said quietly.
All of you is only mine.
You set me free, remember? I belonged to myself. We both knew it was a lie. I'd never been free of his hold on me. But he, too, had lost his freedom. His hand slipped higher until finally he brushed over the fabric of my panties. They were drenched, just from being in his presence. Reilly groaned, low and dark, and my resolve crumpled. His thumb drew small circles on my crotch, and I could feel myself growing even more aroused. Reilly's dark eyes held mine, and as usual I couldn't look away. His thumb pushed under my panties and between my folds, spreading my wetness. I whimpered from the contact, skin on skin. So good, so desperately needed. He drew small circles on my clit, round and round and round. I parted my legs a bit more and gripped the sheets, needing something to hold on to as I stared at Reilly. His gaze possessed me like it always did.
Are you going to come, Angel?
I gave a small nod. It had been too long. I was falling apart so quickly. He didn't speed up the pace as his other hand pushed up my dress so he could see his finger working me, round and round.
Part your legs more,
he growled, and I did. He slipped between my folds again, spreading my wetness some more.
I want to fuck you so badly.
You're still healing, I rasped. His broken bones needed to mend. One of us needed to be the voice of reason, even if my body hated me for it. He sat up stiffly.
Straddle me with your ass facing me.
What?
Do it,
he ordered. I didn't question him, could barely think straight from the throbbing between my legs. I pushed up and climbed over Reilly, careful not to ram my knees into his ribs. My palms rested beside his knees as I knelt over him, my ass pushing out. Reilly lifted up my dress until I was exposed, and my core tightened in anticipation. Fuck, Reilly murmured, causing me to shiver again. I gasped when he pushed 2 fingers into me, my back arching at the delicious sensation of my walls gripping him. Reilly let out a low groan, and I almost came hearing it. I could see the proof of his own need straining against his sweatpants.
The sight of your pussy taking my fingers is the fucking best.
I whimpered in response and began to meet his thrusts, kneading his fingers deeper, faster, harder.
Yes, Angel, take them,
he rasped. More wetness pooled between my legs. I threw a glance over my shoulder. Remo was focused on his fingers as they fucked me, his dark eyes burning with so much desire it stole my breath. I shuddered with pleasure. He glanced up, his lips curling in a pleased smile.
Come on, Angel. Fuck my fingers.
Remo added a third finger, and my eyes rolled back in my head at the sensation. I ground myself against Remo's hand, driving his fingers deeper into me. He watched me intently, and his other hand began massaging my butt. I wanted to grasp his erection, but I could hardly support myself with 2 arms, already spinning out of control. He gathered my wetness with the fingers of his other hand, and then I felt one finger against my back entrance. I tensed but didn't stop riding Remo's fingers.
Relax,
Remo ordered, his eyes compelling.
It'll be good.
Anxious and excited, I gave a small nod. Slowly, he pushed a finger into me. Oh, God, I gasped as I felt his fingers in both my openings. There was a slight discomfort, but it didn't stand a chance against the pleasure Remo's fingers in my center caused. Remo established a gentle rhythm with his finger while I kept grinding myself against his other hand. He didn't take his eyes off me as he worked my body, and I could feel the first traitorous spasm of my orgasm. My pussy clenched around his fingers. I moaned, the sensations overwhelming me. I felt a second finger at my back entrance and tensed again. Remo stroked my butt cheek, and as I drove his fingers deep into me, he curled them and hit my G-spot. I came hard, crying out desperately, and he pushed the second finger into my back entrance. I gasped from the pain, and my orgasm heightened in force. I shuddered, caught between intense pleasure and dull pain. My arms gave way, and I braced myself on my forearms. Remo kept thrusting.
Yes, Angel. I told you I'd show you pain and pleasure.
Half lowered onto him, I could feel his erection digging into my belly. He groaned again, almost in agony. I was completely overwhelmed, stunned, and a little embarrassed. I never considered allowing someone to go anywhere near my ass. Of course, Remo wanted that part of me as well. Remo pulled out of me slowly, and I gasped. His hands came down on my ass cheeks, and he massaged me gently.
If I died now, it would be worth it.
I huffed. You won't die today. I won't explain that to Nino. No, thank you. Remo chuckled, and the sound sent a different kind of shiver through my body. I loved the sound of Remo laughing, especially if it was earnest. I pushed myself up, then knelt beside Remo. He curled his hand over my neck and pulled me toward him for a slow kiss. When he drew back, his eyes searched my face. I knew my cheeks were flushed, not just from my orgasm, but also from embarrassment.
There's so much pleasure I still want to show you,
Remo murmured, tracing his lips over my jaw and cheek. He dropped his head back against the headboard, sighing as he reached for a glass filled with dark liquid on his nightstand. I recognized the scent immediately. Scotch, really?
It'll help with the healing, trust me. I've done a lot of research in the past.
I shook my head.
And,
he added with a challenging smile,
it seems to be the only pleasure I'm allowed today.
He took a sip. My eyes darted down to the impressive bulge in his pants. I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to render him into a helpless mess of desire as he did with me.
Trying to decide if you're brave enough?
I glowered. I've given you a blowjob before.
His mouth twitched. You tried, but you didn't finish, so it doesn't count.
I knew he was trying to goad me. Unfortunately, it was working. I moved down until I knelt beside his groin. Remo reached for his pants and pulled them down, wincing as he did so. "Quite eager, aren't you?" I teased. He smiled, but it was dark and hungry, and his body was tense. I lowered my head and took his tip into my mouth. Remo moaned, his fingers tingling in my hair. I swirled my tongue around him, and my own core tightened with renewed need. Remo's breathing deepened, his muscles tensing as he watched me.
"Take more of me,"
Remo ordered quietly, and I did. I let him claim my mouth until he hit the back of my throat. He thrust into me slowly, his hand in my hair keeping me in place. He held my gaze as I let him claim my mouth. His other hand cupped my cheek. Remo, brutality and tenderness. I still didn't understand him or us. Remo's body coiled tighter, his hips jerking up with less control. Lips parting in a low moan.
"I'm going to come,"
he rasped. I saw the question in his expression, and my heart swelled with affection, and God help me, love. I gave a small nod around his head before he drove deeper into my mouth again, and his grip on my neck became firmer. His face twisted with passion, his eyes almost harsh with lust as he tensed and came with a sharp exhale. I had trouble swallowing around his length, and Remo loosened his hold on my neck so I could pull back slightly. He kept rocking his hips, his breathing harsh. Remo's gaze laid claim to another part of me, possessive and warm as he stroked my cheek. I slowly released his cock from my lips and swallowed, frowning at the taste. Remo drew me toward him, brushed my lips with his, and handed me his glass with scotch. I took a sip and coughed. That tasted even worse.
"You'll get used to the taste,"
he said with a small laugh. "The scotch or your—" He gripped my arms and wrenched me against him so I was cradled against his chest. I caught the wince, but then it was gone.
"My cum,"
he murmured as he licked my lips, then dove into my mouth. Our kiss was slow, almost teasing, until it wasn't. It became needy and eager. He positioned me so one of my legs was thrown over his groin, my head against his shoulder. His hand parted me, then his fingers slid over my drenched panties. He pushed the fabric aside and slowly pushed 2 fingers into me. His other hand began pinching and twirling my nipple. He played me masterfully with his fingers as I lay draped over him. We kissed softly, our eyes locked the entire time until a new wave of pleasure shot through me. I barely caught my breath when Greta's cry rang out. I sighed with a small smile.
"Perfect timing,"
he murmured, giving me another lingering kiss. I quickly slid out of bed and rushed into the bathroom to wash my hands before I returned to the bedroom. Remo stood beside the door, waiting for me. "You should stay in bed and rest," I said.
"I should help you with our children."
His voice didn't allow any objections, and I had to stifle a pleased smile. By the time we arrived in the nursery, Navio had started crying as well. I took Greta because she didn't know Remo well enough. Remo lifted Navio out of the crib without hesitation and pressed him to his chest. It was obvious that he'd held a baby before, that he knew how to handle them. I took a whiff. New diapers. Remo carried Navio over to the changing table and began his work. I watched him for a moment longer, my body flooding with so many hormones. I could feel the waterworks beginning. I blinked and looked away. "I'll go into the kitchen and prepare their bottles." Remo glanced up, his gaze lingering on my eyes, then nodded. When I returned 10 minutes later, Navio was already dressed and resting in Remo's arm. I handed him a bottle, and he sank down in the armchair, wincing again. He was moving more stiffly than before, probably from overexertion. I changed Greta's diaper before I settled on the armrest beside Remo and started feeding her. "This is strange," I whispered after a moment. Remo frowned.
"It's not what I imagined when I kidnapped you."
I searched his face, trying to figure out what this meant to him, what I really meant to him, but I didn't dare ask. I knew it was futile to stay away from Remo, not only because my body was already calling for his touch again, but also because my heart yearned for his closeness. After they had fallen back asleep, I was on my way toward my room when Remo gripped my wrist, stopping me.
"Stay with me."
I nodded and allowed Remo to pull me back to his bedroom, where I put one of his shirts on before slipping under the covers. Remo pulled me against him, wincing as I touched his bruises. "You're in pain," I protested, trying to put distance between us, but Remo tightened his hold on me.
"Fuck the pain. I want you in my arms."
I stilled and finally relaxed against him, my cheek pressed up to his strong chest. This felt too good to be true. Chapter 30. Serafina. Christmas rolled around. The first Christmas for Navio and Greta. The first Christmas as a part of the Falcone clan. After wishing Samuel a Merry Christmas and not hearing anything in return, I went downstairs with Navio and Greta. Remo was already in the living room with his brothers, discussing their plans for future races. After the outfit attack, safety measures would have to be doubled. I was supposed to help Chiara in the kitchen, but still needed to figure out what to do with the kids. Remo looked up when I entered. As usual, his expression stilled when he saw me with our twins, almost as if he still had a hard time trusting his eyes. "Can you watch them?" I asked as I headed toward them. Nino sat beside Remo. Adamo and Savio were on the couch across from them. "Will you take Navio?" I asked Nino, who rose at once and took my son from me. Navio didn't mind, too fascinated by the tattoos on Nino's arms. I moved closer to Remo. Greta was clinging to me, still shy around others. Remo gave me a questioning look. He hadn't held his daughter yet. The only person except for me who didn't make Greta wail was Chiara. He gently stroked her black tuft of hair, then ran his hand down her back. His voice was low and soft as he spoke to her.
"Greta, mia cara."
My heart seemed to skip a beat. It was the first time I heard Remo speak Italian. My family and I had only ever spoken Italian when we were surrounded by outsiders, and I knew many families handled it the same way. I carefully untangled her from my neck and gave her to Remo. Her big dark eyes blinked up at him, and her face began to twist. Remo rocked her gently in the crook of his arm, then lowered his face and kissed the top of her head. She let out a hesitant cry, as if she wasn't sure if she wanted to wail or not. I handed him her favorite rattle, and he showed it to her. She reached for it, eyes already brightening, and he helped her shake it. I took a step back, then another as Remo rocked her. Remo sank down, still rattling and whispering words of consolation. Greta's expression made it clear that she wasn't convinced yet, but that she wasn't wailing was a good sign. Savio and Adamo looked as if they were having a stroke. I got it. Remo was one of the most feared men of the country, and here he cradled his baby girl in his arms, patient and careful. Nino was rocking Navio on his thigh, and my son let out delighted screeches. "I suppose that's the end of my whoring days in the house," Savio muttered. Remo looked up from Greta, his eyes narrowing.
I don't want a fucking whore anywhere near my children."
Greta cried at the harshness in his voice, and Remo's lips tightened. He shook her gently, then murmured something I didn't catch. The moment she stopped crying, I turned and left. My babies were cared for. I finally went to help Chiara in the kitchen. Chiara was taking care of the vegetarian appetizers and the vegetarian main course, while I tried my hand at a roast beef and a chocolate cake. I didn't have much experience preparing any kind of food, except for the occasional baby puree, so this proved to be a challenge. Later, we all settled around the table with a well-done roast beef, not medium rare as intended, and a slightly burnt chocolate cake, but nobody minded. During my captivity, I'd only caught glimpses of the brotherly bond Remo and his brothers shared, but now as I became a part of their family, I realized just how strongly they cared for each other. Remo had traded himself for Adamo, had signed his death sentence so Adamo could live. There was no greater sign of love than that. It gave me hope that Remo was capable of that kind of emotion. When Remo and I returned to our bedroom that night, I risked another glance at my phone, and my shoulders slumped. No messages. Remo came up behind me, his hands on my waist, his lips hot on my throat.
"Do you regret leaving the outfit?"
I leaned back against him. His chest was bare, and he'd removed most of the bandages, despite Nino's protests. "No, Greta and Navio will be happier here." He bit down on my throat gently.
"And you?"
I turned in his hold and kissed him. "I think I'll be happy too." Remo pulled my dress over my head before he backed me up toward the bed, and we both fell down. We kissed for a long time, until I was desperate and hot. Remo moved down my body and removed my panties, then stretched out between my legs. His lips and tongue pushed me over the edge within a couple of minutes. Then he climbed back up, his body covering mine, his weight braced on his forearms. His eyes held mine when he slammed into me, claiming me fully for the first time in 14 months. "Remo!" I gasped out. Despite the flashes of pain on his face, Remo's thrusts didn't falter. He hit deep and hard, his eyes owning me. When he reached between us and stroked my clit, I cried out, clenching around him and gripping his shoulders tightly. Remo growled in pain and pleasure, but kept thrusting as I rode out my orgasm. He kissed me fiercely, possessively, then pulled out. He turned me on my stomach before he kissed my ear as he settled between my thighs. I felt a firm presence at my ass and stiffened in surprise and fear. Remo stroked my back, massaged my butt.
"I want to own every part of you,"
he murmured, kissing my shoulder. He turned my head so I met his gaze and kissed me slowly. Remo had put his fingers into me a couple of times, but his erection was so much bigger.
"Say something,"
he urged. I swallowed, nervous. "I'm yours, all of me." Remo's eyes softened.
"Relax, Angel. I'll be careful."
For a moment his weight lifted, and I heard him take something from the drawer. Over my shoulder I saw him covering his cock with lube. Then he was back over me. He bit down on my shoulder blade lightly as he pushed forward, and I arched up when the stretching got too bad. Remo stopped, kissed my shoulder, my cheek. His hands slid under my body, found my nipple and my clit. He tugged at my nipple while his fingers stroked my clit and opening. Soon I loosened around him as pain and pleasure mixed. He pushed 2 fingers into me and groaned roughly. The sound, so primal and erotic, my core clenched with arousal.
"I feel my cock inside you. It's perfect."
I moaned as he moved his fingers slowly, while his other hand kept twisting my nipple. Despite the pain, I felt a release approaching. My lips parted, and my muscles tightened as pleasure overcame me. Raymond pushed his cock into me all the way, and I moaned and whimpered, caught up between pain and pleasure. I'd never felt more stretched, teetering on the edge of overwhelming pain, and yet happy that Raymond had claimed this part of me as well. I shivered, overcome with sensations. Raymond kissed my cheek.
Can I?
I gave a nod, and he pulled almost all the way out. I trembled as he pushed back in. He kept working my pussy as he thrust into me slowly.
It'll get better, Angel,
he murmured. His movements became faster, and I bit down on my lip. Pain and pleasure mingled, almost becoming one. Raymond's body pressed me into the mattress as his cock and fingers claimed me. With a guttural groan, Raymond slammed into me one more time, and I felt his release. I shuddered desperately under him. Raymond stayed inside of me for a couple of heartbeats, his breath hot on my shoulder, his fingers gentle, almost soothing on my clit. He pulled out of me carefully, then turned me on my side and pressed up behind me, kissing my shoulder. I couldn't move, overwhelmed, stunned. Every time I thought Raymond had taken everything, he took another part of me.
Angel,
he asked in a low voice. I turned around in his embrace and nestled close to him, my nose buried in the crook of his neck. Raymond tensed and gripped my chin, nudging my face up. I could see a hint of hesitation on his face as he evaluated my expression.
You will never surrender to my will because you think I want you to. Was it too painful?
I glanced up, swallowing hard. Raymond was concerned for me. Cruel, merciless, brutal to the very core, and yet concerned for me. I wanted to surrender to you, to give myself to you like that. You already own every other part of me. His brows pulled together even further. He traced my face with his finger.
I don't enjoy hurting you unless it heightens your pleasure.
I tilted my head. You sound surprised.
I enjoy hurting people, but not you. Never you.
I fell silent, wondering what it meant. Raymond pushed up and reached over me and into the drawer of his nightstand. He pulled out a small parcel, then set it down between us.
For you,
he said. My eyebrows rose. He hadn't given me a present earlier, but I had assumed the gifts for Greta and Navio had been meant for me as well. It had been difficult enough to get something for Raymond. Eventually, I'd opted for a guide of running trails of the region, as well as a quickly assembled photo book from our twins' first 7 months. What is it?
Open it,
Raymond demanded, fingertips tracing my side and hip. I lifted the lid and my breath stilled as my eyes registered the necklace with the pendant in the shape of wings. It was a beautiful piece of finely worked goldsmithing, intricately gorgeous. I took it out carefully. Where did you get it? You didn't leave the house.
I had it handcrafted by a local goldsmith shortly after I released you.
My lips fell open in surprise. Raymond helped me put the necklace on, and the cool gold settled in the valley between my breasts.
Ruinously gorgeous,
Raymond murmured as he traced my skin. I gave him a curious look.
You ruined me for all other women.
A wave of possessiveness overcame me. Raymond was mine.
Raymond. I watched Serafina as she stroked the heads of our children, patient, loving, even though they both had been crying on and off for hours. She sang to them, whispered words of sweet nothings to them. She had left her family for them so they would be safe, so they would get the life they deserved, the life they were destined for. I had seen the look in her eyes when she'd said goodbye to her twin. Serafina had given up so much for our children. Her body was weaker than mine. She wasn't as harsh or cruel or fearless. But God, she was strong. When Nevillo and Greta had finally fallen asleep, she'd straightened from where she'd bent over their crib, and when she noticed me, she tensed slightly but came toward me. She'd been oddly quiet today, and I knew something was bothering her, but I didn't talk emotions if I could help it. Serafina stopped in the hallway. I've been here for 3 weeks, but I still don't know what we are. I braced myself beside her shoulders, peering down at her. You're an angel, and I'm your ruin. My lips pulled into a wry smile. She shook her head, almost angrily. What am I to you? Your lover? Your girlfriend? A nice change from your usual whores? My own anger spiked. What do you want me to say? Nothing, she said quietly. I want the truth. I need to know what to expect from you. I love death. I love spilling blood and causing pain. I love to see terror in people's eyes, and that won't ever change. I whispered harshly, because it was true. She looked up at me. You are the cruelest man I know. You took everything from me. I nodded, because that was true as well. Few women can bear the darkness. I can't. I won't force you to be with me. You are free. Free to do as I please, she murmured, warm and soft against me, tantalizing. Even take another man into my bed? A burst of rage filled me. I wanted her for myself, wanted to remain the only man who'd ever tasted those perfect lips, who'd ever claimed her. But more than that, I wanted her to want it too. I swallowed my fury. Even that, I said, then continued in a harsh whisper. I won't stop you. I won't punish you for it. She smiled a knowing smile. But you will kill anyone who touches me. I brought our lips close. Not just kill them. Obliterate them in the cruelest way possible for touching something they are unworthy of. Challenge flickered in her eyes. Are you worthy? I claimed her mouth, hard and desperate, before pulling back. Oh no, Angel. From the day I saw you, I knew I was the least worthy of them all. I should have never laid a hand on her. But I was a fucking bastard, and had taken everything she was willing to give. She tilted her head up, regarding me. She opened my shirt slowly, one button after the other, and it gave way under those elegant fingers. She rested her palm against my chest, over my heart. Is there something in there capable of love? My fucking chest constricted. Whatever's in there, it's yours. Whatever love I'm capable of, it's yours too. She cupped my face, her eyes fierce, almost brutal in their intensity. You are beyond redemption, Ramo, she whispered, and I smiled bitterly because I knew it. She shook her head. But so am I, because even free to do as I please, I choose you. I'm no angel. An angel wouldn't love a man like you, but I do. I love you. And she kissed me harshly, brutally, all rage and love, and I kissed her back with the same love, the same rage. This woman had stolen my black heart. From the first moment I saw her, I wanted to own her. At first to destroy the outfit and Dante, then later because it became an irresistible need, a voracious longing. And in the end, Serafina was the one who owned me, black heart, condemned soul, scarred body. Every fucking part of me was hers. And if she'd let me, I'd be hers till my last day.
Serafina. My heart burned with emotions, fiercely. Remo had declared his love for me, something I'd never considered a possibility. This cruel man owned my heart, and I didn't want it any other way. Remo's kiss was violent, harsh. Then he pulled back.
"Marry me."
I froze. It had been an order. Remo wasn't a man who asked for anything. I leaned back against the wall slowly, searching his eyes. He didn't let me retreat. He kissed me again, but gentler.
"Marry me, Angel."
It still wasn't a question, but his voice wasn't dominant anymore. It was soft, compelling, raw. "Become a falcone?" I murmured against his lips.
"Become a falcone. Become mine."
I smiled. "I have been yours for a long time."
"Is that a yes?"
he asked, his hand sliding over my outer thigh, stroking, distracting me. "Yes," I whispered.
"Serafina Falcone,"
he murmured.
"I like the sound of it."
I smiled, because this name sounded right. More right than Mancini ever had. Was this love? Was this madness? I didn't care. It was perfection either way. Chapter 31. Serafina. I was inexplicably nervous when Remo told me he wanted to announce our wedding to his brothers and Chiara the next day. We'd all gathered in the kitchen for breakfast, Livio on Chiara's lap and Greta on mine.
"You have a new wedding to look forward to,"
Remo said without warning. Every pair of eyes darted from him, then to me. My cheeks flushed. I wasn't sure what Savio and Nino thought of the situation. Adamo and Chiara liked me, but the other two... "Will we be allowed to kidnap someone, or at least spill some blood? Since you sampled the goods before, bloody sheets won't happen after all." Savio drawled, grinning. Remo reached over the table and hit him over the head. Savio only chuckled.
"Be careful I don't spill your blood."
Adamo smiled at me, then rolled his eyes at Savio. Chiara got up, handing Livio to Remo so she could hug me. "I'm so happy." Savio and Nino definitely didn't look unhappy, but their reaction wasn't as enthusiastic as Chiara's or Adamo's. Not that I had expected it to be. When Savio got up to take a call, I followed after him, but waited until he was done before I approached him. He eyed me curiously when he noticed me. He didn't look like a teenager anymore, especially now that he was sporting stubble. "Are we good?" I asked.
"If you're talking about the soup incident, that's forgotten. Trust me, most people want to do worse to me, especially women, so I've learned not to hold grudges."
He shrugged.
"And we were the ones who held you captive, so you have more reason to be pissed."
"True, but my family kidnapped your younger brother and almost killed your oldest. So I guess we're even?" Savio's expression tightened briefly at the mention of my family, and my own stomach churned painfully.
"You are part of our family now. I don't give a fuck about the past. Just make sure you don't break Remo's fucking heart."
"Do you think that's a possibility?" I teased. His dark brows drew together.
"Before you, I'd have bet my balls against it. To be honest, I wasn't sure if Remo had something resembling a heart."
"He loves you." Savio looked away, obviously uncomfortable.
"We are brothers. We'll die for each other."
I smiled.
"We should return."
Savio muttered.
"I don't want Remo to think we're getting it on behind his back."
I snorted. "Sorry, Savio. Nothing against you, but you don't stand a chance." Savio gave me an arrogant smile.
"You like what you see. Admit it."
He sauntered back into the kitchen before I could shoot something back. But for some reason, his insufferable ego was almost endearing. It reminded me a bit of Samuel, which was consoling and painful at the same time. After my conversation with Savio, I felt better. Now I only needed to straighten out things with Nino. He and I had never really warmed up to each other, and I wasn't sure if it was because Nino didn't like me or if it was because of his nature. Remo leaned in when I sat down beside him.
Did he behave?
Savio rolled his eyes at his brother. He tried, I said.
That's all I can hope for. Maybe they'll try your patience as they do mine.
Raising twins will teach you the patience of a saint. I doubt your brothers can test me.
We'll see,
Savio said with a chuckle.
And don't hold your breath. Remo won't reach sainthood anytime soon.
I don't want him to be a saint, I said, looking at Navio and Remo, both watching me with those impossibly dark eyes. After breakfast, I asked Nino if we could talk. We headed into the garden, despite Remo's suspicious expression. Do you disapprove of our wedding? Nino assessed me without a flicker of emotion.
No, I never considered marriage an option for Remo, but that doesn't mean I don't think it's a good thing. It was for me, despite my own reluctance in regards to marriage.
I nodded. You never seemed to like me much.
It was never a matter of dislike, Serafina. You were our captive, the enemy, and I didn't want Remo to lose himself in his game. I thought it wouldn't work. But I was wrong. You saved him.
I couldn't let my family kill him. Nino shook his head.
That's not what I mean.
I waited, watching Nino's profile as he stared off into the distance.
Remo and I, we are messed up in ways that can't be fixed. Not really. For someone to accept us despite what we are, it takes a lot of forgiveness and love. Our past, it broke certain parts of us.
Remo never talks about the past. Nino nodded.
He'll tell you eventually. Give him time.
We have all our lives.
Remo. I held Serafina in my arms after sex. My chest pressed up to her back, my nose buried in her soft hair, relishing in her sweet scent. She traced the scars on my palm. She did it often. In the beginning it had bothered me because it was part of me I didn't share with anyone except for Nino. I was 9, I began, then stopped because even with Nino I'd never discussed what had happened. Words had always seemed lacking to convey our shared horrors. The smell of blood filled my nose as it always did when I remembered that day. Soon, the stench of burning fabric and skin joined the metallic tang. Serafina's fingers on my palm had stilled. I love you no matter what. I've heard of every horror you committed, and I'm still here. She was. I could imagine what kind of stories were whispered in the outfit, and they were all true. And Serafina had experienced a small part of our nature when I'd captured her, when I'd cut her. Looking at the faded white scar, I still felt a fucking twinge in my chest. I brushed aside her hair and kissed the nape of her neck. That she found it in her heart to love me despite it all, that she trusted me with our children, it seemed impossible. I know what I am, but my father, he was monstrous in a different way. He enjoyed torturing the people he was meant to protect, just as much as he did his enemies, maybe even more. My mother loved and feared him equally, and she allowed him to humiliate and torture her because of it, allowed him to do the same to us. Love made her weak. Serafina gave a small shake of her head. Real love doesn't make you weak. Love how it's meant to be makes you stronger. But there's no room for fear where there's love. I tightened my hold around her. Don't you fear me? I used to, but not anymore, and never again. I rested my forehead against her hair. Very few people didn't fear me. My brothers and maybe Kiara, and that was what I wanted, what I worked for. Eventually she hated my father more than she loved him, and she decided to punish him in the only way she thought she could. I closed my eyes, remembering that day. Mother came into my bedroom in her long nightgown, which was straining over her belly. She never brought us to bed or said good night, so I tensed when I saw her in the doorway. I'd gotten me and my brothers ready for bed, while she lay on the sofa, staring at nothing. Remo, my boy, can you come with me? I narrowed my eyes. She sounded too caring, too loving. My boy? She sounded like a mother. She smiled and I took a hesitant step forward, more hopeful than suspicious. Nino and Savio are already in my room. That convinced me. I followed her toward her bedroom. For a second I considered slipping my hand in hers. But she had never held my hand like that, and I was too old now. The moment I stepped inside the bedroom, she threw the door shut and closed us in. My eyes registered Nino kneeling on the floor, cradling his arm. Everything was red. Rivulets of red trailed down his arms, his wrists gaping open, his eyes locked on mine. He wasn't making a sound, only crying as he bled. Blood everywhere. It clogged my nose. I frantically looked for Savio and found him motionless on the bed. A cry wedged itself into my throat until I noticed the rise and fall of his chest. Not gone. Mother stepped in front of me and grabbed my arm. Silver flashed before my eyes and I jerked. My hands and face burned as the blade cut me. I hit and clawed and roared, fighting her off. And then she stopped and the smell of smoke filled the room. The curtains were burning. We'd burn. We'd all burn. Nino began to hum, rocking back and forth, pale and sweaty. I rushed toward the window. Outside I heard the shouts of my father's men. I ripped at the curtains and flames licked at my palms and neck and arms, snatching hungrily at my skin. I screamed as I broke the window. I helped Nino out, then grabbed Savio, and jumped out of the window with him in my arms. Bones broke and I burned all over. Agony, pure and overwhelming. Staring up at the window, I saw our mother's crying, desperate face amidst the smoke and flame. Crying because I'd taken her revenge from her, because I hadn't died with my brothers as we were supposed to. I wanted her to burn, wanted her gone from our life. I wanted her dead. Serafina was quiet when I finished. She swallowed. How can a mother do that to their children? I die for Greta and Nevio. I'd never hurt them. And if you ever hurt them, Ramo, I'll kill you. That's a promise. I hope you will, because if I hurt them, I deserve nothing less than a knife to the fucking heart. Serafina turned around in my arms, her blue eyes fierce and trusting. But you won't ever hurt them. I know you won't, and you protect the people you love. I nodded. I won't, and nobody else will either. I'd fucking destroy anyone who tried. She traced the scar over my eyebrow. I know it's wrong, but I wish I could have killed your mother for what she did to you. My chest tightened. I didn't tell her that my mother was still very much alive. I brought Serafina's hand up to my face and kissed her palm, then the scar I had created. I won't allow you to be dragged down into my darkness. I was going to kill my mother one day. One day, Nino and I would be strong enough to do it. That's not your choice alone. I rule over hundreds of men. I can be very convincing if I try. She smiled a slow, fierce smile. Believe me, I know. You convinced me to fall in love with my captor, but I can be very stubborn. I pulled her closer. That's true. You almost brought me to my knees. She raised one perfect blonde eyebrow. Almost. You had me lying in my own blood at your feet. Isn't that enough? I asked in a low voice. Don't do that ever again. I won't. The next blood I'll bathe in won't be my own. Realization flickered in her eyes. She sighed, then kissed me. You swore not to kill my family. Angel, I swore not to kill them that day. The men in your family are high-ranking outfit members. Your uncle is Dante fucking Cavallaro. If I want to win this war, I'll have to kill him. And I will win this fucking war. Because if I don't, Cavallaro will, and that means Nevio and Greta, you, my brothers, won't be safe. And I don't care how many I'll have to kill to guarantee your fucking safety. I will kill everyone who threatens the people under my protection. I touched her throat, stroking the soft skin there. You can't have it all. You have to make a choice. She shook her head. I made my choice, Ramo. I chose you, and I'll choose you over and over again. Fuck. I didn't deserve this woman.
Serafina. We'd been living in Las Vegas for 2 months now. I was starting to feel at home. More at home than I'd felt in Minneapolis since I'd given birth to my twins. I kept sending Samuel messages, but they became less frequent because of his lack of reaction. Every week I'd sent him a short note telling him I was well and a photo of the twins and me. He hadn't replied so far, but I knew he'd read them, and even that was a small victory. He hadn't blocked me. He still wanted to know how I was doing, even though I was practically the enemy now. The war between the Camorra and the outfit wouldn't end any time soon, even if things had calmed down for the moment. Dante was probably planning something, and I was fairly certain Nino and Remo wouldn't ease down on the outfit either. Remo's birthday was tomorrow, and even if he didn't celebrate it, I wanted to give him something special. It was difficult to come up with a present for someone who ruled over the West Coast and could buy anything he wanted because money wasn't an issue. It had taken me a long time to come up with something that held meaning and showed Remo what he meant to me. Early in the morning, after another sleepless night with the twins, I approached Nino, who was swimming his usual laps in the pool. Chiara was keeping watch over the babies, since they were both rather needy at the moment due to their teething. Nino noticed me standing beside the pool and swam toward the edge. Is something the matter? I have a favor to ask of you. Nino hoisted himself out of the water. My eyes scanned the myriad of tattoos on his upper body and thighs. Nino regarded me curiously, and I realized I'd been staring. Sorry, I didn't mean to gawk, but I was wondering where you've had your tattoos done. Nino walked over to the lounge chair and picked up his towel. Some of them I did myself. The ones in places I can't reach I had done in a tattoo studio not too far away. You do tattoos? I can do them, yes, he said. Why? I hesitated. Because I want to get a tattoo. Can you do it for me? That depends what exactly you want. I want angel wings on the back of my neck, I said, a flush spreading on my cheeks under Nino's scrutiny. I wasn't sure if he knew Remo's nickname for me, but it felt like something personal I was sharing. Wings I can do, if you have a design in mind. Can you show me where exactly you want the tattoo? He came up to me and I pushed my hair to the side, baring the nape of my neck and touching the spot. Here. It will be painful, Nino warned. I sent him a look. I gave birth to twins. I think I can handle a needle. Nino inclined his head. That is true. While I can't assess the force of labor pain since I've never experienced it, I assume it's excruciating. It is, I said. So you will do it? If it's your wish, then yes. When? As soon as possible. The tattoo is Remo's birthday present. Again, Nino gave me a mildly curious look. We can do it later in the afternoon. I can set up everything in one of the guest rooms. Thank you, I said. Thank me once it's done and you're happy with the outcome. He paused. I assume you don't want Remo to find out for now. I nodded. If possible. It's a secret I don't mind keeping from my brother. As promised, Nino had set up everything in a guest bedroom in his wing. I was nervous, despite my best intentions not to be. Nino oozed calm as I stretched out on my stomach on the bed. He disinfected my neck before he touched the tattoo needle to the skin, and I winced at the first sting. I soon got used to the burning sensation. Nino moved quickly, meticulously, and I didn't speak as he worked, not wanting to distract him. When he was finally done, I sat up and accepted the mirror Nino held out to me. He held a second mirror behind my neck. The outcome was more stunning than I could have ever imagined. I didn't know it was possible to paint such intricate artwork with a needle. The feathers of the wings looked so real, I expected them to flutter in the wind. "It's beautiful," I admitted. Nino nodded.
Remo will appreciate the message.
"You know that he calls me Angel?"
I overheard him saying it, yes. And you are the counterpart to his fallen angel on his back.
"Did you tattoo it as well?"
I did,"
Nino murmured. "Why the broken, singed wings? The fallen angel is kneeling, and the tips of the feathers are crooked and burning." Nino regarded me closely.
"What did Remo tell you about our past?"
"He told me your mother tried to kill you, and that you almost burned to death." Nino's face tightened, and he nodded.
Remo burned to save us. I never asked Remo about the details, why he wanted to get the tattoo, but I think it has something to do with that day.
"Thank you, Nino." Nino gave a small shake of his head.
"No, thank you."
Hiding my tattoo from Remo proved difficult. I had it covered with my hair, but when I moved my head, I often had to stop myself from wincing. That evening, after bringing the twins to bed, Remo pulled me against him in our bedroom, his hands squeezing my butt before they moved higher. He kissed me and touched my neck. I drew back with a wince before I could stop myself. His eyes narrowed.
"What's wrong?"
I considered making up something, but Remo was too good at detecting lies, and his birthday was only 2 more hours away. "This was supposed to be your birthday present," I said softly, as I lifted my hair and turned so he could see my neck. Remo was quiet, and I risked a look at him over my shoulder. Slowly he raised his eyes from my wings with a strange smile.
"Wings?"
I smiled. "Because you gave me wings." He shook his head, his dark eyes softening.
"Angel,"
he said quietly, brushing his fingers over my tender skin.
"You had wings all along. You only needed a little push to spread them and fly."
I turned back to face him. Maybe, but I wouldn't have done it on my own. We kissed slowly at first, but Remo quickly deepened our kiss, and suddenly we were on the bed, tugging at our clothes and stroking every inch of naked skin we could reach. I pushed Remo onto his back, smiling, and his answering smile, all desire and dominance, sent a stab of arousal through me. Leaning forward to claim his mouth for a kiss, I lowered myself on his erection, groaning at the feeling of fullness. Remo pushed up into a sitting position, bringing us chest to chest, racing heartbeat to racing heartbeat. I gasped at the shift of him inside of me, at the feel of his strength as his arms slung around my back. I rolled my hips, driving him deeply into me as we kissed. We held each other's gaze as we always did, and those dark eyes captivated me as they'd done from the very start, so often cruel and merciless, but passionate and reverent when they rested on me, tender and caring when they regarded our twins. When we'd both found our release, we stayed wrapped up in each other like that, our breathing ragged, bodies slick with sweat. I ran my fingertips over Remo's back, tracing the spot where the wings of his fallen angel spread out. He trailed his own fingertips upwards, along my spine until he reached my new tattoo. I winced slightly, and Remo's touch turned even softer. My heart was ready to burst out of my ribcage from the look in his eyes. Remo scanned my expression, his brows drawing together. I sighed. "Sorry. Since my pregnancy, I'm more emotional. I hope it'll go away soon." I cleared my throat, then rested my palm over his shoulder blade. "What's the meaning of your tattoo? You know why I got mine, but I wonder why you got yours." A hint of wariness flashed in Remo's eyes, the walls he was used to keeping up wanting to lock back in place.
"Nino did it. About 7 years ago.
I nodded to show him I was listening.
It's a fallen angel, like you said. It represents the fall Nino and I took on the day our mother tried to kill us.
My brows snapped together. Fall? You saved your brothers. How's that falling? Remo's expression was dark and twisted, his eyes far away, haunted, angry.
Until that day, Nino and I were innocent. After that, we weren't. We'd already experienced our fair share of violence from our father, but it never affected us like that day did. The flames of that day, they singed our wings, and our fall into darkness began. We became who we are today. That's why the fallen angel is kneeling in pools of blood.
I noticed that the fallen angel knelt in pools of some kind of liquid, that a few of its singed feathers dipped into it, but I hadn't realized it was blood. For a moment I wasn't sure what to say, how to console Remo. Could words ever be enough to make the horrors of his past better? I'm sorry, I said quietly. Remo's gaze focused on me, tore away from the images of the past.
You aren't the one who should be sorry, and I won't forgive her, no matter how often she'd apologize. Not that she ever did.
I froze. Your mother didn't die that day?
No. Even though I wanted her dead, I'm glad she survived that day, or Adamo wouldn't be here. She was heavily pregnant with him.
I shook my head, completely at a loss over what Remo's mother had done. Where is she?
In a mental facility.
Remo's voice dipped and turned vicious.
We are paying for it so she can live and breathe and exist when she shouldn't be doing either.
Why haven't you killed her? With anyone else, I would have never asked something like that. But this was Remo. Killing was in his nature, and his words made it clear that he hated his mother. Remo pressed his mouth to the crook of my neck.
Because, he growled, for some fucking messed up reason, Nino and I are too weak to kill her. We haven't seen her in over 5 years.
Do Savio and Adamo know what happened?
Savio is known for a while, and we talked to Adamo a few months after he got initiated.
I stroked Remo's neck. Have you thought about visiting her again to try and find closure? Remo looked up, his expression harsh.
There won't be any closure until she's dead. I don't want to waste another second of my life on her. She's already fucking dead to me. You and Greta and Navio are what matters now. My brothers are what matters. That's it.
I kissed him to show him I understood. I didn't think it was as easy as that. Their mother still dominated part of their existence, but I respected that Remo wasn't ready to seek a solution now. It wasn't my place to meddle. He and his brothers would have to face their mother one day, and maybe then they could move past their demons. All I could do was show Remo a better future, a future with a family that loved him. He'd always only had his brothers, but now he had us as well.
Chapter 32. Remo. Serafina, Leona, and Chiara were busy in the kitchen, baking birthday cakes for the twins whose first birthday was today. It was already close to noon. I doubted they'd get the cake ready in time for the afternoon, but I didn't say anything. It seems like a waste of effort to create elaborate cakes in the shape of a unicorn in a car when their only purpose is to be eaten. Nino commented as we left the kitchen to give the women their space. They'd found images of complicated cakes on the internet and were determined to recreate them for Greta and Nevio. I don't give a fuck, but Serafina is so damn excited about the cakes, so I guess it's worth the work. I doubt the kids will care much. They'll only smash their hands into the cake and stuff their faces, I said, peering down at Greta, whom I cradled in the crook of my arm. She felt completely comfortable in my presence now, and it felt like one of the biggest triumphs in my life to have her big dark eyes look up at me with trust. And by my fucking honor and everything else that mattered, I'd never do anything to betray that trust. When she'd been wary of me in the beginning, it had felt like a knife to the heart. I'd always relished the fear in the eyes of others, with the exception of my brothers. But with my children and Serafina, I never wanted to see it again. I never considered marriage an option for the two of us, Nino said thoughtfully as we stopped beside the pool. I never thought I'd find a woman I wouldn't want to kill after a few hours. Greta gave me a toothy grin, and I stroked her hair back. It had grown quite long and curled slightly, like Adamo's hair did. Mia cara. Ready for your first swim? Nevio was settled in Nino's arm, and as usual making grabby hands at the colorful tattoos. I could already guess what he wanted to get once he was older. Fabiano was already lounging on the pink flamingo float Savio had used before I'd banned any kind of whoring in the mansion. I rolled my eyes at him. That's a disturbing sight. Fabiano shrugged. It's comfortable. Savio and Adamo were playing water ball close to the waterfall in the pool and bickering as usual. It was the first swim for the babies, since we didn't have a heated pool before, and only had it installed now that the babies were part of our household. Nino slowly stepped into the pool with Nevio. Nevio let out a screech, smiling at me. My fucking heart swelled with pride. That boy didn't fear anything. Sometimes it almost worried me how similar to me he was. He'd get himself in trouble as soon as he could walk better. Nino moved over to Fabiano on the float, and Nevio made his grabby hands, wanting to ride on the flamingo with Fabiano. Fabiano raised his eyes to mine, asking for permission. I nodded, twisting my forearm with the tattoo. Between us, it meant more than just an oath to the Camorra, more than being a made man. The day Fabiano had sworn himself to me, to the Camorra, he'd become family, and I trusted him with my kids. I'd never told him, but I got why he'd acted the way he did when I tried to drive a wedge between Leona and him. He wanted to protect her, wanted to protect someone who could see past the fucking darkness, who loved him despite it all. Serafina had changed my view on things, and if it was in my nature, I might have apologized to Fabiano for how I'd acted. Fabiano held out his arms, and Nino handed him Nevio, who kicked happily with his legs until he sat in the front of the float, holding on to the neck of the flamingo. I hope you gave that thing a good scrub, I called over to Savio, who gave me the finger. I went down the steps into the pool. The moment Greta's feet touched the water, her face twisted, but I made a low, soothing sound and she relaxed. Shifting her so her head was level with mine, I lowered us further into the warm water. Greta held on to me, eyeing the water critically. After a while, she smiled and hit the water with her palm. I went over to the flamingo float, but Greta tightened her hold on me when I tried to put her on it. Nevio babbled, his tiny legs wiggling as Fabiano held him by the waist. Both Greta and Nevio were big on the babbling, but they both hadn't said any word except for Mom. And while Nevio was already making his first steps, Greta only crawled. She was a cautious kid and reminded me a lot of Nino. Nevio grinned at me, squeezing the neck of the flamingo before he extended his arms with his grabby hands. Dad! Dad! For a moment I froze, my expression stilling. Fabiano grinned, and Nino squeezed my shoulder. I wrapped my arm around Nevio and pressed him to my chest. Greta pressed her wet palm against Nevio's cheek, giggling. I waded through the water with the two, dipping lower, causing them to scream with joy. Serafina headed toward us in a heart-stoppingly sexy white bikini, Chiara and Leona close behind her. She lowered herself to the edge of the pool. "Mom!" Greta called, and I handed our daughter over to Serafina. I stayed close and touched Serafina's thigh. She raised her eyebrows. "Something the matter? You have a strange expression." Nevio said Dad. I told her. She leaned down and kissed me, her expression so full of happiness it filled even my cruel heart with warmth. "Dad," Nevio confirmed. hitting the surface with his palm again and sending water everywhere. Serafina shook her head with a soft smile as she slid into the water with Greta pressed to her chest. "This is close to perfection," I said, indicating the people gathered around us. "Everyone who matters is here, and I'd fucking protect them all with my life." A shadow passed over Serafina's face, and she averted her gaze, blinking. I curled my hand over her neck, bringing our faces closer together. She locked gazes with mine. "I know you miss them, especially your brother." She nodded. "I do, and I wish you could meet Sophia and my mom. I wish they could see you as I see you." Serafina saw me in a way most people never would, because I'd never allow them to do so. "I can't promise you peace. It's not only my call to make, and there's a lot of bad blood between the Camorra and the outfit. I won't back down, not when Cavallaro was the first to breach my territory. I still wanted to bathe in Cavallaro's blood, and I knew he shared the sentiment. Peace would never happen." "I know, and I can deal with it. This is my new family now, and I'm happy that the babies and I are here where we belong." She paused, sighing. "I can't help missing my family, especially Samuel. We've always been so close, and now I haven't heard from him in so long. It's hard." I was used to handling things, used to things going my way, but this was one thing I couldn't change for her. I wasn't going to make a peace offering toward Cavallaro, even when the attack on Rogers Arena was orchestrated by Scuderi. But the attack on our race in Kansas definitely wasn't. He tortured my brother. That was another thing I couldn't easily forget. I wanted them to bleed. At least Dante fucking Cavallaro. Greta giggled again, and Nevio fell in. Serafina's expression brightened, and she smiled at me. Fuck. That smile got me every time.
Serafina. Nevio was a small whirlwind, and it had only gotten worse since he started to walk. It was the day before our wedding, and only 4 days since the twins' birthday, and Chiara was busy with last-minute preparation, even though it was going to be a small affair. Adamo had babysitter duty for Nevio, which mainly consisted in running after him and making sure he didn't break his neck or got his hands on anything breakable. Every time Adamo lifted Nevio into his arms, he began wailing in protest. I gave Adamo an understanding smile when he let out a sigh. "I can take over if you want." Adamo smiled sheepishly. "I need a break." Chuckling, I took Nevio from him and hoisted him up on my hip despite his loud protest. "Mom, no! No, no, no!"
"I was so looking forward to them speaking,"
Ramos said, from his spot on a blanket where he played with Greta while trying to get work done on his iPad simultaneously.
"But Nevio enjoys the word no a bit too much for my taste."
No, Mom, and Dad were the only words that Nevio had mastered so far. "No!" Nevio bellowed. I laughed. Ramos shook his head.
"Nevio, that's enough."
Nevio frowned, his lips turning into a pout. "No?" Ramos' mouth twitched. "If you're being quiet, I'll set you back down," I said. Nevio regarded me, then Remo, obviously unsure if our offer was worth it. Greta crawled closer to Remo, and he looked back down to her. She pressed her hands to his legs and slowly pushed up, her butt raised. Then she stumbled to her feet. Remo reached out, and she curled her tiny hand around his index finger, and Remo's other fingers covered hers, steadying her, and my eyes began to water.
"Good,"
Remo encouraged. She looked at him, surprised, and still a bit unsure. She took a hesitant step, and he smiled.
"Very good, mia cara."
Her smile widened, and she took a few uncoordinated, shaky steps and stumbled into him. He became still as she clung to his shirt and finger, peering up at him with absolute trust. I set Nevio down because I could tell he wanted to join them. The second his tiny feet hit the ground, he wobbled toward Greta and his dad. Reilly wrapped an arm around him as well. Greta released Reilly's shirt and made the grabby motion when she wanted to be picked up. She still preferred to be carried. Reilly put one hand under her backside, while the other studied her back and pressed her to his chest. He held out his hand to Navio. "Arm?" Navio nodded for once, and Reilly bent down to lift him up as well. He straightened with a kid on each hip and pressed a kiss to the top of their heads. His eyes found mine, and I didn't care that he saw my tears. Today I gladly gave them to him. Reilly was beyond redemption in the eyes of so many. He was the cruelest man I knew. But with every atom in my body, I knew that he would never hurt our children. He would protect them. They were Falcones. They were his. Ours. We would both die for them, for each other. Tomorrow I'd officially become a Falcone, and so would my kids. I knew we'd all carry the name with pride. Chapter 33. Serafina. The wedding was scheduled for late afternoon. I chose a boho-style dress without pearls or a bodice. The top was knitted with a V-line, and the skirt flowed freely around my body, touching the ground in soft waves. My hair was down and fell in untamed curls around my shoulders. I allowed myself another moment to regard my reflection. This day felt so very different to my last wedding day. Back then I'd been scared of the unknown, but determined to do what was expected of me, content to marry a man I hardly knew and definitely wasn't in love with. Today I was absolutely certain of my love for my future husband. Reilly held my heart in an iron grip, and I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Love can bloom in the darkest place, and ours did wildly, freely, untamable. I hadn't thought it possible to feel that way for someone. Occasionally I dreamed of it, or foolishly hoped for it, but I knew it to be a rare gift in our circles. I left our bedroom and walked through the silent hallways of the mansion, a place that had become my home and a safe haven for Greta and Navio. Falcone. A name we all would carry with pride. A name that our kids would always be able to speak with their heads held high. Adamo waited for me in the game room and smiled when he spotted me. The French windows were open, and a gentle breeze carried in, warm and soothing. Adamo was dressed in slacks and a white shirt, and had gotten a haircut to tame his wild curls for the occasion. Tears sprang into my eyes, and my chest constricted painfully. This was supposed to be Samuel. I wanted him at my side in one of the most important moments of my life. He was meant to walk me down the aisle. It had always been meant to be him, but he wasn't here. Adamo extended his hand, and I put mine in it. He squeezed. "One day your family will understand. One day there will be peace." I peered up at him, at his kind smile and warm eyes, then lowered my gaze to the burn mark on his forearm, on the healed cuts. Occasionally I still saw the haunted look in his eyes, and I wondered if he hid the worst of his struggle from us. He was barely home anymore. So much pain and suffering in the name of revenge and honor. "You want peace after what my family did to you?" "You're going to marry the man who kidnapped you." I laughed. He had me there. If someone had told me on the day of my almost wedding to Danilo that I'd ever consider becoming a Falcone, I would have laughed in their face. So much had changed since then. I hardly knew the girl from back then anymore. She had been replaced by someone stronger. Adamo lightly tugged at my hand and indicated toward the gardens. "Come, they're all waiting, and you know how Remo is. Patience isn't his strength." No, it wasn't, but he'd waited for me more than once. Adamo led me out of the mansion and past the pool toward the small congregation down the lawn. My bare feet touched the warm grass, and then I spotted Remo at the end of the aisle, below a white wood ark, and a sense of rightness filled me. Blood-red roses trailed around the ark, contrasting beautifully with the white. Chiara had arranged everything with Leona's help. It wasn't a big feast with hundreds of guests, most of whom neither of us would have cared about. It was just us, Remo's brothers, Fabiano, Chiara, Leona, and the twins, and it felt perfect that way. By not inviting every underboss of the Camorra, Remo had risked insulting a lot of people. But knowing him, he didn't give a damn, and his soldiers probably knew better than to voice their displeasure should they feel it. In his dark slacks, black dress shirt, and blood-red vest, Remo was a sight to behold. Tall and dark and brutally handsome, his eyes scorched me even from afar, and one corner of his mouth pulled up in that twisted smile, always on the verge of darkness, that I'd come to love. "Ready?" Adamo asked when we arrived at the starting point of the long aisle of white petals. I didn't even want to know how long Chiara and Leona had spent arranging them neatly in a pathway, but they had insisted on doing it. Yes, I could say it without doubt, without hesitation. Everyone had gathered to both sides of the ark. Chiara held Greta in her arms, and Nino held Navio. I couldn't wait for them to be parents as well. And then I caught sight of a blonde head off to the side, away from the rest, at the very fringes, and my throat tightened up. My gaze locked with Samuel's. He stood with his hands shoved inside his pockets, his expression unreadable. For a moment I was completely immobilized by my emotions. Pure joy and a flicker of worry, because there definitely wasn't peace between the Camorra and the outfit. I pushed the last sentiment aside, focusing on the fact that my twin, my Samuel, was here on one of the most important days of my life. Adamo and I started walking down the aisle. I still wished Sam was the one walking beside me, but I understood why he couldn't, why his pride didn't allow him to hand me over to Remo. My gaze drew away from Samuel toward the man who had captured my heart with wild abandon. Remo's dark eyes held mine as I headed toward him. When we arrived in the front, Greta spotted me and gave me a huge grin. A single petal stuck to the corner of her mouth. That was why Chiara had only bought edible flowers. She was just perfect with kids. My heart overflowed with love for all of them. Navio stood beside Nino, or rather held onto his leg, but I could tell that he was growing tired of standing still. He'd soon roam the gardens on unsteady legs. I let go of Adamo and took Remo's outstretched hand. Smiling up at Remo, I whispered, How did you get Samuel to come?" My eyes darted to my twin for a moment, disbelieving, incredulous, and so impossibly happy. I looked back up to Remo, trying to hold back my emotions. Remo ran his thumb over the back of my hand, his dark eyes filled with warmth he didn't bestow on many.
"I swore he'd be safe if he came. I used your phone to call him. It was a difficult process."
I swallowed. I could imagine how much time and effort it had cost to convince Samuel to come here, to risk so much. And I knew that Remo would have to let go of some of his pride to make a step toward my brother, the enemy. He'd done it for me. "He tortured you, almost killed you." Remo squeezed my hand.
"I did worse. I took you from him. If I was him, I wouldn't forgive me either."
"Thank you for bringing him here, Remo." I touched his chest, hoping he could see just how fiercely I loved him.
"Whatever's in there, it's yours,"
he said with a dark smile. "And I love every part of it, of you, the good, the bad, the light, the dark, even your blackest corners." Remo's eyes flashed with fierce affection. Nino did the ceremony, since we didn't want any outsiders around for our special day. He'd gotten the license to do so only recently, which didn't pose a big problem in Las Vegas. We kept the ceremony short, foregoing a long-winded traditional speech before we spoke our vows. We each had chosen rings for the other that we hadn't seen yet. I took Remo's hand and slipped the ring on. It was a black tungsten carbide ring with an ebony wood inlay. Remo raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Carbide is twice as strong as steel," I whispered, "because you are the strongest man I know." I smiled at the flicker of adoration in his eyes. "And ebony, because wood is enduring, and because you gave not only me roots, but also our children and your brothers." The look on Remo's face made it clear that I had made the right choice, and relief filled me. He took my hand and slipped on a ring in the shape of 2 entwining wings, one dotted with white diamonds, the other with black gemstones.
"The white wing represents you,"
Remo said in a low voice, leaning closer so only I could hear him.
"because you are pure perfection, my angel. And the black wing with the black sapphires represents me, my darkness, that you managed to accept."
Remo kissed me, his fingers touching the tattoo on my neck. "You set me free," I said, my voice thick with emotion. He shook his head and our lips brushed, his eyes dark and intent.
"I was the one who needed to be freed."
I kissed him fiercely, free of the shackles of his past. When we pulled away, I realized everyone had taken a few steps back to give us privacy. My eyes were drawn to Samuel, whose expression was like stone. I needed to talk to him, to embrace him. Remo squeezed my hand to show me it was okay. I headed for Samuel, and Remo released my hand, but my fingers clung to him, pulling him along.
"Angel, you had one ruined wedding. Do you want to add a bloody one to your list?"
I glanced at him. "You won't attack my brother." His eyes went past me.
"I won't."
"And Samuel won't attack you either," I said firmly. Samuel stood tall, expression harsh as it settled on Remo. I finally let go of Remo's hand, and he stayed a few steps back as I bridged the remaining distance between Sam and me. I stopped right in front of my twin. I peered up at Samuel, and he lowered his gaze to mine, and despite everything I had done, everything he knew, his expression softened with love and tenderness. I started crying because I hadn't realized how much I'd missed him, how much I longed for his forgiveness. "You came." I wrapped my arms around his middle, and he hugged me back.
"I'd do anything for you, Fina. Even stare into the eyes of the man I want to kill more than anything in this world."
We stayed in each other's embrace for a few moments, trying to make every second last a lifetime, because we knew there would be few chances like this in the future. I pulled back, searching his blue eyes. "They don't know you're here."
"Nobody knows. If they did, it would be considered betrayal. We're at war."
"You're risking too much for me," I whispered.
"I didn't risk enough. That's why we're standing here today."
He sighed.
"I got all of your messages. I read them, and I considered replying so often, but I was an idiot. I was angry and hurt."
I touched his cheek. "Forgive me."
"Fina, I'd forgive you of anything. But him,"
Samuel indicated Remo,
"him I won't ever forgive for taking you from us. From me. Not in 1,000,000 years."
I swallowed. "I love him. He's the father of my children." Samuel kissed my forehead.
"That's why I won't put a bullet in his head today, even if I considered doing it on the way here."
Samuel's love for me stopped him from killing Remo, and Remo's love for me stopped him from killing my twin. I wished their love could also make them see past the feud, past the old hatred. "Will you be safe?"
"Don't worry about me, Fina."
He raised his gaze to the man behind me.
"I don't have to ask if you'll be safe, because his eyes tell me all I need to know. He's a fucking murderous bastard, but a bastard who will kill anyone daring to look at you the wrong way."
I glanced over my shoulder at Reilly, who was regarding us with intent. He looked relaxed to someone who didn't know him very well, but I caught the subtle tension in his muscles, the vigilance in his eyes. He didn't trust Samuel. Further down beside the ark, Nino kept throwing evaluating looks our way as well. "Reilly will go through fire for me and our children," I whispered. Samuel nodded. I could tell that he needed to go. He was surrounded by his enemies, and even if I knew he was safe because Reilly had declared him as such, he felt uncomfortable. "Will I see you again? I can't lose you, Sam." Samuel rested his forehead against mine.
"You won't lose me. I don't know how, but I'll try to talk to you on the phone and reply to your messages. But I can't come here again, and you can't come to Outfit territory."
"Thank you for being here." He kissed my forehead again. Then, with another hard look toward Reilly, he walked away, sideways, never fully turning his back because he didn't trust Reilly's promise. When he finally disappeared from view, I released a sharp breath. A bittersweet happiness filled me. Reilly came up behind me, his arms wrapping around my chest, pulling me against him.
"You'll see him again. He won't give you up. He's as stubborn as you."
I gave him an indignant look. "I'm not stubborn."
"Of course not."
He kissed my shoulder blade, then lightly bit down on the crook of my neck, making me shiver with desire. I couldn't wait to be alone with him.
Reilly. Serafina was practically shaking with arousal as I led her to our bedroom after the wedding feast. She was a beautiful bride, free and untamed and glowing with happiness. She was everything she was meant to be. When we arrived in our bedroom, she pushed me against the door, shutting it in the process. Standing on her tiptoes, she pressed her body against mine, her fingers raking through my hair as her mouth tasted mine. Fuck. I met her tongue with hunger and need as my hands cupped her ass through her dress, squeezing hard. She moaned into my mouth, rubbing her breasts against my chest. One of her hands slid down my chest and closed over my cock, which was already painfully hard. I rocked my hips, driving myself against her palm. Snatching up Serafina's hand, I turned us around, trapping her between the door and my body, her arm raised above her head, pressed into the wood. "So dominant," she teased, and I silenced her with a harsher kiss. Thrusting against her to show her what awaited her, I gathered her long skirt. "Hold it up, Angel," I ordered. She bit her lip, stifling a smile. Her fingers curled over the fabric, and she held it up, revealing a flimsy lace thong. I got down on one knee, smiling darkly as I slid the thin piece of clothing down her legs, laying her pussy bare to me. "Remember the first time I tasted your pussy?" She widened her stance slightly, making a small, impatient rocking motion with her pelvis. "How could I ever forget? It was the best thing I'd ever felt." Her voice was heavy with arousal. "I'm going to make today even better," I promised. "Please, Reilly, just taste me already." I hooked my palm under her knee and opened her up as I pressed her leg up against the door. Finally, I leaned forward and took a long lick. Pulling back, I rasped, "Oh, Angel, you're already so fucking ready for my cock." Her eyes narrowed. "I don't care. I want your tongue first. Now stop talking." I chuckled, ridiculously turned on by her desire and bossiness. Thrusting 2 fingers into her, I began sucking her clit. She cried out, one of her hands clutching my head as I alternated between sucking her nub and her soft lips, while my fingers worked her deeply. Her wetness and the heady scent of her arousal drove me insane with desire, my cock close to combusting. I just wanted to fuck her, but she'd get what she wanted first. Her moans and whimpers turned more desperate as I drove her close to the brink, only to release her clit and suckle the inside of her thigh, my fingers stilling. Raymond, she said, half angry, half desperate. I closed my mouth over her clit as I slammed my fingers into her, and Serafina arched up, crying out my name as her release shook her body. I kept thrusting and suckling until she began jerking, overwhelmed by the sensation. Sliding my fingers out of her channel, I dipped my tongue in, causing her to let out another low moan. I pushed to my feet, shoving down my pants and crashing my lips down against hers so she could taste herself. Ready to be fucked now? I growled. Oh, yes, she groaned, her marble cheeks flushed with desire. I hoisted her up against the door, her dress bunched between our bodies as Serafina wrapped her legs around my hips. Locking gazes, I drove into her in one hard thrust. Her walls clamped down around my cock, and she tilted her head back with a gasp, baring that perfect throat. I marked her unblemished skin, my fingers digging into her soft thighs as I slammed into her again and again. She clung to my shoulders, her lips parted, lids hooded with pleasure. Her grip turned painful as she got closer, her heels digging into my ass. I groaned, my balls tightening, but I kept thrusting into her, pushing her up against the wall, and then she froze with a beautiful cry. It took all my fucking self-control not to be swept away with her. Grunting, I kept rocking my hips until she softened, and her head fell forward for an uncoordinated kiss. Don't get too comfortable. I'm not done with you, I said roughly. She smiled against my mouth, her blonde hair sticking to her and my forehead as I carried her over to our bed. I dropped her down on the mattress, and she let out an indignant huff, her legs already parting in invitation. I shook my head with a dark smile. On your knees. She rolled over, presenting her round ass cheeks, then knelt on the bed. The sight of her waiting for me like that made my cock twitch. I leaned over her and bit her ass cheek before I pulled her toward my waiting cock. I caught the slight tensing of her muscles, the way she braced herself but she loosened, turned soft when I slid into her pussy, not her ass. We tried it a few times. It had always been my favorite before her, but I could tell Serafina only did it for me. She didn't enjoy it, and in turn it had lost its appeal to me. I wanted Serafina crazy with lust, not tense with discomfort. I established a hard, fast rhythm, my balls slapping against her pussy. Serafina reached under her body and began stroking her clit, brushing my dick with her nails in the process, driving me completely crazy. Leaning forward, I brushed her hair aside so I could see her inked wings. I had already been close, and as I slammed into Serafina deeper than before, I finally let loose. Serafina got caught by my climax as well and bucked up, her arms giving out as her own release hit her. I kept pumping into her until I was completely spent. I gave her ass a clap before I pulled out and dropped down beside her. She snuggled against me, our breathing ragged, bodies slick with sweat. We shared a slow, lingering kiss. I wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and Serafina linked our hands, holding them up. The winged ring with the diamonds and black sapphires looked perfect on her long finger. I had it made for her, and it had taken the jeweler several tries to get it exactly how I wanted it. His forehead was always slick with perspiration the moment I'd paid him a visit. Serafina had caught me by surprise with her choice for me, but she couldn't have chosen better. The black carbide with the ebony center didn't feel foreign on my hand like I'd feared it would. I'd never worn any kind of jewelry, and I had thought I never would. Marriage had been out of the question. I'd never understood its appeal. I had companionship with my brothers, and I had enough women at my disposal for sex. I'd never cared for any woman, except for Chiara maybe, but that was a different kind of caring. And then came Serafina, my angel, the woman meant to be my greatest triumph, and she was, only not in the way I'd thought she'd be. "What are you thinking?" Serafina murmured, her voice slow and relaxed. That you are my greatest triumph. She peered up at me. I'm the queen. You are the king, and you used me to put the outfit in checkmate. Her voice was soft and teasing, because she knew I didn't mean it like that. Not anymore. If anyone's been checkmated, then it's me. I murmured. You knocked me over, wiped away my resolve, captured my cruel black heart. She raised her head. Neither of us has been checkmated. We both won the game. We got each other. We got Navio and Greta. You had to lose something to win. She nodded, but her eyes weren't sad. I did. But losing something makes you appreciate the things you have so much more. I don't regret a thing, because it brought me here. I love you with every fiber of my being. I pulled her in for a kiss, still stunned that she could ever love me after what I'd done. I lightly traced the almost invisible scar on her forearm. And I love you, I murmured harshly. I never thought I'd utter those words to anyone, even though I'd admitted my feelings to Serafina before. Because you brave my darkness every day. Because you should run, but you don't. Because you gave me the greatest gift of all, our children and yourself. I brave your darkness gladly, because your light shines all the brighter against it, she said. I kissed her fiercely. This woman had my cruel heart. She'd always have it. I was cruel. I was beyond redemption. But I didn't care as long as Serafina, as long as Navio and Greta saw something redeeming when they looked at me.